Hello, my name is Ronan Vector. I'm here exploring your timeline again today. We're getting back into RImworld, exploring anomalies, hopefully, expanding our little kingdom here. That's the dream anyways. We'll see what happens. I did spend a little time last night off stream, getting things going a little more. As you can see, the throne room is much more built out than where we left it yesterday. Added another platform and finished off these electric inhibitors. I got rid of a little cluster that landed over here. That was killing all of just killing all life in general around there. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. Just check on my various streams to make sure everything is live and going. It's looking good. Can't tell if my APIs are working, my alerts. I guess we'll find out. It's working. Looks like it's working, but can't really keep. Usually shows myself watching, if nothing at all. Well, I see Twitch working. I guess I'll just keep an eye on it. Oh, there we go. Now it's populating. Alright, let's get into it here. Alright, oh yeah, I'm using the Profane mod, so I do have some undead colossi, would that be the correct term? Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I do like my uniform. Gets me in the mood, you know? Alright, so I think we're trying to get some... It looks like we're getting a good rhythm on food again here. We're building up our pile of mush. I need more limestone to finish off my throne room here. Like it's coming along okay. I'd be proud to make it my throne. I've also last night I managed to clone my main pawn here, Ronan, multiple times. I actually cloned the clone. That's what I did. Yeah, because the clone was actually in better shape. I look sexual, if you say so. I mean, the suit never comes off, so it's, you could try, but... Speed things up a little here. My jail is looking a little empty here. And I'm also going to need to expand this, because look at this. This is a mess. Really need to get my life together here. So let's expand our storage. I think what we'll do is we'll make like this section here our next little warehouse. I think what I'll do is I'll turn this into an armory. Keep the clothing, the weapons, what have you, over here. Then everything else will go over here. Although, now that I'm looking at it, my workshop is up here, but I can move all that. I can always rebuild my workshop here. Just transplant stuff from here to there. So, I think that's what we're looking at here. Alright, let's get people of mine in here. Let's do a 20 by 20 space. Or anything else. Good. Ronan is picking out on food. This little guy has had so many mental breaks. I'm surprised they just don't keep him in a mental asylum the whole time. Luckily, he's hardly ever violent, though, in his mental breaks. Had enough of that from other colonists. Alright, we're making some pretty good progress too on the anomaly research tree here. We've pretty much got most of the entity containment line filled out. This looks like to be like the last tier of stuff that you get probably once you research enough advanced anomalies. So right now, let's do some void sculptures, some void art up here. Gray flesh. Oh. I've heard about this. This is this is that the Thing scenario, I believe. Ronin 1, my first clone, has discovered a strip of fleshy tissue. It resembles human skin stained gray by tiny metallic particles. It must have sloughed off. It must have sloughed off someone during flesh liquefaction. Someone here may not be what they seem. There are several ways to detect imposters. Imprison someone and send a warden to interrogate them about their true identity. This can take many days. Collect more gray flesh and analyze it to determine the biosignature of the threat. Then use the surgical inspection operation to search for that biosignature. It could take a long enough time to collect samples, and the surgery is invasive. Execute or banish whoever you suspect. Warning, some parasites can control the mind and even be transmitted to others. Well, shit. Is he even near where he found it? Let's see. This looks like just to be general animal fill. Alright. Where is that gray liquid whatever? Animal fill. I don't know, is it distinct enough for me to be able to see it with my eyeballs here? no. Figure this out. Let's see. Guessing there's not going to be anything outwardly obvious. It could just be anybody. I'd have to, like, keep an eye on him. Man. So I have to find samples of it, but how do I find samples of it if I don't know who it is? Or if I can't locate that gray liquid, I guess. Guess I'll just have to monitor the situation. I better, you know what? I better, I would have a better time with this if I could see. So let's get this place cleaned up. And then we'll keep a close eye out. We're gonna keep the Colossuses out too until we figure this out, because they keep creating filth, I think is gonna obscure my... Oh, great. Metal horrors are emerging. Slicing through flesh and skin, these nightmarish bladed creatures are cutting their way out of their hosts. Oh my god, 3 people had them? Metal horrors are emerging from Ronin 2, implanted before arrival at your colony. Oh no! So the people you duplicate have a chance of having this shit inside them already. So Ronin 2 was never a clone at all. He was just a meat puppet from the beginning. And then apparently he implanted the other 2 when fed a meal. Like, I guess Ronin 2 fed a meal to Dolores, Dolores fed a meal to Cuckoo Boss. This is... damn. Isn't that some shit? Alright everybody, well it's time to wake up and kill. Still one around. Now I don't have to get the animals out of here. Guess I'll send the OG Ronin after it. He's got a nice sword. Oh wow, they are getting their asses whooped. There we go. Get him, Ronin. Feel free to chip in, Undead Colossus, or nah, just don't, I guess, too. It's almost down. Alright, I got one down. Let's see if we can't work on these other ones here. There we go. Alright. Shit. Everybody is screwed. Oh man. This is tough. This is tough. Oh no. It's over. Well, at least now I have the benefit of knowing who it is, so... I guess I'm gonna have to cheat a little here. So it's Ronin 1. Dolores. This dude. This will send Ronan too. Okay, see what happens. Oh, there's the sample. The exploratory search. Not use the best stuff though. Just keep it pretty. Just keep it nice and loose. Our medicine. Well, the bad medicine. Not loose with the good medicine. If I even have any. Yeah, I got plenty. This is progress. Surgical inspections will not detect it, so I'm wasting my time with this. Oh, but they're emerging anyways. Oh, so you got it too? Son of a bitch. Where is it? This dude doesn't even have a weapon, so that's great. God. These are all weapons he can't use. Auto pistol's better than nothing. Alright, that works. Where's that other one now? There he is. Ronan could take that guy by himself. It's these guys I'm not so sure about. Oh, Ronan, no. It's alright, these guys can get it. Probably. No, maybe not. Oh, no. So, apparently Ronin 2 also has it. So, all the Ronins. All my duplicates. Well, let that be known to future RImworld enthusiasts. Shit. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna have to arrest them all. This guy needs to be arrested. You need to be arrested. Like those odds. Guess I'll wait for the others. We'll have to do some Ronin on Ronin. Arrest him. You know, it's kind of like a combination of The Thing and that horrible Starship Trooper. One of the horrible Starship Trooper sequels, where they got the bugs inside them and they basically trick each other into putting them inside each other. I like how they've taken that stupid movie concept and made it fun in this. I love it. Dude asks to run into tricky questions. Oh, here we go. Damn it. I'm having a hell of a time with this. Alright, so best thing I can do is maybe put him back here. The shooting is not the greatest. Then we'll put in the front lines. For Christ's sake, just grab a gun, I guess. Locating it. Where that auto pistol at? Put that out. Let's just get in there. Man. Well, at least the colossi are busy. man. But even close. Oh, man, if Ronan can just hang in there, you know. Although I do have that crossbow, maybe I'll give that a go. So I can get the Colossi involved in that. Maybe, just maybe, I'll stand a chance. This goober armed. There's gotta be a gun here that's usable. Wish I could find that auto. Oh, there we go. There's a machine pistol. That's surely better than nothing. Son of a bitch. Come on. Yes. Yes. So what about that fire? My sword out, or am I crazy? Alright. We will survive after all? Maybe? Yes. Burn, bitch, burn! Let me down. One more good hit. Come on. Yes. So, sure, it's right there. Okay, where's the other ones? There's one left. Just... there we go. I'll just safely stun the shit out of it from back here. Sorry, Dolores. This would be worth it if we can make it through this. I love how the other undead Colossus just lumbers on by. Doesn't give a shit. Was that it? I believe that was it. Let's see if I can get these puppies captured. Survive. Just need you all to survive. I don't know how though, because looks like some of my better healers are dead. No one can move. Oh, this is not great. This guy won't do any doctoring. This is useless. Man, I was so close to getting through this, too. I even got 3 of these buttholes captured. I suppose I could let Ronan die and revive him. With my revive thing, if I can even freaking find it. Not that I have much of a choice. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, everything is set and sucks. And there's another one, so I gotta revive it quick. Let's think. Where are you? Resurrector. Would kill for this to like snap to wherever it would go, wherever you have one. kill for it. Let's see. I've gotten it fairly early on, so I bet you anything it's on this top row somewhere. Maybe. This is like, where's Waldo? I swear. Oh, is this it? That's it. Quickly. Yes. Another one? Where's this? Uh-oh. Is there another one going around? I don't think so. Alright, how long is he gonna be locked in bed? This is still your bed. Where are you bringing me, you goober? Whatever, I guess that's my bed now. 2 days? Where did this thing go? Oh wait, no, it's still in the Ronin one here. Alright. Well, it sucked that we lost, you know, a bunch of colonists, but survival is key, alright? We can always make more colonists. And the necrosphere, so let's... Where are you, buddy? There it is. Oh, son of a bitch, I don't have a platform free either. Oh man, those metal horrors really boned me. I guess I did it to myself, but still. Need to capture this thing. This thing, I've actually used this once before, and has just as much of a chance as killing you, but if you can deploy it just right, it'll kill everything on the map. I used it to destroy the mechanoid cluster here, the little cluster with the, whatchamacallit, the mechanoids with the caskets. There we go. Jesus, I can't speak. Man, I don't really have any choice. I just have to kind of let this go through. It's too bad nobody can heal him. Slowly bleeding to death. There's not much I can do about it. Yeah, he's gonna fucking bleed to death. Ronin's gonna be the sole survivor. Ronin and this Ronin that's definitely probably got a metal ore inside him. Most definitely. Oh wait, no, it stopped bleeding on its own. Wow, talk about luck. Oh, it's because a person in black came by. That is lucky. You know what? I usually don't accept their help, but I'm gonna go ahead and make an exception. These are desperate times. Alright, well, thanks to the person in black here, we might actually, get through this. Just maybe. Nikes. Did not realize they were that strong. That's unfortunate. How strong are these things? Oh, great. How many of these am I allowed to utilize? This isn't even enough. I should move this over here. Come on. Oh, what? How can you already be freaking out? You just got here. Unbelievable. Whatever. Bum around. Let's think. There's just nothing I can do. He refuses to move anything or construct. I can have him kill the problem ones. I can focus all my effort on one. That's all I can do. Are you kidding me? Makes my brain hurt. It truly does. It's just such a bad shot. Excellent. Truly. Guess I should just use melee. Can you mess that up, right? 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 There we go. This axe going. Why would you hit the platform though? Why? What did I ever do to deserve this? It pisses me off so much. Why did they make that so difficult? just made this such a fucking pain in the ass. Oh, there we go. That's what I like to see. Good old execution. Yep. That, get this. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to. Soon. Just always in a miserable mood, this person. Actually move this operation. So. This person's gonna fucking snap. Alright, he's awake. He can do this. Come on. Going, dude. I need that metal sooner. is okay for the necrosphere there. Wish he would finish this. What the hell is it? What just happened? What is happening? Somebody explain something. Just... Oh, go juice withdrawal. Sure. Alright. Why not? The one person in black just bounced, so that's cool. Did I even get my sword back? I'd be pissed if that sword is gone forever. Go juice withdrawal. How long is this going to take? Do I have to wait for it to go to 0? 6 days to recover? Are you shitting me? Well, at least Ronin 1 seems normal, I guess. Maybe I can just recruit him and life will be normal. I'm not happy about this situation. He's gonna starve to death before that. This guy can't take care of anybody. He's useless. Oh my god. This whole metal horror thing really fucked me. It's useless. You know what I'm gonna do? Let's send them on a field trip. I'm gonna make it somebody else's problem. Let's see. Yeah, let's go to the distress signal. That should be helpful. Alright. You leave. You leave. I believe those are all the problem people. Hey, Godspeed. Sure, let's give them some supplies. Good luck. Alright. See how they do in their life. You think that's unethical? I just sent them out like that? Using my knowledge of the future. As I'm wont to do. Did they make it? They made it. Yep, good luck, Dolores. Oh, Ronin's still alive. it is. All my problems just disappeared at once. Middle blood serum. Well, I lost 4 colonists, but I got to keep the ones that, you know, help. So we saw the other future if we kept it, and it was no good. I had to revive my main pawn. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be using these duplicates anymore. Not very helpful when they come pre-installed with metal horrors. So yeah. But it did make me reconsider my containment methods. So if nothing else, there's that. Really only fit 2 full power containment platforms here. Realistically. Probably isn't gonna have it that close. Alright, getting our lives under control a little bit. I'll put something else on the TV. I want to see what's going on out in YouTube land. See how this does us. doing? Why is he not eating? No juice withdrawal. Somebody gonna freaking help him? Or is he just gonna starve to death here? Does he get help here? Damn. That's what I get for being a junkie, I guess. Junkie with a shattered nose. Let's see what's happening to Miles Morales
With
here.
his superhero ideal being tested like never before, will Miles be able to rise to the occasion and defeat the rabble once and for all? Well, let's hop into the pages of Miles Morales Spider-Man issue number 19 and find out together, shall we? So then, picking up directly from where the last issue left off, RImworld had succeeded in forcing Miles into the ultimate no-win scenario. Either he's forced to kill her in doing so, betraying everything he believes as a superhero and as a person, or letting the Cape Killers die at the hands of their brand new tampered with suits. That's pretty damn bad, but it actually gets worse as the Cape Killers also stand the chance of killing Miles's assembled friends and allies, including Shift, his clone brother, who may very well have been dealt a fatal blow if Miles can't finish this confrontation off and quick. Things are getting so dire and spiraling so out of control that even the normally selfish and self-serving Agent Gao surprises everyone by tanking a hit for Starling, saying that she only ever wanted to try and protect people. Making matters worse, though, is that Miles can't rely on the old tricks to beat the rabble in this fight, even his brand new ascended level of power, which I only found out later Cody Ziegler actually refers to as Miles Max with 2 X's, will be no use in this confrontation, as RImworld has become something of a Spider-Man expert, upgrading her rabble suit to the point that it's actually able to absorb massive amounts of bioelectricity, knocking Miles out of his brand new form, and empowering her enough to break his damn elbow just to really sell how serious all of this is getting. Still though, even amongst all of these mounting odds, Miles stays true to himself and resolute as ever in his refusal to take a life. Quite simply too, if Miles's venom blasting arm is broken, then he's going to have to get a little bit more creative, dig deeper into his bag of tricks, and well, start using his legs for a change. The rabble clearly wasn't expecting this sort of turnabout, and because of that, she starts fighting dirty, activating a straight-up solar flare to try and blind Miles. In doing so, Miles' own spider sense is forced to work overtime, and we're actually treated to a really clever little artistic flourish here, wherein the color completely disappears from the latter half of the fight. Geez, you know what, at this rate, they're gonna start making me read right to left. It's while struggling around on the ground, Miles ends up coming across his salvation, more of Agent Gao's power-dampening collar. She must have given them over to the rabble so that she could try and tinker with them. It's after that all Miles has to do is bide his time and wait for the perfect moment to slap one on his foe. RImworld is defeated and cut off from all of her rabble powers to control machines.
It's just
Miles,
like, you know, you survive all these things, and it's a hungry fucking cougar that gets
he
you.
Could have done more. He says that he still very much wants to try and help RImworld, wants to save her, but he now knows that he personally can't do it, but that doesn't mean he's going to stop trying. Just because Miles Morales can't save RImworld doesn't mean someone can't. And with that, the day is essentially saved. The Cape Killers are freed from their overclocked suits, including Agent Gao, who actually manages to sneak away before the other cops show up. If you want to know more about what became of her, be sure to read the brand new Deadpool book, also being written by Cody Ziegler. Mayor Luke Cage and Misty Knight also show up to pat Miles on the back for a job well done. Luke even says he's going out of his way to take some of the Power Act funds and reallocate allocate them to brand new educational
Whatever.
projects
It'll
throughout
bleed
the
to
city.
death on its
After all,
own.
perhaps if they do it this way, they can stop the next rabble from being born. Shift also survived his injuries
how many
too.
more
Apparently, he
days
had more of a
until my
healing factor
Go
than
Juice
anyone could have believed, but he's still
addiction goes
pretty
away?
damn banged up. Though that's nothing compared to the
Only
mental scars he
3.8.
still clearly holds, what with being created as a killer clone weapon and all. Shift won't even let the EMTs touch him or take him to a hospital out of fear that they're taking him back to the same lab that he was born in. Luckily, Miles knows the name of a pretty goddamn good nurse in his mother, Rio. And because Shift is basically his brother, and because baby Billy already knows him, Miles figures now is the best time as ever to introduce the clone to the rest of the family. Proving beyond the shadow of a doubt as the comic comes to a close that while Miles might not be able to help everyone he sets out to, he still helps the right people, and that's what's important. And so that was Miles Morales Spider-Man issue number 19, everybody, and this really feels like Cody Ziegler closing the page on yet another chapter in his time on the Miles book. It's hard to believe through all the different tie-ins that this series is forced to take part in that it still manages to be so damn good, so damn thematic, and hit the landing so well. As always, the real star of the show here is just how much Miles continues to grow and change and mature over the course of this series. It really feels like we're watching him come into his own, in a way you don't always see in superhero comics that always feel like they gotta drag things out and drag them out. Throughout the course of this last arc, we've seen Miles really take seriously his brand new mentorship with Misty Knight, master new powers, make new friends, reunite with old friends, and redouble his efforts to being a superhero, including everything that means morally. It's just a damn fine comic book from top to bottom, and I can't wait to see what Cody Ziegler has in store for the rest of the series moving forward. I would give this one another very well-deserved 8 out of 10.
Hey there,
Everyone. It's your old pal Cape Joel again, thanking you so much for watching today's video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, why not check out my Amazon link down in the description? Yes, that's right, the Cape Joel channel officially has its own Amazon storefront now. You can pick up a comic or anything else for that matter, and if you did, you'd really be helping me on the channel. So with that out of the way, everyone, I'll see you again next time. Bye-bye.
Only play with friends.
Oh, come on.
The gangsters.
What just happened?
I'm gonna have my pussy shoving.
Really?
Shake my pussy. I could use a car right about now.
Do you understand?
Guess there's two of them. Excellent.
I am a monkey.
I walk with purpose.
My family brought me here.
Bring me knives.
They put me in a nice house. Oh, this is racist.
This is my Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Well, at least it looks like it left.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
You know what you're doing.
No, I do not. No!
No!
Jesus!
This might have been a bad idea.
The flipping monkey.
We just chose a monkey because monkeys
Surely
are so
you're almost done.
He's a chimp. He's an ape.
One day.
Oh my
Point
gosh,
A.
you
That's
look
what
a fucking
happens when you call
smear.
him a monkey.
I would do this, but
Do you do anything with the
I'm gonna need
monkey?
Ronan.
Oh.
He looks inquisitive.
Where did I land on?
What
This is only place.
I'm glad you could actually drive the car. We
Oh,
should turn the
try
volume down,
jumping.
too.
Try, hold down. Press space. Oh, it works. It works.
Oh!
Okay, what else is going on? Oh, no. Nothing terribly interesting, not gonna lie. You know what? I'll put on a Trailer Park Boys podcast. It's been a while. Though, don't know how copacetic that would be. That's someone else's show. Stick to reviews. You know what I wanted to catch, actually? Yeah.
Adopted son. When things in the Marvel Universe get far too convoluted, there's only one thing to do: a good old universe reset. And that's exactly what writers Scott Lobdell, Mark Waid, and Andy Kubert did with the super epic and legendary Onslaught saga. It introduced a heinous new evil force, a being so unholy that its very existence is a sin. Onslaught is the sum total, the combination, the merger of the darkest parts of Professor X and Magneto's psyche. He's the reflection and manifestation of their most evil nature and persona. In this marvelous video, we'll explore the iconic comic book saga and dive deeper into its effects on the Marvel Universe. Let's begin, shall we? The seeds for Onslaught's eventual appearance were popping up everywhere in Marvel Comics in the early 90s. In one of the team's more recent exploits during the storyline Fatal Attractions, Magneto strips Wolverine of all the adamantium embedded in his skeleton. This gruesome act renders Logan to a feral, beast-like creature and angers Xavier to the point where he's forced to rid Magneto of all his mental faculties and memories. However, this shutdown of Magneto's brain becomes the genesis for Onslaught, as something dark begins to brew inside the kind professor. Meanwhile, anti-mutant hysteria has grown to new extremes and has begun to spill into our heroes' everyday lives. There's turbulence in other corners of the Marvel Universe too. A young Franklin Richards, Sue and Reed's son, is a mutant with powers that can warp the very fabric of reality itself. Recently, the child has befriended a seemingly gentle apparition, Charlie, whom the child keeps secret from his parents. The first move. We get our first real introduction to the malicious manifestation of psionic energy in X-Men issue number 53. The story begins on a mundane Saturday, with Jean Grey in Salem Center, trying to shop in peace. However, out of nowhere, she suddenly snuck off to an astral plane, only to be greeted by a towering figure somewhat resembling Magneto. He proclaims himself a sympathizer to the mutant race and prophesizes that after decades of discrimination, a flashpoint in human mutation relations has finally arrived. Moreover, he states that he's there to prepare Jean for the particularly special part she has to play in it. Despite Jean's attempts to convince him of coexistence and harmony between humans and mutants, the mysterious villain almost laughs at her naivety, transporting their astral forms to the shop where Jean had been shopping. We hear all the vile thoughts in people's heads, experiencing firsthand the discrimination and ridicule all mutants go through. The shopkeeper mutters, "Good riddance, you exaverate." Upon discovering that Jean has disappeared from the dressing room, we see the masked face distort into an angry glare, and an energy blast annihilates the shopping complex as Jean watches, but it's a mere illusion. Wish fulfillment, as he puts it. Jean and his strange companion fly off as he promises to reveal more of humanity's dark secrets. In New Jersey, Hank McCoy is being held prisoner inside an abandoned factory, left to his own devices and with a meager device left there to dispense water. Despite Hank's best attempts to conserve the liquid, the dispenser falls and water spills onto the floor. But this mistake reveals a slight ray of hope for Hank in the form of a hidden trapdoor. Jean and the mysterious entity are now in Manhattan at an anti-mutant presidential campaign headed by Graydon Creed. Jean argues that despite the hatred in Creed and his followers, they weren't hypocrites. Instead, their disdain for mutants was quite open. Unfazed, the figure asks Jean to look closely at Creed's minions, especially his campaign manager, Steve. It's there that the hypocrisy lies in the people who continue to hunt and demonize mutants just for personal gain.
That is such a mindfuck. Sabretooth and Mystique hooking up to make that thing.
Trying to defend herself.
I'm sure it's better explained than,
stating that at least the people she trusts, her friends, would never fall into such duplicity.
The way I'm thinking of it,
but her abductor seems to have an answer, even for that. Psylocke and Archangel are in their remote cabin in Colorado. For the past 9 hours, Betsy has been screaming in excruciating pain while Warren, the winged mutant, keeps her company.
Guessing it was some kind of long
the shadows that have been killing her. We turn to a wall and see that the shadows are beginning to take a familiar form. Betsy screams at Warren to back off, just as the hulking Juggernaut breaks into their cliffside home. But he isn't there to attack the couple. Instead, the Juggernaut seems to be holding a terrible secret, powerful enough to save the world. But Betsy soon realizes that a telepathic mental block keeps the Juggernaut from revealing his knowledge to others. Despite all her prowess, Betsy can't probe into the Juggernaut's head. In his struggle, the Juggernaut accidentally falls off the cliff, but isn't bothered by the fall. Instead, in his desperation to let the X-Men know of the secret he can't reveal, the Juggernaut begins his journey toward Westchester to meet a certain professor. Traveling through the astral plane, we find Jean and the strange
Another
man inside
familiar
the Xavier's
mindfuck,
Institute,
Juggernaut
where
and
we find that unassuming
Xavier.
professor sitting alone. They enter Xavier's
Did it really
mind.
add
We see
anything,
glimpses
them
of
being
Jean and the
related, other
professor's
than just
past.
giving a
Jean
reason
is
for
confident that
Juggernaut to be
Professor X,
specifically
the father
pissed
figure
off
who
at
took her in so
Xavier?
many years ago, one of the world's
It's just a
strongest yet
strange,
kindest mutants, had no secrets.
strange.
However, she's soon proven wrong as we travel to a memory before their first mission. In the memory, Jean tells a concerned professor not to worry. However, in his thoughts,
feel like you can have the
professor
magic
responds
gem,
with
or you
something
can
that
have him
calls
be his
Jean to
brother,
question
but
her entire relationship with this revered
what's the
father
point of
figure.
doing both?
How could he stop worrying about the one he loved? As Xavier's terrible feelings are revealed, a shocked Jean tumbles down into the darkest depths of the professor's mind, where he's locked away every single negative emotion he ever felt. Know the true Xavier. The masked figure instructs her as Jean is slowly consumed by all the negative thoughts Xavier has ever had. As this happens, we also glimpse a lost and disoriented Magneto, who somehow found his way to South Carolina. He finds his way to a small fair and introduces himself as Joseph under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. In
Joseph.
the astral plane, Jean slowly gains footing and starts attacking the hooded figure. However, in a show of unprecedented power, the figure snatches the bird out of the sky, definitively defeating one of the most powerful mutants on the planet. Jean's unconscious body is discovered in the same shopping mall where we'd first seen her at the beginning of the issue. As she slowly gains her senses, she struggles to make sense of what seems now to be just a terrible dream. But the figure's last words linger in her psyche. Know my name. Then, as she passes a mirror, she realizes what he meant. The name, which is now scrawled all across her face, reads Onslaught. Before we move on, if you like it up until now, please do hit the like and subscribe buttons. It may be a small thing for you, but to
I
us,
like your
it means an
video.
awful lot. Well, with that out of the way, let's continue. The Professor's Flaws. The following clues to Onslaught's identity appear in issue number
Subscribe, too.
334. The Juggernaut's
like these
massive body
long-form
emerges from the
videos.
depths of a lake near the X-Mansion. What is it about him that's got me spooked? The Crimson Giant mutters to himself while plunging deeper into the cold waters. Here, he discovers a security camera, which he promptly destroys. Sadly, beating the Onslaught wouldn't be as easy, he realizes. After all, the Juggernauts barely survived their last encounter. Maybe there was one way. But that unspoken secret lay deep in the recesses of the Juggernaut's mind. A little distance away, inside the walls of the mansion built by the Juggernaut's stepbrother, Professor Charles Xavier, Bishop is trying to fix the malfunctioning Cerebro. The time-traveling mutant seems to be having a hard time comprehending how the technology inside the machine could be so similar to the one in his time. What could have stunted technological development to such a degree? This contemplation is interrupted by Gambit. The two strike up a conversation. But suddenly, the intruder alarm set off by the Juggernaut flares up. In another
Rework
section
the
of the
work
mansion,
schedule
inside
here.
the danger room, Cyclops is training by himself when a disturbed
Guess
Jean
we're running
appears.
low on
Rattled
food.
by her encounter with
Well,
Onslaught,
I mean, we're not running
she
low on
tries to
food, we're
remember
running low on
details, but
cooked
her memory is
food,
fading away
rather.
second by second. However, she refuses Cyclops when he suggests that they consult the
lettuce
professor
thing.
across the country. Archangel and Psylocke realize that their communication with the professor has been severed.
Well, let's figure out
They
who the
start
best
towards
cook is.
Westchester.
That's the
Inside the
first.
professor's study, the youngest X-Man, Sam Guthrie, also known
Ronan's
as
the better
Cannonball,
cook,
tries to
but
confront his
Suit is
feelings of
passionate
inadequacy
about
in
it,
front
so we'll
of the
keep,
professor. However, the professor uncharacteristically
Suit
snaps at the
on
young mutant, calling his
cooking.
feelings inconsequential in the face of
Only
all the
problem
daily
is I
threats
don't
they
really
face.
want him
Cannonball
cleaning
leaves the professor
everything,
alone,
just his immediate
assuring him
area.
they'll never have this conversation again.
Guess we'll
At
just
the
have to
lake,
risk it for
Gambit
now.
and Bishop are trying to figure out the source of the security alarm when they're suddenly ambushed by the
We need
Juggernaut.
everybody
The
in dark
unsuspecting duo is
research, 'cause
easily
I don't want
defeated
any-
by the Juggernaut.
Don't
The
want
lance
any
that this caliber
markers
of X-Men
popping
wouldn't
off
be enough
before
to
I'm
stop
ready.
Onslaught before carrying away his unconscious opponents. In another corner of the massive mansion, a recovering Wolverine had been placed in the care of the Beast's imposter.
Guess I'll
This
get
is another
Ronan
version
back
of
on
Hank from the
hunting.
Age of Apocalypse, lacking
Ooh,
the real
excuse me.
Beast's
Although this
intellect.
guy's
The imposter is
practically
easily
fucking
baffled by the real
useless.
Beast's various duties.
So I should
Finding
get
an
him
opportune
hunting.
moment, he lets Wolverine loose. Storm tries to chase after the Berserker,
is the
but is
point
stopped by a
of
very
you?
concerned Cannonball, who needs to talk to
You
her.
talk to
about the
people and you
professor.
deal with
Still reeling
animals.
from
You're
her encounter with Onslaught,
practically
he discovers the
useless.
unconscious bodies of Bishop and Gambit in the lake house. Suddenly, the Juggernaut shows himself to Jean, proclaiming that he's there
Yeah.
to help. Jean stands
Go
unconvinced
hunting.
until he utters the
I guess
dreaded
that's
word
all you'll
Onslaught,
do.
which sparks her interest. To definitively seal their association, Kane Marco removes his helmet.
There's
the
plenty
only
of
thing that
game
protects him
for
from
him
the
to get
telepath's
in on.
powers right in front of Jean. Meanwhile, in the depths of Professor X's war room, Cyclops has a strange encounter with his mentor, sporting
Come on,
a
taming some
familiar grin.
wolves.
The professor belittles his favorite student before disappearing into thin air.
And
In
some
the final
bears.
pages of the issue, Jean Grey leads Juggernaut deeper into the reaches of the
You
X-Men's
know what?
lair.
If he dies
Just
trying to
above the
tame these
darkened tunnels
things,
of
I'm
Warlock,
alright with that.
They find a psi-shielded chamber. Beyond it lies the answer to the question, who is Onslaught? Onslaught strikes. A solemn cannonball sits outside the X-Mansion, disappointed by his interaction with the Professor. Cyclops tries to comfort the young X-Man, but they're suddenly interrupted by Gambit, Beast, Bishop, Iceman, and Storm. Juggernaut's sighting stirs the Mansion into action. Suspecting him to be a threat to the Professor, the X-Men take off in search of Marco. However, unknown to them all, Jean and the Juggernaut have traveled far into the Mansion. The unlikely companions probe deeper, trying to uncover the secret locked away inside the Juggernaut's mind by the Onslaught. Inside the psi-shielded chamber, Jean tries to penetrate Kane Marco's mind, but the moment she seals the chamber, her connection with Scott Summers is severed. Even amid his hunt for Juggernaut, Cyclops notices the sudden disappearance of his wife and takes off toward the Mansion, leaving Storm and Cannonball to continue the search. The others hardly find any clues either, but the Iceman begins to suspect something is wrong with the Beast. Fortunately, many miles away from the Mansion, the real Hank McCoy finally finds the way out of his prison. Just as he finds his way to the exteriors of the factory where he was being incarcerated, Hank is suddenly stopped by two shadowy figures. An extremely tense Cyclops tries to bring Jean's disappearance to Professor X's notice. The Professor, however, remains uncharacteristically calm about the ordeal. Only when Scott mentions Onslaught can he draw a reaction from the Professor. Moreover, Scott notices that the Professor is also beginning to take a sudden interest in the Fantastic Four, which is evident from the files on his computer. When Cyclops informs the Professor that his stepbrother has broken into the school grounds, a stoic Professor commands that the Mansion's defenses be deactivated so the Juggernaut can be lured in.
Wow.
Inside the psionic chamber,
sometimes my pawns just go ahead and
Juggernaut, cracks are finally beginning to appear in
do the mutations themselves.
The Professor remains oblivious to their struggles. Deep in thought, the X-Men's founder
and aside from the pain debuff that you get from having the tentacles and stomach, it's really not too many negatives that I'm seeing here.
His worst fears are coming true. The police are dragging away members of a mob after the brutal lynching of a teenage mutant. From the magazines on his desk, Creed's face taunts him with his anti-mutant propaganda. Things get too much to bear, and the Professor
I'm basically in a
snaps.
constant state of
something seems to
pain.
consume him. Inside the shielded chamber, Jean starts with a sudden scream. Onslaught, I know who he is. With manic urgency, she urges the Juggernaut
But that
to
can be
escape,
fixed. I can get that
Onslaught
mindless
is now
perk.
within the Mansion's confines.
mindless perk,
However, as the Juggernaut tries to escape, he finds
pain
himself
implant,
lost. The
whatever
Mansion
it is.
transforms into a strange labyrinth, passages and stairways blending into each other until he finally emerges into the Professor's office. The place is upturned, and the Professor's chair lies unattended. Suddenly, a massive hand emerges from the darkness and grabs the Juggernaut. It's Onslaught. He taunts Marco for a moment before ripping the gem of Cyttorak from his chest, reducing him into a normal human being. The figure towers over a fallen Marco and sneers, declaring that he's been waiting for this
Get
moment
fucked,
all his
Juggernaut.
life. It's then that we realize that Onslaught is none other than Professor Charles Xavier. He establishes a connection with his trusted X-Men and asks them to come to him, or rather, to Onslaught. At the same moment, Nate Gray appears in front of the Avengers in another corner of the world bearing dreadful news. Professor Charles Xavier, leader of the X-Men, has gone insane. The fall of the X-Men. Jean sends out a distress signal to fellow X-Men outside the Mansion, informing them of heavy damage incurred by the residents of the Mansion. We learn that both the blue and red teams have been decimated, and Jean herself has been stripped of her power. The perpetrator is none other than her revered
ritual
mentor,
mask can help
Professor Xavier. As
negate
she's trying to
a
make
lot
a
of that
case for
pain.
Onslaught resulting from the
I
psionic
can make
damage that Professor
this is
Xavier's
for
psyche had
ghouls,
taken.
though, it's
While
not.
shutting down Magneto's mind, he finds her. A massive blast lights up her face, and then she's gone. This is the prologue to the first issue of Onslaught X-Men. We travel back to some 45 minutes before the prologue, where the Prof has summoned all the X-Men to his office. Scott Summers immediately notices that there's something up with his wife, Jean Grey. After all, she's the only one amongst the X-Men who knows Onslaught's true identity. But for the moment, she's forced to keep it to herself in order to fool the man in the wheelchair. All she can do is ask Cyclops to trust her. The Professor states to the crowd of X-Men that he made a mistake. The mistake was his steadfast belief that humanity could be pulled out of the darkness of ignorance and look beyond their genetic insecurities, that they'd allow mutants to live with pride and dignity. Instead, the world had turned into a tragic mess, all while the X-Men stayed in the comfort of their mansion. Outside, mobs were hunting mutants down, passing laws to incarcerate them, and the conflict was just growing every day. All that had to change. It was time for the mutants to take control and resolve their problems. It becomes clear from these words that this was not the Professor the X-Men were familiar with. While the others stand perplexed by this change in their mentor, Jean tries to probe into his mind. She tries to do it carefully while remaining undetected. However, she quickly realizes that the Professor has already played her for a fool. A glance at the Professor's desk reveals to Jean the gem Cyttorak, pried away from the Juggernaut's chest, which means that he's been defeated. Jean's secret was already known by the Professor. Her efforts in the end were Too little and too late. Xavier blocks Jean's telepathic connection with the rest of the mutants while unadulterated psionic energy spills into the room. Slowly, it begins to take the form of the dreaded Onslaught. With a single word, Onslaught silences Jean with a psionic muzzle. As the other X-Men try to figure out what's wrong with Jean, Cannonball suddenly notices what's become of their dear professor. Their mentor is completely gone, and in his place stands the manifestation of all the negative feelings Professor X has ever felt. All the Professor's most suppressed emotions stand unleashed, now taking the hulking form, standing before them. Onslaught tries to persuade the X-Men to follow him in his goal to set the world right by stripping humans of their free will. Words more suited to Magneto than to the kind Professor, as Cyclops notices. Then, in a blatant display of his abilities, Onslaught begins to toy with his students. With a single thought, he renders Wolverine into a cowering cub, forces Iceman to rearrange his body on a molecular level, and plunges Storm into a tragic childhood memory. Then, the unexpected happens. The Professor's favorite pupil shoots his teacher down with a powerful optic blast. This gives the other X-Men time to regroup and stand behind their
really should
leader.
make a door
Onslaught,
there. That's
however,
way too
is
far.
too powerful. He
Just to get
places
to
all
bed.
the X-Men under a telepathic attack, making them immobile before disappearing. In a last-ditch attempt to escape Onslaught's psionic grip, Gambit charges the floorboards, allowing the team to escape. However, Jean declares that the trick shouldn't have worked. The fact that it did meant that Onslaught wasn't entirely in control of Xavier's faculties yet. Jean realizes that her last encounter with Onslaught was essentially a warning from a dormant Xavier buried somewhere deep within the monster. But in order to save Xavier, the X-Men would first have to beat Onslaught. Since the X-Men had denied his offer to join them, the villain would now have to recruit power from somewhere else. Cyclops guides the X-Men into battle to stop this, and the members ready themselves to face the man who once trained them to fight. While the X-Men scatter across the mansion, the Fantastic Four are having a regular family breakfast. However, Sue feels something ominous in the air, unknown to any of them. Sue and Reed's son, Franklin, has made a new friend. Charlie is an apparition created by Onslaught to befriend the mutant child. However, Franklin is far too innocent to comprehend his nefarious plans. In a bout of anger, Charlie accidentally sends a glass flying with a psionic burst of energy. He immediately regrets it, though. After all, he'd have to control his temper much better to gain access to Franklin and his immense power. The X-Men are purging the mansion's system of all the files on different mutants that Onslaught could use when they come across Franklin's records. They also find Nate Gray, a man entirely a mystery to them, apart from the knowledge that he's powerful enough to manipulate the astral plane into the corporeal world, a power very similar to Onslaught. Just as the team is registering this new information, Cannonball begins to behave strangely. Then, out of nowhere, he begins to blast through the other members until Bishop is forced to shoot him down. Onslaught, who had taken control of the poor boy, finally shows himself. In an instant, he overpowers the X-Men, filling their minds with 1,000 silent screams. His endless wrath let loose upon our heroes. In Manhattan, Nate Gray, the X-Man, is trying to convince the Avengers of this new world-ending threat. The Earth's mightiest heroes doubt his claims until he starts bleeding from the inside. A wide-eyed Thor finally awakens to the truth in Nate's claims. But several of the X-Men have already fallen. Storm, Gambit, Cannonball, and Wolverine lie unconscious amongst the wreckage. Onslaught hovers overhead.
Of all the
Bishop held tight in
places,
his
of all
grasp
the
while sending Bishop
times.
crashing to the ground. He proclaims that he'd wanted to study Bishop's memories of the Age of Apocalypse to understand what had brought about
I don't
Hence
like it.
Varner's reign. The remainder of the X-Men, Jean, Cyclops, Iceman, and the imposter Dark Beast, are trying to wipe data off Cerebro when Bobby suddenly seems to fire at nothing. However, it turns out to be Onslaught under a psionic shield that Bobby could detect by reading his body temperature. But this doesn't stop Onslaught. He compels the X-Men to attack each other, thus defeating them. The only remaining is the false beast, who unsurprisingly offers to join Onslaught. But suddenly, Onslaught's step seems to falter, resulting from his host Xavier resisting it. After the battle, Onslaught and Beast take Jean into another corner of the mansion. Here, he torments Jean to make her reveal the secrets of the Phoenix. Jean resists, but is considerably wounded. However, finding an opportune moment, she manages to find her way out of the room and into the Psi-shielded chamber. It's here that we first see Jean in the prologue of the story. Onslaught finds Jean and corners her, but she adamantly stands her ground. Just as it feels like the end is nigh for Jean, a beam of crimson energy comes through the ceiling and shoots Onslaught down. It's Cyclops and the rest of Jean's team somehow arriving just in the nick of time. The battle reaches its climax as the X-Men battle it out with Onslaught. The combined might of their power slows the psionic monster down and finally knocks it over. As their efforts begin to show results, Bishop contemplates their failure to save Charles Xavier from himself. As Onslaught's body stops moving, the X-Men are forced to come to terms with the fact that they might have just killed their founder. Just as things seem to calm down, Bishop notices something behind them. Onslaught fires one last time with a massive psionic blast powerful enough to stop 1,000 mutants. In a moment of pure determination and selflessness, Bishop somehow manages to absorb the blast and shield the others before passing out. The real Onslaught, however, manages to escape along with his new lackey, Beast. The X-Men gather themselves and tend to their wounds. Though brutal, The encounter helps them gather
The
clues,
sword.
especially regarding Onslaught's strange connection to Magneto. Somehow, the heroes
See
have
where that
survived this
last
battle,
wolf
but the war
is.
against Onslaught rages on.
Maybe I'll
in
take
another
out those
corner of
bears too
America.
while I'm at it.
Something else is brewing. A new line of Sentinels stands, with a menacing glare in their eyes, ready to take on all mutant kind. Apocalypse lives. In a dark cavern, the Stone King, Ozymandias, dutifully awaits the awakening of his master. At long last, the ancient mutant rises, and we know that Apocalypse lives. Rising toward the heavens, he responds to Xavier's fall from grace and estimates that the Age of Wonders is nearing its end. Further evidence of this is provided by Uatu, the Watcher, who Apocalypse claims is there to watch the end of the era. Members of the Avengers finally make their way to Westchester County, only to find the Xavier's Institute reduced to ruins. Nate assures the Avengers that he can still sense all the X-Men apart
Not
from the
guaranteed to
Professor in
kill
the
a bear,
structure.
that's for
Quinjet
sure.
quickly descends on the crumbling mansion, but just before touching down, it's pulled by an invisible force and crashes. Quicksilver dashes out of the aircraft toward an assailant in the distance, only to find Gambit in the rubble. Seeing Quicksilver in the intended position, a hidden bishop points a gun to his head, point blank. The earth begins to shake as a scarlet light grows from underneath. It explodes, knocking Bishop over. It's the Avengers descending from their crashed Quinjet. In response to the Scarlet Witch's attack, the sky grows darker and the bolt of lightning strikes the Avengers carrier. The X-Men gather, standing directly in confrontation against the Earth's mightiest heroes. Nate Gray watches the futile skirmish from inside the Quinjet, growing more frustrated by the second. In a strange feat of telepathic ability, he reaches out to all the X-Men and pulls memories of Onslaught from their mind. The X-Man then projects this image out into the world, and the Avengers finally catch a glimpse of this new threat in all its glory. Suddenly, Cyclops knocks Nate over with a slight optic blast and confirms that Charles Xavier has turned into Onslaught. As the actual severity of the situation finally sinks in, the heroes eventually band together. The most troubled, however, are Wanda and Pietro, because Onslaught indeed bears a strong resemblance to their nefarious father, Magneto. On the island of Muir, members of the mutant team Excalibur gather in an emergency meeting. Colossus, Kitty Pryde, Nightcrawler and Moira McTaggart seem to be relieved that all the X-Men made it out alive. There's discussion as to why they're not leaving to help the others, when Moira reveals that the clue to defeating Onslaught is on the island itself. The mysterious Xavier protocols would finally have to be unsealed. Despite their losses, the X-Men are finally starting to regroup. In a meeting, both the X-Men and the Avengers come to an inevitable conclusion. Onslaught, this terrifying creature of pure psionic energy, had indeed been born when Professor X wiped Magneto's mind. Their personas had somehow merged into a sentient entity, a twisted amalgamation of all their frustrations. Soon, members of the X-Force, Sunspot, Domino and Siren also appear to help their former teammates. Somewhere in the exteriors of the mansion, Wolverine is also readying himself for a long journey, all in the hopes of finding that one clue that could defeat Onslaught. By the end of the issue, the X-Men seem to have recuperated. However, under the sewers of Manhattan, Onslaught and his servant, the Dark Beast, quietly plan the next villainous step in their bid to take over the world. Deep within Onslaught, a weary and battered Professor X tries against all hope to save the remnants of himself from the being that has taken over. A new Magneto. Our heroes deduce that there's an evident link between Magneto and Onslaught. Thus, the Avengers depart to seek answers from the master of magnetism.
I mean, couldn't
One addition
anyone
to the
tell
team
that
of
by
heroes
looking
is the
at
mutant
Onslaught
Gambit,
that he
who finds
was,
himself
like,
a little out of place amongst
clearly
these new allies.
related to
Captain America
Magneto,
guides the
even
rest
if
of the Avengers
he
into
wasn't
battle as they
in.
board Iron Man's new Quinjet, but it's clear that Wanda has something bearing heavy on her mind. The rest of the crew stay back at the Avengers mansion, where Giant Man is trying to comb the Earth with the help of Cerebro. He's finally able to point to a location somewhere in South Carolina, which had recently emerged as a hub for electromagnetic activity. As the Quinjet flies in Magneto's direction, Wanda finds herself reminiscing on her complicated past with her father and the endless abuse she suffered at his hands. Fortunately, the rest of the Avengers and her brother Quicksilver managed to pull her out of this internal crisis. In Norfolk, Virginia, we find Magneto, stripped of all his memories and donning a new identity, Joseph. He's also been significantly de-aged, which makes him all the more difficult to be recognized. Though he still retains some control over his powers, they're nowhere as strong as they used to be. While doing odd jobs around the town, he encounters a familiar face, the former X-Man, Rogue. The two headed off and are engrossed in conversation when a sudden gust of wind knocks them off their feet. The Quinjet descends, and Quicksilver rushes out to punch his father squarely in the jaw. Tempers flare as Pietro attacks a clueless Magneto again and again, much to the horror of his teammates. Tempers flare even further when Vision accuses Rogue of being in league with Magneto, which leads her to attack the android and carry him into the air. Iron Man tries to apprehend Magneto, but the team realizes to their horror that he still has his powers. Magneto displays his immense strength by sending the armored Avenger flying. He then proceeds to take control of the metal in the Captain's shield and Quicksilver, incapacitating them. Only the Scarlet Witch remains, but finds herself unable to attack the man in front of her due to the unspeakable trauma she suffered at his hands. As she falls to the ground, Magneto, or rather Joseph, comes to her aid. It's clear from that one action that this is not the same Magneto as before. As the realization sinks, Wanda reconsiders her animosity and stops a lethal attack from Quicksilver, saving the reformed Magneto. The noticeable change in Magneto causes both parties to calm down. The Avengers still invite Magneto to join them, as his involvement could be a definitive factor in the fight against Onslaught. As the team returns to the aircraft after a successful mission, only one thing remains clear. Onslaught could only be stopped together. The Fantastic Four face the Onslaught. Onslaught next appears in the pages of the Fantastic Four, where a young Franklin Richards is still coping with the arrival of his new friend, Charlie. But Charlie is essentially a creation of Onslaught, designed to lead the powerful mutant child to his side. At the beginning of the book, Charlie helps Franklin hone his telepathic abilities by allowing him to probe into the Professor's memories. Charlie, however, is forced to disappear when Franklin's parents return from their mission. The Fantastic Four gather in their lab, and Franklin rushes into Sue's arms. The four are also accompanied by Reed's father, Nathaniel Richards, and Johnny's ex-wife, Skrull Lyja. But not everything is as happy as it seems. Suddenly, Reed is informed of the arrival of a peculiar guest. Professor X awaits the superhero family in the lobby. Simultaneously, they also receive an emergency transmission from the Avengers, making it a curious turn of events. Lang answers the transmission from the Avengers mansion and is greeted by Black Widow, who's trying to warn him of the malicious entity corrupting Xavier. But Professor X knocks the hero out before he can alert the rest of his team. Half a continent away, Black Widow realizes that there's something wrong and readies her team consisting of Bishop, Hawkeye, Iceman, Wasp, Crystal, and Giant Man. Professor X tries to trick the Richards into handing him Franklin's custody. He argues that as a mutant, Franklin would have a better chance at honing and controlling his powers at the Institute than his fellow mutants. The Franklin's family denies the offer, and something evil stirs inside the Professor again. Meanwhile, Lyja and the Human Torch are trying to have a private conversation when they're interrupted by a team of Avengers and X-Men. Bishop, Iceman, Crystal, and Hawkeye teleport into the tower with the help of Lockjaw in the nick of time, just as the Professor manifests his evil form. The four fall back and try to mount their defense. Fortunately, they run into Johnny and the other visitors, who help them to comprehend the situation. The heroes split up into 5 teams to try and locate Onslaught. We see Johnny use his flames to pinpoint Onslaught's location, but find himself overpowered by Xavier's alter ego. Onslaught then defeats Crystal and Nathaniel, taking down the first team sent by our heroes. In another corner of the heroes' quarters, the Thing, Hawkeye, and Lyja also find themselves facing the villain. Their physical attacks have no effect, and they too are easily incapacitated. The next in line are Sue and Bishop, who find Onslaught hiding in Franklin's room. In an ingenious display of strategy, Bishop stores energy from the Invisible Woman's attacks and fires it at Onslaught. For once, the villain falters and begins to change form under the immense power of Bishop's plasma blasts. We see him turn back into the Professor, but it's just a trick to lure Bishop, who makes the fatal mistake of trusting his opponent. While the battle rages,
everybody's getting
Franklin
shattered
Richards
nose
sits in a
today.
corner enjoying cookies. Suddenly, his friend and Onslaught's illusion, Charlie, finds the young boy. However, before he can be whisked away, Reed Richards and Iceman find their way to the room, and another tough battle begins. Eventually, the defeated heroes also gain their sense and find their way to Franklin, but a powerful psionic blast knocks them all out. Our protagonists lie defeated as Onslaught carries away Franklin with relative ease. Cable angers the Hulk. A desperate Cable hurries to dismantle his bike and redeem the weapons stored inside it. Only a few crucial seconds remain before he descends upon Cable. Just as predicted, only moments later, Cable is greeted by a terrifying sight. The Green Goliath, Hulk himself, is lunging at our time traveler. However, the Hulk assures Cable that he's there to help him and urges him to put the gun down. But Cable realizes that he's unable to read Hulk's mind, which usually just means something bad. His suspicions are confirmed when the Hulk finds his moment and kicks Cable high into the air, muttering 3 dreaded words. Onslaught sends his regards. An earth-shattering battle plays out between the two. And Cable finds himself at a disadvantage as his psi energy is split between fighting the Hulk and defending himself from the technovirus. With great effort, Cable manages to knock the Hulk down, only to find an even more disturbing fact. The Hulk recovers and turns grey. We know that we're now watching a third personality hidden away in Banner's tortured psyche. This new Hulk begins to land such a brutal beating upon Nathan Summers that the citizens in the vicinity have to be evacuated. SHIELD Commander G.W. Bridge and Officer Contessa Valentina de Fontaine watch the intense conflict unfold from the SHIELD helicarrier above Manhattan and are forced to change their course towards Baltimore. The battle isn't going well. The technovirus is at the cusp of consuming him while the Hulk smashes an entire diner over his head. The only respite comes when Storm makes makes it to the scene and drives the Hulk away momentarily. She then lifts the diner off of Cable's unconscious body, only to find that his heart is stopped. In a desperate move, Storm drives a bolt of lightning into Cable's body, resuscitating him. The Hulk returns just as they find their feet again, but Cable stops it with a powerful psionic blast this time. Though the Hulk turns green again, it's clear from a single look into his green eyes that the rage monster is now angrier than ever. Somewhere far away, Apocalypse and Ozymandias watch with bated breaths as the Age of Heroes draws to an end. The Hulk finds his way. The Hulk manages to carry away Cable's weakened body to his lair while Storm chases them. But for the moment, the Green Giant has gained the upper hand. Elsewhere, Johnny Jones, another time traveler, writhes in her bed. Lost in an endless dream, Janice, taunted by her nemesis, the Maestro, wakes up to the Hulk, sitting by her bed. Suddenly, the giant begins convulsing and repeating the words, "Have to destroy Cable." But it's all in vain, as this is an illusion. The real event had already transpired many hours ago. The Hulk carries the barely conscious Cable into the Emerald Magazine Distribution Company, where we discover that the Hulk is not as unfeeling as he seems. The poster is Betty Page sending down a self-destructive spiral, allowing Cable a chance to sneak into his psyche. Despite making his way into the Hulk's mind, Cable still faces an uphill battle as Onslaught's influence is evident everywhere in the Hulk's psyche. Cable discovers a psychic block in the form of a door. Behind this entrance lie all the secrets to Hulk's current state. Suddenly, massive boulders carrying the Hulk's face plummet down on Cable as he's jolted back to the corporeal world. Just as the Hulk is about to smash the weakened time traveler, a tornado created by Storm knocks the giant off his feet. However, in the exchange, Storm is wounded too, as a piece of debris flung by the Hulk hits her in the chest and knocks her into a body of water, and manages to find his way to a nearby gun shop and walks out with a formidable-looking weapon. He fires, but the Hulk doesn't respond, deeming the weapon to be a regular gun. However, inside the projectiles is a gas that catches the Hulk by surprise and surrounds him, causing the rage monster to flee the scene. The gas does its job, and the Hulk soon crashes to the ground. We return to Janice recovering in the Pantheon safe house, when something awakens her. She sees a golden figure towering over her, none other than the supervillain Ajax. After weakening the Hulk with the gas, Cable can finally determine the cause of his errant behavior. Onslaught's telepathic abilities have tried to crush Hulk's innate intelligence, but haven't been entirely successful yet. Cable asks Storm to hit Hulk with a lightning bolt strong enough to reboot his brain. Meanwhile, Cable travels to the deep recesses of the monster's mind and finally finds the man inside the monster. He breaks a rock encasement, setting Dr. Banner free. Though the Hulk returns to the side of the heroes, Onslaught looms over the world as the greatest threat Marvel's heroes have ever faced. The next chapter of the Onslaught saga begins in London, where the populace has gone insane owing to an ancient artifact hidden under the city. In its attempt to organize a coup, the Hellfire Club has awakened this mysterious power, which is now driving the entire city of London into a violent frenzy. Inside the quarters of the Black Air Supernatural Investigation Agency, Margali Sardos is performing a dark ritual with the help of Douglock's head. We see her partner, the Red King, held in place by something whispering terrible things in his ear. As he watches, the ritual draws to a completion, and the power source is revealed. It turns out to be a demon, feeding off of the city's insanity. Somewhere above the chaos, former Black Air agent Pete Wisdom is helplessly watching the scene unfold. Meanwhile, Excalibur, the British collective of mutants consisting of Colossus, Kitty Pryde, Wisdom, Rain Sinclair, Megan, Kurt Wagner and their pet Lockheed are rushing to the location. As their jet hovers over the Black Air Tower, our hero spots Scrath, a Black Air agent running away. Infuriated, Wisdom jumps off of the carrier and uses his power to carry him through the air. Back inside the aircraft, Kurt readies the rest of his team for what will surely be a challenging encounter. Xavier's Secret. On Muir Island, the magician Amanda Sefton appears to Moira McTaggart in a wounded state. She reveals that Margali, her mother, had been entrusted with the Soul Sword. Unfortunately, the sword
Guess it's
corrupted
pretty lucky
her,
these
turning
things
Amanda's
don't
mother into the Red
have to
Queen.
eat.
It corrupted Margali and implanted within her the desire to gain power from the devil under London. Unable to stop the Queen on her own, Amanda was there to ask for help and is shocked to learn that the Excalibur are already in London. Just then, the X-Men arrive on the island on their jet, the Blackbird. Jean, Cyclops, Cannonball, Angel and Psylocke exit the ship and break the terrible news to Moira. A heartbroken Jean informs Moira Charles Xavier has gone insane, but Moira already knows why the X-Men are at their door. There's a secret room within the island that the Professor had once used to store Shi'ar technology. It's rumored that this crypt room is the location for Xavier's greatest secret, the Xavier Protocols. In London, the Black Queen greets Brian Braddock just moments after murdering her husband, the Black King, in cold blood. She seems to be surprised that Captain Marvel somehow escaped the control effect influencing the city. Suddenly, Captain Britain is ambushed by Scribe, whose body is being possessed and controlled by Mountjoy at the Black Air Tower. The remaining members of Excalibur plan their attack. Upon breaking in, they find the foyer of the tower to be empty, but Megan helps them to move toward the center of the event. Driven to madness by the Red Queen's ritual, Colossus is forced to split from the rest of the team as he buys them valuable time by blocking the guards. Beneath Muir, Cyclops and Moira enter Xavier's secret crypt room. The room seems to be filled with cutting-edge security. It grants access to the professor's trusted students. Once inside, they're greeted by a holographic projection of Xavier, who reveals an anti-psionic suit. It turns out that the Xavier protocols were developed by the professor as the last way to stop him and his students should they become a mortal threat to humanity. Thus, the suit is designed to counter all the professor's powers. The suit is just the beginning, though. The machine moves on to describe ways of killing the other X-Men. On the streets of London, Wisdom and his former colleague are engaged in a gruesome battle. Scratch, a seasoned killer, seems to have the upper hand. After hurting Wisdom's leg, he knocks the hero into a shop, but just as it seems that our hero has lost, Scratch is burnt to ashes by a terrifying flame. It's Lockheed, the dragon. Wisdom passes the beast a grateful smile before promising to flush him down the toilet. Inside the tower, the remaining X-Men are still struggling to make their way to the Red Queen. When the crew discovers a techno-organic version of the Brood awaiting them around the corner, Megan is forced to stay behind. She holds back the creatures using her electromagnetic powers, allowing Kitty, Nightcrawler, and Wolfsbane to move on. But just across the corridor, they encounter the Red King wielding a sword. Fortunately, it only takes a moment for Nightcrawler to accept this challenge as the group's resident swordsman and defeat the Queen's companion. In another corner of the city, the Black Queen unwields her psionic blades in front of the ambushed Captain Britain. The Captain, however, uses his incredible strength to break free from Mountjoy's grip and easily incapacitates the Black Queen. But Mountjoy, slick as ever, finds an opportune moment and fires a cocktail. These live bullets begin eating away at Captain Britain's force field. Finding his adversary distracted, Mountjoy runs off into the streets. By twisting inside his force field, the Captain is able to escape the projectiles and eventually manages to catch up to Mountjoy. A mighty fist appears out of the sky and pins the shapeshifter to the ground, notching another impressive victory for Britain's greatest guardian. Inside the Black Air HQ, members of Excalibur finally emerge onto the chamber where the Red Queen is holding her ceremony. But it seems they're too late, and Doug is found to be unresponsive. Using her technological aptitude, Kitty deletes the software that had been installed into Doug to make him lose control of his body. Though Doug can now interact with the others, he still doesn't seem to be completely free of the link between him and the demon. Fortunately, Amanda makes it to the interiors of the tower just in time and teleports the others beneath the ground. Using the last ounce of her strength, she's able to seal the demon away, saving the day. While the Excalibur celebrate their success, the X-Men come to the terrible realization that their mentor had been keeping careful records on how to kill them all this while. Moira helps the X-Men download the Xavier protocols and bids the group a teary goodbye. As the group departs, we're left with just one question. Will the Xavier protocols be enough to stop the man who created them? Beast or man? We find Wolverine in the middle of a raging storm, scaling the walls of the Massachusetts Academy in search of the reclusive mystic, Gateway. He finds the scrawny old man perched atop the Academy's roof in a meditative state. Despite Wolverine's numerous attempts to talk to him, Gateway doesn't answer. Instead, he starts whirling the strange tool, his bull roarer, in rapid circles. These movements seem to put Wolverine into a trance, and he finds himself stuck in a distant memory. Logan watches in horror as he's made to relive the fateful night in Japan where his bride, Mariko, has been poisoned in the course of a battle. Writhing in excruciating pain, she cries in Wolverine's arms, "Spare me the agony. Use your claws, my beloved." Helpless and unable to bear the pain, Logan is knocked off the roof and is free falling to the ground when someone helps him break his fall and climbs in through a window. It turned out to be Elektra, who revealed that she followed him here to set him back on the right path. The two join forces and try to approach the mystical mutant still perched on the school's roof. He's as stubborn as stick, Elektra complains, but the mention of her master's name makes Gateway notice the duo. He whirls the bull roarer again, and this time it's Elektra who's transferred to a strange realm where she floats along the river Styx with a mysterious figure. There, in the depths of hell, Elektra is taunted by visions of her father.
What the hell does this have to do with Onslaught?
The resurrection by the Hand, and the failed romance between her and Daredevil.
I might have zoned out
finally
for a
emerges
minute.
back in reality. she's able to deduce that there's a reason behind Gateway's actions. Maybe Gateway's just preparing them for something much worse they'd have to endure to know the truth. Gateway uses his powers again, and this time, Wolverine and Elektra find themselves in the X-Mansion. Here, among the memories and photographs of all the X-Men, Wolverine finally tells Elektra the truth about the Professor and his new alter ego, Onslaught. Gateway acts one more time, and the two mutants are dropped on Avalon in the midst of the X-Men's last battle with Magneto. Wolverine feels the adamantium being ripped out of his body and is paralyzed by the pain. Somehow, Elektra helps him up. We then witness the battle between the Professor and Magneto. However, this time around, Wolverine is finally able to grasp what really transpired. While the Professor battles his old friend, using his powers to erase Magneto's memory, something else also emerges from the mutant's psyche. This twisted homunculus attaches itself to the naive Professor, corrupting him. Finally, we know the secret to Onslaught's origin. That night, Wolverine finds himself sliding into despair, blaming himself for the Professor's condition. Had it not been for him, the Professor wouldn't have gone to such extremes with Magneto. Elektra tries to comfort Logan, but he just laments, "I used to be a man." Old friends, new foes. The X-Men aren't the only ones gathering their forces for the battle that lies ahead. Deep beneath an abandoned factory, Onslaught is probing the Dark Beast for information. Intrigued by the Beast's travel through the space-time continuum, Onslaught is looking to gather information regarding the mutants who would be sympathetic to his course. Suddenly, the psionic monster senses a new presence. A portal appears overhead, and in drops Fatal, the Dark Beast's most trusted servant. Unimpressed, Onslaught tightens his grasp, and a desperate Beast reveals, "No, there are others. One inside the X-Factor, and another." Just then, with a blinding flash of light, the second Summer sibling and the Beast's final accomplice, Havoc, appears. At X-Factor's HQ in Falls Edge, a Sentinel acquired by Forge and Val Cooper for training the team has gone wild. Forge is just about to answer an emergency transmission when the sirens go off, and the Sentinel starts wreaking havoc. Soon, Random, Mystique, Wildchild, Polaris, and Shard come in to stop the massive robot. However, after a couple of exchanges, the team realized that they didn't have enough firepower and would need backup. Luckily, in a sub-basement far below Falls Edge, they have just the answer. Sabretooth, the feral beast-like mutant, is incarcerated there, and he can already smell a visitor approach. Mystique approaches the vile mutant with half a mind to kill him, but before anything can happen, they're interrupted by Fatal, who sneaks them off in her portal. Minutes later, Fatal also appears at the scene of the X-Factor's battle and teleports the giant through one of her portals. She leaves the team confused and defeated, concerned about both the lost Sentinel and Mystique. Afraid of the danger a loose Sentinel pose, Sentinel on the energy signals from the trap placed by Forge inside the giant ring. For some reason, he tries to keep Polaris from leaving the team. It's only after the team tried to see the unanswered emergency message that had arrived before everything went south. It was Jean Grey. Following the team of Onslaught's approach, the team arrives at the Dark Beast's lair, the abandoned Grand Core factory. Forge splits from the team and takes an alternate route around the building. Wildchild is working the front door when suddenly it glows red hot and bursts apart in a sudden explosion. On the other side stands their former teammate, Havoc. He's accompanied by Fatal, who sneers at our hero's disbelief and taunts Polaris, "Your boyfriend's mine now." Despite Polaris's disbelief, it's evident that this is not the same Alex Summers that the world had once known. Polaris tries to reason with him despite Random's protests, but her former lover suddenly fires a massive blast in her direction. At the last second, Lorna conjures a magnetic shield that barely holds up against the power of the blast. While Polaris struggles to make her defense last, Fatal tells the team that she's been authorized to cut an offer. If they surrendered and volunteered to be a part of Onslaught's genetic experiments, they would get to live. The team denies Fatal's offer, but then the teleporter turns to Random and says, "Time to get to work. And don't give me any of that 'I'm exactly where I belong' garbage. You had no problem bringing Summers to the boss." To everyone's utter shock, Random turns against X-Factor and points his weaponized arm straight at Wildchild. While the team battles outside, Forge manages to sneak inside the factory, where a terrifying sight awaits him. Rows of battle-ready Sentinels stand in the basement, being configured for their final launch. But before Forge can make sense of this occurrence, a giant hand breaks through the walls and grabs him. Outside, the battle has grown even more intense. Betrayed by two of her closest aides, Polaris is devastated. Just as Random and Havoc are about to launch their next round of attacks, the walls of the factory begin to shake. Suddenly, the battle is interrupted by Forge and Post, who are engaged in a battle of their own. Forge tells X-Factor about the Sentinels, and this helps Polaris to gather herself. She faces off against Havoc, but Alex is too powerful. For a moment, it seems like Polaris is about to be killed by the man she once loved, but Random suddenly aims his gun at Alex. Havoc realizes this and turns his attack toward Random, who suffers a brutal hit. Unable to hold his form together, he goes back to his real avatar, that of a scrawny teenager. While Havoc is distracted, Polaris apologizes to her lover before hitting him with a powerful magnetic pulse. However, we soon realize that despite X-Factor's valiant efforts, it's all been in vain. The ground shudders, and pillars of smoke rise into the sky. One by one, the Sentinels are let loose upon the world. Freefall. While the X-Factor is stuck at the abandoned factory, Fatal transports Mystique and Sabretooth to a mysterious underground cavern. Here, the duo are greeted by an unlikely host, the Beast. Apparently, he seems to make them an offer so good that they can't refuse. He leads his surprised guests deeper into the caves, where they discover the Beast's hidden laboratory. Here, the Dark Beast finally explains to Mystique and Sabretooth that he isn't actually the real McCoy. He invites them to join his master, Onslaught, and offers them a gift. Forge. The leader of the X-Factor pops in through one of Fatal's portals. Then, with a click, the Dark Beast deactivates the inhibitor and neural implant that had been placed inside Mystique and Sabretooth by Forge. The Dark Beast offers Forge to the duo, believing that he would become the subject of their wrath. Instead, Mystique and Sabretooth attack the Dark Beast. During the fight, we see Mystique use her powers in a new way, surprising the Dark Beast. Her ability to specifically morph certain parts of her body to replicate other mutants sparks the villain's interest. Working together, Forge, Mystique, and Sabretooth are able to injure the monster, but their opponent has one final trick up his sleeve. A portal appears and sneaks off the villain, but not before he assures our heroes that the real McCoy will soon be dead. Hank versus Hank. The issue begins with Forge reactivating the implants in Sabretooth and Mystique while they're distracted. Having already failed to stop the Sentinel launch, the team finds themselves in a desperate position. They decide to split into 3 groups to make the search for the real Beast quicker. Shard and Polaris are left behind to stand guard over Random and Havoc. Wildchild goes with Mystique, while Forge accompanies Sabretooth. The 2 teams head into the building and start making their way into the complex system of tunnels underneath the abandoned factory. Wildchild tells Mystique that he's surprised to be working with her again. The 2 strike up a conversation, and Wildchild tries to get under Mystique's skin by telling her that she'd be a good mum. Mystique retorts by asking Wildchild whether he was just longing for the parents who had abandoned him. While the 2 pester each other, the floor underneath their feet suddenly gives away. Mystique is just about to fall into the hole when Wildchild grabs her hair and pulls her back. Despite this close shave, the road ahead is blocked. Mystique, with an enigmatic smile, asks Wildchild to hold on tight for the wild ride ahead. Meanwhile, Forge and Sabretooth are battling mechanical tentacles designed to keep intruders away. The 2 make short work of the obstructions when Forge's tracer suddenly goes off, indicating that Hank is near. Sabretooth tears through the walls, and they finally emerge into the secret chamber where the Beast is being held. But before they can free their comrade, Fatal appears and blocks their way. Sabretooth is ready to pounce on her, but the battle is stopped before it can begin. Wildchild and Mystique appear above them, flying thanks to Angel's old wings being manifested by Mystique. Wildchild drops a heavy strike on Fatal, and the teleporter is finally defeated. Outside the factory, Polaris is still devastated by Havoc and Random's betrayal. Random tries to defend himself and narrates how it was McCoy who took care of him and trained him to control his powers. The poor boy had no option other than to obey his father figure.
See how we're doing here.
To hurt Lorna. He tries to assure
Really
her
need to find more metals so I can finish off my second
then Alex tries to
geothermal power plant. Maybe we could buy from these guys. Let's see.
Polaris gives in and undoes Havoc's
Wouldn't that be
shackles.
lucky?
He's lying. He yells Random and turns back to his adult form. But it's too late. Alex, now free, lets his powers push to the limit. With a massive blast, he obliterates Random and turns him into a sentient fluid. Random manages to slither into the sewer and escape. This prompts Shard to follow him, leaving Polaris alone to face her former lover. Inside the factory, the team finally seems to succeed. Beast, grateful at being freed, begins to rush away in haste, only to be stopped by the Sabretooth. Actually, Sabretooth's superior sense of smell has detected a neat little trick, and he refuses to let Beast go, despite the other members' protests. Sabretooth acts upon his hunch and smashes the wall behind the Beast, revealing a hidden chamber. It's in there that we find the real Hank McCoy. Finally awakened, the X-Man rushes at his imposter and knocks him out with ease. However, upon emerging outside, the team learns that Polaris is grievously injured, agrees to teleport them to the nearest hospital, but it's evident that this is just another step in the Dark Beast's elaborate scheme. The Spider and the Sentinels. Many miles away, Ben Reilly, the new Spider-Man, is still oblivious to Onslaught's existence. For the moment, his greatest concern is the recent crime spree, consisting of multiple robberies, all pointing to different members of his rogues gallery. But the perpetrator is a man called Norton G. Fester, who's gained numerous powers from a mysterious meteorite. Also known as the Looter, Norton is a master thief who's been committing crimes by using weapons acquired from the Ringer, the Trapster, the Mauler, and the Shocker. Hidden in his lair, The villain dreams about stealing the final component of his master plan. Perplexed by the
Oh, this
crimes,
is junk
Ben is forced to
clothing.
visit Peter Parker and his wife.
I
Mary
couldn't
Jane,
get rid of
hospital.
anything
There
that's
we find that Mary is
poor,
expecting, and owing to this, Peter is confined
under
to the hospital.
70%.
However, after some brainstorming, Peter helps Ben pick
Normal.
out some clues from the newspapers.
Depends how
The
desperate
new
for stuff
Spidey
I
sets
am.
off to the suspected location for the next robbery. As expected, the place is attacked by the
What's
looter,
doing
who
here?
manages to abduct Spider-Man and bind him with his own webbing. The villain then proceeds to explain his plan to the webhead, but before Norton's schemes can
Guess
materialize,
I could
Spider's
start
webbing
breeding some
is on.
puppers.
This leads to a massive battle, and the looter is eventually defeated. However, before Spider-Man can even take in his success, he feels his spider senses tingle as he looks up to the sky. The reason becomes clear.
Oh, I know.
The Sentinels have made it to New York City. New York falls. Oblivious to the Sentinels' arrival, Peter and MJ are making their way across the 59th Street Bridge when suddenly their path is blocked by a giant Sentinel standing in their way. The robot announces to the confused travelers, by order of Onslaught, this city is under martial law. All mutants and enhanced humans are hereby commanded to surrender or suffer immediate termination. The robot's sensors detect Peter's presence, who barely manages to escape as a deadly energy blast hits their automobile. Jumping to a higher ground with MJ, Peter is finally able to catch a glimpse of the city, now completely overrun by deadly robots. Peter watches helplessly, having given up the mantle of Spider-Man after losing his powers. However, something about the situation reawakens his abilities, and for the moment, Peter is able to hold his own against the robots. Across the city, the offices of the Daily Bugle are under attack. We see a Sentinel plunge his arm into the building, and the workers are forced to evacuate. While the others move into the basement, Ben Reilly is streaking across rooftops, changing into his costume. Inside the shelter, the mother tries to comfort a child by telling him about guardian angels like Spider-Man, who would undoubtedly protect them. Out on the streets, the battle continues. Peter and MJ are detected by a Sentinel while fleeing, which leads Peter to abandon his wife and distract the robot. However, during the chase, Pete's powers start faltering again. Fortunately, this misleads the Sentinels, who take off, thinking Peter to be a normal human being. Stuck inside the Daily Bugle, J. Jonah Jameson is trying to keep the news running despite the attack on his office. Suddenly, the Sentinels' attack stop, and Jameson peers out the window, half expecting Spider-Man to be the one stopping the killer robot. But to everyone's surprise, it turns out to be Green Goblin fighting the good fight. The new Goblin who accidentally acquired the Green Goblin's abilities during a visit to the Oscorp Tower. Now, seeing his city being attacked by the Sentinels, Bill finds himself drawn to its defense. After donning his costume, Bill engages the Sentinel, but he finds himself considerably overmatched. After a couple of exchanges, the robot swats the Goblin off his glider, now injured and alone in a dark alley. The cowering Phil ditches the mask as the Sentinels wouldn't deem him a threat without its powers. However, this cowardly act doesn't sit well with his conscience, and after a brief moment of contemplation, the Goblin attacks the Sentinel one more time. The Goblin tricks the hulking
Gotta
murder
keep
machine
freed
and
it, but I
drives
got
his
fucked
glider
up.
straight through the
That's
monster's head.
hilarious.
Though the Sentinel is soundly defeated, the ensuing explosion knocks the Goblin back, destroying his mask. This effectively strips Phil of all powers, and Goblin is rendered completely helpless on the battlefield. With the Sentinel defeated, Pete decides to leave MJ at the comparatively safe offices of the Daily Bugle. Though powerless, Peter walks back into the battle with just a camera at his disposal. Meanwhile, Pete's clone, Ben Reilly, is slinging over the head of a Sentinel, trying to take a behemoth down. Ben uses his impact webbing to knock the robot off its feet and uses the opening to tear through the monster's head using a manhole cover. At long last, Spider-Man has finally figured out how to take these mutant murdering machines down. The tale of two Spider-Men. Peter is scrambling along the roofs, camera in hand. With his powers faltering, all Pete can do is photograph the giants terrifying the city. Suddenly, he feels his spider sense returning, and a familiar buzz cuts through Peter's head. He turns to find two Sentinels in pursuit of his clone, the new Spider-Man, Ben. We see multiple Sentinels closing in on Ben, and one even manages to grasp the spider in his fist. Just as the robot's about to terminate Ben, it notices someone else in the vicinity. It's Peter, who's trying to divert the robot's attention. However, with his powers failing, he's helpless against the massive mutant hunter. The Sentinel charges its weapon and is just about to fire at Peter when Ben recovers and blinds the robot with his webbing. The two Spider-Men flee, but a massive blast catches Ben mid-swing. They fall down an industrial chimney, where we find that Ben has suffered considerable wounds. Ben rips at the ground, unearthing a small manhole at the base of the chimney, and they escape further into the sewers below. However, it's all in vain as the Sentinels rip through layers of concrete and rock until it all comes tumbling down. Afraid that this would be the end of the road, Ben hands his web shooters to Peter and asks him to go back to his wife. Ben stays behind, trying to hold the fort. The Sentinels descend on him with brutal force. Ben manages to defeat one of them by hurling a metal pipe through its temple. But the other robots are too much for the lone spider, and Ben ends up getting caught. The robot looms over him, charging his weapon when a web wraps around its head and pulls it away. It seems like Peter's powers have returned, at least for the moment. In a tremendous display of strength and skill, Pete rips off the Sentinel's head and uses it as a wrecking ball to destroy the other robots. After winning the battle, Peter dives into the ruins to find a recovering Ben. Do you have any idea
Alright, let's
what
get
we're
back
up
into
against?
mining.
Pete asks Ben. Some guy called Onslaught. Ben
Did I
tells
get
Peter.
much done?
The X-Men
Just,
are taking him. Right there. The two
doing
spiders
that.
decide to join the fight. Sinister intentions. We find Mr. Sinister.
Alright, I'm
in
gonna let
Egypt.
this
He's come
run
there to
for
test his
a hot
fears,
minute.
to find out if the ancient mutant apocalypse
I
really moves
will
again. As
be
expected,
back
Apocalypse's
momentarily.
sarcophagus is found to
Yeah, I've many hours in RimWorld. I wouldn't say I'm like particularly good at the game or anything, but let's see. I think Steam will tell me. Yeah, I got almost 1,400 clocked in, so. Although some of it might be a certain amount of like just playing in the background. But still figuring out Anomaly. It's caused some setbacks here and there where I've had to go back pretty far. But I'm getting by. Alright, let's get back to that Onslaught saga.
To be empty. Sinister finds this intriguing, almost as intriguing as the new player Onslaught, who had recently cast his shadow all over the planet. But Sinister isn't really worried, as he knows that it's in the worst of times that all things become possible. Under the ruins of the X-Mansion, Nate Gray waits for news. As one of the primary targets of Onslaught, it's essential to keep him from the villain's clutches. To ensure this, he's being guarded by the second-generation team of mutants, X-Force. Domino, Siren, Sunspot, Caliban, and Meltdown surround the time traveler. Their camaraderie makes Nate reminisce about his own time when he, too, had friends. He tells Domino that he had once known a woman like her once. That Domino, a cold-blooded mercenary, was a far cry from the woman that now stood before him. Left alone and of no practical use in the war efforts, Nate grows frustrated. Moreover, he's further dismayed by his inability to reach the one person who really needs him. In the heart of Upper West Manhattan, Threnody rests inside the St. John Cathedral.
Seen a lot of slate.
Praise. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against. Born with the power to absorb and rechannel the energies released in death, Threnody has always been a target. Tonight,
the
however,
limestone
she's
is
an
more
especially
south.
easy target and soon attracts the attention
raid
of the Marauders. Arclight, Harpoon, Scalp Puncher,
one
and
up
Vertigo
north.
break in through the skylight.
Most of
Vertigo's
them are
attack sends
down
Threnody
here.
reeling, but somehow she's able to evade Scalp Hunter's gunfire. The stun projectiles
Alright,
hit
it's time to get
Vertigo
this
instead.
guy
Threnody
gone.
uses her powers to channel Vertigo's pain and releases it back at the Marauders, knocking them all out. Her efforts are in vain, however, as she finds his escape blocked by none other than Mr. Sinister.
bio-coded
Some
weapons.
30 minutes later, the X-Force discovers that the security measures outside the mansion are failing. Fearing an attack, the team retreats further into the mansion, where the alien warrior Shatterstar joins them. To counter the enemy, the team splits up and heads after the intruder. Despite the Siren's protests, Nate accompanies them. Soon,
Probably
Siren
sold
and the tracker
everything.
Caliban chance upon the intruder, Sinister, but are silenced before they act.
There we go.
The rest of the team travels into the ammunition vault
Big
and gears
machine
up for the
pistol.
ensuing battle. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the mutants, and the villain, Mr. Sinister, finally reveals himself. We catch glimpses of the Sinister and Nate's twisted history. After all, it was Sinister who had artificially created Nate from genetic material obtained from Cyclops and Jean Grey. Memories flood in, and Nate notices the similarity between Mr. Sinister and the man who slaughtered Forge back in his
Alright,
timeline.
here we
The battle
go.
begins abruptly as the X-Force attacks Sinister with all their might. However,
Hold the
their high-tech
line.
weapons have little effect. Unhindered by the rest of the team, Sinister focuses on what he deems to be a specimen of genetic perfection, Nate, the X-Man. He tells Nate that it was his arrival in this reality that was to blame for the arrival of Onslaught. It was Nate who gave the Side Beast access to its armor while forcibly pulling Xavier from the astral plane. Nate, confused and perplexed, finds himself succumbing to Sinister's attack. Nate's power, though tremendous, is still crude and uncontained.
Alright, there we
He finds
go.
himself helpless against Sinister's control.
I don't think I've had any
Sinister proclaims,
fatalities yet.
"You are power incarnate. I control." X-Factor versus Sinister. The X-Factor is a loss. Most are still recovering from the last attack. Only Domino stands adamantly, but she knows she'll be no match against such a powerful foe. Caliban, the
Not
Morlock,
bad.
is especially perplexed. The tracker is confused by all
Capture
the
that
activity
thing.
by Onslaught, and even by Sinister's arrival. All he knows is that his head is on fire. Suddenly, he plunges at Sinister, feral and unhinged. It turns out that during his time as the Apocalypse's horseman,
Victor,
Caliban had been
know this
fitted with a
one.
failsafe against Sinister. A raging Caliban attacks Sinister, who's surprised by the Morlock's newfound strength. This spurt of strength allows Caliban to pin down Sinister with an almost bestial ferocity. The X-Factor recovers and is surprised to find the gentle friend replaced by a merciless monster tearing their foe to shreds. Taking this opportunity, Domino sets off the mansion's self-destruct sequence. Moments later, the X-Man's base of operations goes up in a terrifying ball of flames. Outside the school's compound, X-Factor's strongest member, Warpath, is making his return from Florida. A new friend, Risque, accompanies him, and the two seem deep in love. However, towering flames in the distance clearly indicate that something is very wrong at the Institute. Inside the debris of Xavier's school, Sinister comes back to his senses. Sunspot, Domino, and Nate have retreated deeper into the mansion, where Nate reveals that his powers have been shut down by Sinister. Meanwhile, Caliban and Meltdown have been knocked down even further into the sewers. Caliban has just gotten back to his senses and finds himself just as confused as the other. Caliban was out of control. He mutters to Meltdown. Finding her friend scared and disturbed, Meltdown embraces Caliban and assures him, "You're not going to hurt anybody." As they flee, Domino tries to figure out why Sinister could shut off Nate's powers but not cables. Together, they deduce that it might be due to the protective aura arising from the Ascani teaching torture cable from a very young age. Nate probes Sunspot to learn more about the Ascani.
Probably won't be able to build one for a minute,
blacksmith,
though.
Cable's mentor. The psychic image
I'll just
knocks
do it
both
passive
Nate and
forward.
Sunspot while providing no clear answers. Siren
Oh,
and
give me
Shatterstar have
back.
already been defeated by Sinister, but in his overconfidence, Sinister fails to notice Warpath, who knocks him over with a massive punch. Simultaneously, Risque attacks the villain with the inorganic matter nearby. Together, they're able to stall Sinister enough for Nate to gain his powers again. Now armed with Ascani secrets,
to be these
the X-Man
guys.
attacks Sinister on all fronts, psychologically, physically,
help
and
them out.
telekinetically. Finally, it seems like the heroes have won.
Well, let's
However,
see.
Sinister
Let's-
has one final trick up his sleeve.
Let's
He lures Nate to
calculate
probe
how much
psychologically
effort
to unearth
I actually
secrets
want to
about
put
the
into
apocalypse,
these
but uses the opportunity
turd
to rechannel his
burglars.
energy back at the X-Factor. With one fell swoop, he defeats the X-Factor. Slinging Nate's unconscious body over his shoulder, Sinister mutters, "Now we can begin." The Punisher is recruited. In New York, the vigilante Frank Castle, aka the Punisher, watches helplessly as the city falls. Sentinels stand among the skyscrapers
Man.
and smoke blows
Now
into
look
the
at their
night. All the bridges and
stats.
tunnels out of the city have
Pick
been
up
shut,
health.
but a lone SHIELD helicarrier has made it through the
Metal
barricade.
toes
The Punisher
fine.
wishes that the former head of SHIELD was alive, but then
Both
he was the one who killed him. Inside the helicarrier,
Yet-
SHIELD's
yet
new
can-
chief, GW
yet
Bridge,
can-
is assessing the
yet-
situation with his fellow agents.
Right.
Soon, paragliding troopers will be
Pretty
deployed in the
erotic,
streets.
but has
Unfortunately,
chemical
the Sentinels detect
fascination.
this maneuver, and the robots promptly
Capable
shoot the
of carrying-
helicarrier out of the sky. The Punisher rushes to save the people aboard while the
Capable of carrying
aircraft sinks further into the
crowds.
cold waters. But the helicarrier's fall is also noticed by
I have
others,
a cult
like the infamous
child
junkyard dogs
who's a
and their
night
leader,
owl.
Rashid Hammer Jones.
Capable of
These
being
thieves rush toward the
intellectual.
sinking carrier in order to steal the high-tech
All right,
equipment
so-
on board. Despite heavy casualties, GW Bridge and the High Command survived the attack and are struggling to find their feet.
They wouldn't
The
be the
agents start
worst to keep
evacuating as their
around.
commander configures the self-destruct feature. However,
But
the
check
agent's
out their
escape is blocked
genetics.
by the dogs, who start
It's
firing
the
upon the
aggressive
desperate
thing
survivors.
that kinda
Fortunately,
sucks.
the Punisher is there to help. He diverts the
Always
attackers and
start
hides in the
shit.
remnants of the aircraft. While evading the assailant's gunfire, he makes a misstep and is about to take a plunge when he's saved by Bridge. Together, the two soldiers take up all the dogs' attention,
harvest
allowing
them.
their SHIELD members to escape.
It's
Following
a
this, they
harvesting
escape the carrier
time.
just moments before it's blown up by the Sentinels. Once ashore, Frank decides to work as a team player for once and joins the SHIELD in order to defeat the monster onslaught. Total invasion. New York is totally overrun by
Take
Sentinels.
one.
The giant robots face no
Kidney.
resistance, save for the few heroes that have managed to gather on
heart.
top of the Four Freedoms Plaza. There, high above the
Take
falling
your right
city,
lung,
our heroes are
take your
gathering their
right
forces.
kidney,
We see the Fantastic
take
Four and
your
Avengers
left.
stand together in this dark hour, trying to assess the situation. They're also accompanied by Bishop and Iceman. Xavier's found his soldiers. Captain America remarks. Iceman reminds Steve not to call the psionic monster Xavier.
Some more.
Call him Onslaught, he says.
Purple.
In response to Bishop's inquiries about Magneto, the captain
Yeah.
calls forth the master of magnetism, now de-aged
Hitting
and
them.
cleansed of his criminal tendencies.
They're good.
He's also accompanied by a former member of the X-Men, Rogue. Tensions are high, especially for Sue Storm, whose son Franklin has been abducted by Onslaught for his reality warping abilities. The team scatter across New York City. Captain America, The Thing, Scarlet Witch, Iceman, Human Torch, Gambit, Magneto,
Tame
Rogue,
squirrel.
Hawkeye, and Vision stay above
I didn't
ground
see
to
it
fight.
coming.
Meanwhile, Giant Man, Bishop, Iron Man, Reed Richards, and Sue Storm start working on a weapon that'd be powerful enough to take down their formidable foe. Somewhere in an alternate realm, Onslaught and Charlie are convincing the innocent Franklin to become a part of their devious scheme. Helpless and all alone, all the poor child can do is watch as Onslaught begins harvesting his dormant power. Meanwhile, the X-Men are flying across the Atlantic after receiving the Xavier protocols from Moira McTaggart. The files contain detailed information on how to terminate members of the X-Men and could be the only way to truly stop Onslaught. Inside the Four Freedoms Plaza, some of the world's brightest minds are trying to find a solution to the problems posed by Onslaught's abilities. In the wreckage of Nathaniel Richards' armor, Iron Man finds a piece of tech that could protect the team if Onslaught were to take over Franklin's powers. The battle for New York is in full swing. With their combined efforts, the heroes are finally achieving some success against the robots. We find Rogue and Magneto working together to take down one of the Sentinels, but another one manages to sneak behind them. Fortunately, Gambit is there to save the two. It's evident that Gambit is uncomfortable with the strange connection between the de-aged Magneto and his former lover, Rogue. Suddenly, the heroes are interrupted by a nova flash from the direction of Central Park. Like a dawning sun, the light grows and blinds the city. When the light recedes, a humongous
Body
urban
parts did
citadel
we
is
get
left
before he
behind,
died?
towering over the city
We got a
skyscrapers.
heart and we got a
Standing on
kidney.
top of his castle, Onslaught declares to the
Got a
world,
kidney
from
of
this
that
day forwards,
person.
the humans shall no longer inherit the air. No more shall mutant kind be so savagely oppressed. But today marks the ultimate ascension of the Homo superior race. With a small gesture, Onslaught sets forth a massive EMP. Magnetic pulse boosted tremendously by the monster's telekinetic abilities. The attack fries the circuitry in almost every piece of machinery, including Vision's
Liver.
body and
So we got
Iron
2
Man's armor.
kidneys,
More importantly,
heart
the
and
attack
liver,
has also
not bad.
destroyed the hero's weapons and shorted the device carrying the Xavier protocols. As the Blackbird comes crashing to the ground, it's clear that Onslaught has made his first move. Onslaught's new form. Somewhere deep inside the core of the monster known as Onslaught, Franklin Richards has finally found the wounded body of Professor X. The professor is frozen in his place, the telepath's eyes wide open with shock. Frank tries to wake the professor.
You did it
The
to
old man
yourself.
is too far gone. The child turns over his shoulder, only to find Onslaught standing guard. The monster has taken a newer, more terrifying form after absorbing
Whatever.
Franklin's powers. Now he's
It's not
stronger
really
than
that
ever.
big of a deal.
Certain that escape from this nightmarish realm will not be easy.
It's
Out
funny,
on the streets
though.
of New York, the battle has been raging for hours. The Watcher and Apocalypse are watching from a distance while chaos consumes everything. Maybe Onslaught will survive. Apocalypse wonders. As a consequence of Onslaught's electromagnetic pulse, every piece of technology in the entire city has gone dead, leaving the population in disarray. Heroes like Iron Man and Vision are put out of action. The rest, like Iceman, Human Torch, and Hawkeye, regroup on the battlefield and are soon joined by members of the X-Men and Fantastic Four. Sue Storm looks at the ruins around her and decides to join the fight above ground. I will
Another
not
one.
abandon my son, the
Wow.
Invisible Woman states to her husband. Nearby,
How many is
Magneto
this?
can
Like
feel the
4
power
now?
trapped inside the metal subway tubes. He rips the train out of the ground in an effort to save its occupants. However, the people inside the train cower in fear after seeing the master of magnetism before them. He asks Gambit about what kind of man he used to be before his memories were taken away. Gambit tries to comfort the reformed villain, but Magneto, disturbed by his own sins, takes the entire blame for the situation upon himself. He leaps off the roof, stating, "It's incumbent on me to end this threat." In the wake of Magneto's departure, the former lovers Rogue and Gambit reconcile in a loving embrace. Inside Onslaught, Franklin has finally managed to wake Charles Xavier. The founder of the X-Men finds himself powerless in these circumstances, but embraces the small child with affection. This Onslaught is a very bad man, the professor explains. However, just then, Onslaught interrupts the two. He makes Franklin disappear into thin air while the professor desperately tries to hold on to the child. It's evident that without his powers, the professor is easy prey for this worthy adversary. Inside the Four Freedoms Plaza, Reed Richards is working hard to revive the fallen heroes. Jean is impressed by the Fantastic Four's leader and his uncanny ability to remain
Sir
level-headed
die?
despite the great personal stakes. Iron Man
It
slowly
did
comes
die.
back to his senses
Well,
as his
it's a
vitals
good run.
stabilize. Despite being heavily wounded, Stark rises to his feet and starts his work on the psionic armor mentioned in the Xavier protocols. At Onslaught's citadel, the psionic monster has reached an unprecedented amount of power after fusing the minds of Professor X and Franklin Richards. Cyclops and Sue Storm are watching the travesty unfold from a distance when they're joined by Cable and Storm. Out of nowhere, Magneto confronts
Person's
the
messed
physical
up.
body of Onslaught and attacks him with a powerful magnetic pulse. This draws the monster's attention, but he doesn't seem to be concerned. Turning to our heroes, the creature morphs and reveals an opening in his
Good
chest.
miner, though.
Inside that black void,
could,
we find the
replace-
professor, and Onslaught uses the professor's agony to taunt the X-Men. The heroes attack
could just
with all their
replace the
might.
spine.
Magneto finds that his powers
Good-
are even
good
more
shape.
effective now, thanks to certain tweaks by
Alright.
Cable. Cyclops takes off his visor and unloads the full
Consider
strength of his
yourself
optic blast at Onslaught.
captured.
The cracks in the villain's torso grow further, and he seems to weaken. Within these cracks, we can see the professor, now existing simultaneously on the astral and corporeal planes. With a final plunge, Thor dives through Onslaught's massive body and breaks through to the other side. This effort also ends up freeing the professor from Onslaught. But instead of being weakened, Onslaught seems to have grown even stronger. Apparently, being rid of the professor has allowed Onslaught to gain complete control of its faculties. With a bloodthirsty scream, he launches a terrible attack, merging the powers of Xavier, Magneto, and Franklin Richards. A glowing orb of destruction engulfs the city. Sue Storm has managed to survive the attack. However, she finds her son's absence to be a fate even worse than death. For the moment, though, the X-Men are relieved. Their mentor is free at last, but he doesn't seem to have his powers anymore. A little away from the battle zone, Apocalypse and the Watcher
Oh, I'm
quietly
sure that'll
acknowledge the
stick.
threat posed by Onslaught. The Watcher reveals reveals to Apocalypse that the key to defeating this unprecedented threat lies with the man from the future, Cable. Joining forces, the Watcher, Uatu, looks upon the planet as humanity falls. This saddens him, but he's forbidden from interfering, as mandated by the rules of his species. He fears that the Age of Heroes is at its end, and the Herald of Armageddon would be the psionic monster, Onslaught. In the midst of the psionic hurricane set forth by Onslaught, Cable and Sue Storm are huddled together in the protection of a dismembered Sentinel head. Cable's virus has clearly worsened, and one of his arms has morphed into a horrific shape. Our heroes are already in dire straits when they see a sight more nightmarish than anything they could have expected. The ancient mutant, Apocalypse himself, is towering over the duo in perfect range for an attack. Blinded by rage, Cable ignores Apocalypse's words and proceeds to attack the villain over and over again. Undeterred, Apocalypse reiterates that he has a method to separate Onslaught from Franklin Richards. This prompts Sue Storm to stop the fight, giving Apocalypse a chance to make his case. She emphasizes that if Apocalypse can separate her son from Onslaught, they ought to listen to him. Cable agrees, although hesitantly, but urges Sue to stay back in the real world while he and Apocalypse travel to an astral plane to rescue Franklin. In the astral plane, Cable and Apocalypse can barely get along together. The two bitter enemies argue and bicker while making their way to Onslaught's core. Cable is able to use the astral plane's power to bring the technovirus back under his control. Finally, they reach their destination to find that Onslaught has grown far beyond either Magneto or Professor X. With his terrifying power, he's holding Franklin hostage inside himself. Despite all of Cable's and Apocalypse's efforts, the two are detected instantaneously by the psionic monster, who attacks them using side projects of the Hulk, Magneto, and Post. While Cable is holding off these projections, Apocalypse manages to get to Franklin and reveals his true plan. The Ancient One plans to kill the kid as a sacrifice to take away the source of Onslaught's power, but Cable has already planned a failed save. He calls out to the Invisible Woman, who reveals herself and drives Apocalypse away from their son. Sue is just about to reach Franklin when Onslaught uses his might to separate the mother and the child one more time. Sue, Cable, and Apocalypse are teleported back to the real world, a valuable chance slipping away from their fingertips. Apocalypse disappears, disgusted by the hero's inability to sacrifice for the greater good. However, Uatu reminds the Ancient One that the ends never justify such extreme means. Meanwhile, Cable and his mother's valiant actions have sparked a new hope inside Franklin Richards, who bides time for its chance. Dreams and reality. The last time we saw the X-Force, their entire team had been knocked off by a powerful psionic blast by Mr. Sinister. Roberto da Costa finds himself engrossed in a soccer game in Brazil, being cheered on by hundreds of spectators and his parents. Also present is Roberto's lady love, Juliana Sandoval. The crowd erupts with joy as Roberto scores the final goal. This world seems to be perfectly ideal, but the voice in Roberto's head starts taunting him. The realization that he's an outsider dawns upon Roberto.
Maybe I'm just
powers
simple.
start blazing. Suddenly, he's greeted by the vision of a young man who beckons him to get up. The boy has come to fetch Roberto first, as without him, the X-Force will not follow. In the real world, Siren is the only survivor of Onslaught's attack. She plunges into the ruins of X-Mansion to find her team unconscious. Desperate and alone, Siren reaches out to Cable with her thoughts, but a huge burst of psionic feedback cuts off their communication. Siren realizes that it will be up to her to save the day. We then enter Tabitha's dream, where the hot-headed mutant is locked in battle against the Sabertooth. She defeats the beast over and over again as if lost in a loop. However, Sunspot and the mysterious child approach her in the dream. Roberto persuades Tabitha to escape this nightmare. Meltdown is finally able to look beyond the illusion. We then travel to Caliban's vision, where the Morlock sees himself as an alien crash-landing in a farm. He's found and adopted by Cable and Domino, a loving couple that takes a liking to the lost alien. This simple existence is all Caliban ever craved for. However, this peaceful dream is interrupted when Sunspot arrives to rescue his teammate. Following this, we enter Warpath's dream, where he's traveling across his native pastures with his brother, Thunderbird. Thunderbird had perished in one of the team's missions, but here, in this magical realm, the two brothers exist together. But we already know what's coming. Sunspot and the other X-Force members appear in front of Warpath and convince him to snap out of the dream. Following this, they travel to Shatterstar, who seems to have attended a place in Valhalla, the final sanctuary of warriors. Here, under an idyllic tree, Star seems to have found a restful place. Though hesitant, he listens to his comrades, and the team is able to rescue him from the dream too. The final step is Domino, who's lost in the darkness. Unlike the others, Domino is not in a scenic place, but instead in a void, devoid of everything. Finally, the assassin does not feel threatened. The team comes to her aid, but Domino reveals to Sunspot that she finds comfort in the emptiness. A desperate Sunspot insists, "Without you, we can't be at our best." Domino settles down and rejoins the team, but their reunion is interrupted by the mysterious child who had first appeared to Sunspot. It turns out that the child is nothing but a manifestation of Onslaught, designed to show the X-Force their ideal lives. Just a trick to make the hero switch over to the villain's side. However, the team sticks together, and with their combined resolve, they manage to break free from Onslaught's illusion. As they wake up to Siren praying beside them, the team knows that they've overcome one of their toughest challenges yet. Arriving back into the corporeal world, X-Force finds their mysterious guide still lingering amongst them. The figure introduces himself as the goodness of a young Charles Xavier, an entity that even Onslaught couldn't destroy. He congratulates the X-Force and motivates them for the war that awaits the next generation of mutant heroes. Shades of Grey, X-Man versus Sinister. In the depths of his lair, Mr. Sinister, the master geneticist, is enjoying his triumph. After years of patience and scheming, he finally has his ultimate creation. Nate Grey, back in his possession. As a final gesture of kindness, Sinister extends Nate an offer to join his side voluntarily. Never, murderer, Nate answers defiantly. But when Sinister reveals that he's also abducted Nate's companion, Threnody, the young mutant loses his cool and lashes out at his abductor. This action, however, is in vain, as Sinister quickly neutralizes X-Man. The Big Apple is still overrun with Sentinels despite the combined efforts of our heroes. Under the dying city, Threnody is held prisoner by the Marauders, Scalp Hunter, and Arclight. Heavy chains bind her to the wall where her captors taunt her about Nate's inability to help her. Despite being cloned over and over, it's clear that Scalp Hunter and Arclight still harbor feelings for each other. Though evil, at least they're still human. Onslaught, on the other hand, is something else entirely. A psionic entity in possession of some of the greatest mutant powers in the world, he's trying to remake the world in his image. Especially useful in this endeavor are the reality warping abilities Onslaught absorbed by Franklin Richards. While the villain reshapes the world, Franklin himself is trapped inside the monster, helplessly crying for his mother. Soundly defeated by his creator, Nate lies on the floor of the villain's lair. Suddenly, he hears a faint whisper in his head. Sinister asks him to ignore it. Sinister then shows Nate visions from his own reality, where Apocalypse is standing victorious over a mountain of skeletons. But did you not think there could be someone even worse than Apocalypse? I know there is, Nate answers. You. Nate uses all his psychic might to conjure his own visions of the future and show Sinister all the crimes the villain had committed. Nate narrates how, because of his power, he's been hunted across 2 worlds. All he ever wanted was not to be treated like a weapon. But in Sinister's eyes, Nate is and has always been a weapon of war designed to be wielded at his hands. However, the voice inside Nate's head is growing stronger. Upon realizing who it could be, Sinister immediately warns Nate against listening to it. Deep within the sewers of New York, Threnody has finally found a means to escape. She kills a rat and uses the bioenergy to break her bonds. She scampers through the familiar tunnels as fast as she can, but suddenly, Scalp Hunter and Arclight pounce upon her and obstruct her path ahead. However, before the confrontation can reach its conclusion, the trio is suddenly interrupted by a mysterious entity. Sinister holds Nate down using long organic tendrils emerging from the ground. Nate tries to keep them off but is unsuccessful in his attempts. Now, cornered and desperate, Nate ponders on Sinister's ability to shut his powers. Wagering that it was a one-time trick, X-Man takes his chances and is able to use telekinesis to free himself from Sinister's grip. He returns to the ground and places his hand on Sinister's shoulder, stating, "You're right. It's all about control. Control of me." At that very instant, a portal appears beside them, and the lost child, Franklin Richards, appears from within. Nate tries to grab a hold of the kid, but it turns out to be just an illusion.
Well, if it
Within
works,
a split
it works,
second,
right?
Onslaught takes his true form and drags Nate into its dark portal. The Hulk takes his shot. Amid the Battle of New York, a train full of passengers is stuck in the subway tunnels. The occupants call desperately for help, but to no avail. Suddenly, their prayers are answered, and the train begins to move. They peer out the windows to find the green rage monster pulling the train out. Despite this, the passengers show clear signs of fear at the Hulk's appearance. However, Bruce Banner is accustomed to this treatment and believes that by saving these people, he's taking back a small piece of his mind. They bring the train out to the surface, and rescue helpers begin evacuating the passengers. The Avengers are not having one of their
serious
finest
recruiting
moments. Most of them are wounded and battered, struggling to recover from Onslaught's attacks. As the Hulk walks into the building, everyone inside goes silent, and it's evident that the others are not really comfortable with the Green Goliath. "Stop looking at me like that unless you want me to go over to the other side," he taunts the other superheroes. Falcon comes to his friend's defense and convinces the others that they'd be much stronger with the Hulk than without him. Walking over to Captain America, Hulk insists that the Avengers should mount their attack on Onslaught instead of recuperating. He wants to go on the offensive, as it could offer the heroes an advantage in combat. However, Captain America counters Hulk's strategy by reminding Banner that the heroes ended up paying dearly the last time they attacked the Sign monster in haste. The Hulk, however, stands unconvinced, and a furious debate sparks between the two. While the two heroes argue, Falcon explains to Hawkeye how Hulk was there for his cousin Jim Jones when he passed away. Unlike what most people assumed, the Hulk wasn't really a monster. Unable to come to a conclusion, the captain leaves Hulk to do what he must. Hulk leaves for Onslaught's castle with a small renegade force of volunteers consisting of Crystal, Falcon, and the
overpriced.
The group embarks on their journey and decides to attack the villain's castle
C-22
from underneath.
dumbbell.
The Hulk starts ripping through the earth toward the villain's land, while Crystal uses her powers to manipulate the earth to keep it from caving in. Suddenly,
There's no
the
way
Hulk
I'd be
realizes
able to
that the Onslaught has become aware
pull
of their
together
presence.
that much
Furiously,
money.
he digs himself up to the surface inside Onslaught's
No
castle,
way.
and the battle ensues. Having suffered his attacks before, the Hulk can tell the monster's powers are weakened. The Hulk subjects the villain to his full
technically use
power,
this
bashing
since I
against his
have-
chest until Onslaught's armor cracks. For a moment, the Hulk thinks that the battle is won, but he soon realizes Onslaught's trick. The
Whatchamacallit?
encounter was but an
Those
illusion,
lungs,
and the
my
crew finds
flesh
themselves still
lungs,
trapped in the
flesh mass
tunnel.
lungs.
Onslaught asks the Hulk to come over to his side, and the Goliath finds that he has no answer for his foe's taunts. The Iron Man, and the
But I've already got a
Vibranium Monarch.
kick-ass
In another
sword.
corner of the fallen city, Iron Man,
Another time.
Quicksilver, and Giant Man are making their way through the sewers, trying to remain undetected by the Sentinels. Tony Stark peers through a manhole cover and looks upon the towering
Don't
robot
have
head. He
much
thinks about how
upper.
this world
I
of
guess I
heroes
could
and
get this
villains is
recon
still so
armor.
new to him. After all, this is a younger version of Tony, who's just recently joined the Avengers.
I could swing
Descending
that.
back into the tunnels, Tony informs his comrades that access to the Wakandan consulate has been completely shut off by Onslaught's guards. However, Hank seems to be impressed by the fact that due to Tony's innate lack of powers, he was able to go unnoticed by the Sentinels. The group is discussing alternate ways to
their
procure the
medkits,
psi
too.
shields essential to fight Onslaught when they're interrupted by someone in the shadows. The figure comes into the light, and we see T'Challa, the warrior prince of the sovereign nation of Wakanda. This is an extremely fortunate encounter for our heroes, as T'Challa can now grant them unlimited access to the consulate's equipment. Quicksilver rushes ahead of the others, but soon finds his way blocked by a rapidly approaching wall of water. This leads Giant Man to increase in size and break above ground to release the pressure and save his comrades. Unfortunately, Hank's appearance attracts the Sentinels, and the two giants are soon immersed in a terrifying battle among the skyscrapers. Thanks to Giant Man's move, the rest of the group is able to make it to a secret entrance to the Wakandan consulate.
Everybody's
Quicksilver
losing
punches
their
in the code,
mind.
Monica. On the other side stands a group of armed Wakandan soldiers headed by Taku, ready to take on the intruders. However, T'Challa's appearance pacifies his fellow countrymen, and they let the Avengers in. Young Tony Stark is completely awed by the high-tech machinery in the Wakandans' possession. He finds his mind racing with the endless potential that he now has at his disposal. He shows Black Panther designs for the psi armor obtained from the Xavier Protocol. The young scientist is especially concerned about the power required to run the thing, as Onslaught's EMP can render most electronics useless. However, Black Panther has a solution. With a smile, he opens a metal vault revealing mounds
Suppose
of
I could
mythical
take on these
metal,
prisoners.
vibranium. Above ground, Hank Pym manages to defeat one of the giant robots, but the resultant explosion knocks the giant superhero down. Losing consciousness, he goes back to his normal size and is soon surrounded by several gigantic robots. Just as a massive boot is about to crush Pym, Quicksilver rushes to his comrade's side and carries Hank away in a blur. Meanwhile, the Sentinels prepare to hunt the fleeing heroes down. Inside T'Challa's lab, Tony has been able to prepare several psi helmets powered by Wakanda's greatest resource, vibranium. He's also certain that with a small amount of vibranium, Reed Richards would be able to duplicate these prototypes for the other heroes. Suddenly, the roof of the consulate crashes in, and the gigantic head of a Sentinel peers inside. Stark uses his repulsor beams to blast a hole through the robot's torso, terminating it. Stark guesses that this particular Sentinel had been programmed to zero in on the consulate despite Quicksilver's diversion. Stark destroys the
raw
robot while
human
the
meat.
Panther returns to his
That's your
homeland.
life.
Looking upon his comrade, the monarch
Unless you're a
declares,
cannibal,
"You shall
it's
know
probably not
the
gonna be a
eternal
good
gratitude of the Black
time."
Panther, Avenger. Wakandans will someday sing of this Iron Man. Having evaded the Sentinels, Pietro and Hank are waiting for the Iron Man. Out of nowhere, a Sentinel begins approaching them but falls apart
Like
while making it
corpse
to them.
trees.
It turns out to be a joke by the young Stark, who now hovers overhead with psi shields powerful enough to defend the heroes from onslaught. End of the line. The train on the number 3 line has been trapped under the city for about 3 hours. The train's occupants grow more frantic by the second as darkness engulfs them and
Doyle,
oxygen gradually runs
the
out.
child.
Fortunately, the Avengers, that is Captain America, Thor, Wasp, and Scarlet Witch,
Volatile.
make
Well,
it to the
I'm
trap
already
subway.
regretting this.
Using his powers, Thor, the god of thunder, is able to make machinery functional again. Using this maneuver, the heroes are able to drag the train to the surface. However, when the doors open, our heroes find themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of desperate citizens trying to make it to safety. As the heroes use their combined abilities to rescue the stranded passengers, the captain realizes that his team is nowhere near the peak of his powers. The Avengers' numbers have dwindled as Vision, Crystal, and Hawkeye split off with the Hulk, while Giant Man, Iron Man, and Quicksilver focused on preparing psi shields for the upcoming battle. The uncontrollable hordes begin to overpower our heroes, surrounding them from all sides helplessly. They scream for help, but no one arrives. Captain America finds himself looking for the Black Widow, who is supposed to rendezvous
Everybody's
with the
losing
team.
it.
The widow makes it to the
Everybody's
team, but is
losing it.
extremely rattled by the chaos and destruction. As the team tries to recover, we find that Wasp is especially perturbed by the captain's behavior. The Avengers leader seems to be uncharacteristically hopeless, as if the situation was getting to him. Wasp remarks that if Steve Rogers lost hope, it would be over for the heroes. At that very instant, Iron Man, Quicksilver, and Giant Man appear before the team with their psi shields, ready to be used. However, their relief is squashed by a sudden energy blast that hits Thor from behind. Holocaust and Post standing among the ruins, ready to launch their attack. Post switches on his cloaking device, which renders him completely invisible to the naked eye. The villainous duo announces that they're there to steal the powerful psi shields for onslaught. The battle wanes, and Quicksilver rushes off with devices. However, a blast from Holocaust sends him and the device flying. Wanda manages to grab it using her powers, but the Holocaust attacks the witch by hurling Iron Man at her. The battle rages on in full swing when Wasp notices that the captain is stuck to his spot, seemingly unable to move. Wasp's worst fears come true when the Avengers' beacon of hope claims, "We can't beat them." However, in reality, the captain has far from given up. Picking an opportune moment, he flings his mighty shield at Post and Holocaust. Using his impeccable understanding of battle strategy, he lines up Holocaust and the invisible Post in front of each other. Unaware of Post's presence, Holocaust hits the invisible monster with a powerful blast originally directed at the captain. The captain turns to Wasp, saying, "We didn't have the manpower. We had to trick them into beating themselves. What did you think I meant?" Distracted by the Post's fall, Holocaust succumbs to a strike by Thor's mighty hammer. Bit by bit, the heroes tear him down, and the monster falls before their might. The crowd of spectators around the heroes goes wild, inspired by the actions of their heroes. However, before the heroes can soak in their victory, Onslaught appears on the screens nearby and vows to extinguish every shred of hope in the world. However, an attack from the captain's shield silences the monster, and the heroes rush off to mount their offensive. Even gods retreat. Night has fallen over the city in ruins, and for the moment, New York rests. Beside the waterfront, Thor is conversing with his friend, the Red Novell. Thor tells his friends of his attempts to invoke a berserker rage that could potentially increase his strength tenfold. However, for the moment, the secret to this power evades the Asgardian prince. Thor tells Novell of his experiences on Earth, about how once he believed that he was a doctor called Donald Blake. However, one day, he awakened his powers to become the god of storms and thunder. He eventually figured out that his true father was Odin, the All-Father. We catch glimpses of his past. The two share anecdotes from their exploits. Suddenly, Odin appears before the two in the form of a homeless man. Odin narrates how he had flung his great sword Raveneye into the Rainbow Bridge as he saw Ragnarok approaching. As he slept after that, the god found himself on Earth in the avatar of an outcast. As Odin walks away, the duo finds that frogs have surrounded them. Thor suggests that Onslaught's actions have alerted even the animals, and the slippery creatures are there to say their goodbyes. Suddenly, Thor notices another familiar face in his vicinity. It's Jane Foster, his lover. She has found Thor to join the war efforts, and the two begin to overcome their past differences. Jane apologizes for her behavior and tells Thor that she was just unable to comprehend the fact that Don Blake wasn't real. The couple's conversation is interrupted when Red Norvell finds an injured man and his daughter walking around the street. The man is heavily injured and requires immediate medical assistance. Fortunately, Thor calls upon his experience as Dr. Donald Blake and performs an emergency procedure on the wounded man. Once the man is safely on his way to the ER, the two gods resume their conversation about attaining the Berserker Rage. However, they're again interrupted by the goddess of death, Hel, appearing from the depths of the waterfront. She offers Thor an offer. She prophesies that the god of thunder will die the next day and go into nullity. But if he were to accompany the goddess tonight, he would become her mate, the prince of the dead. As Hel disappears, Thor is left behind with an even more perplexing conundrum and a dark fate. Faces in the fire. The regenerating mutant Wolverine has finally made his way to New York City. The city, overrun by Sentinels, is in a state of utter devastation. Wolverine turns his attention to a building that's rapidly going up in flames. The fire department is working incessantly to quell the flames, but their efforts seem to be failing. Looters are running amok in the streets, and people are still stuck in the stories above. A mother cries helplessly, calling out to her child, Sean. The woman's other son tells her that Sean went back to get Mr. Winky. Wolverine hears this exchange and senses that two people are trapped in the building. The firefighters tell Wolverine that they can't get the kid to jump as their resources are stretched too thin. Wolverine runs up a short ladder and manages to reach the windowsill. He finds the kid cowering under his bed, a soft toy clutched tight in his hand. Wolverine takes his mask off to befriend the child. The kid introduces himself as Sean. Then, upon Logan's inquiry about the second person trapped in the building, the kid states that Mr. Winky is actually his teddy bear. Wolverine carries the kid through the flames, shielding the young child with his body. Outside, the kid's mother watches in horror as the top floor of the skyscraper goes up in an explosion. Inside the inferno, Wolverine can't seem to find his way through the smoke and debris. All exits are blocked by the scalding flames and clouds of dust. His skin catches fire as he tries to escape and his uniform begins to burn off. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure appears before him. It's an old man holding a stick. Even more surprisingly, he seems to know his way around the burning complex. With his directions, Wolverine is able to escape the burning building with the child unscathed. Wolverine himself has sustained brutal burns during their escape, but his regenerative factor fixes him instantaneously. Perplexed by the mysterious figure, Wolverine asks the firefighters to wet him with their hoses. Then he rushes back into the burning building, but is stopped momentarily by Sean. The kid hands Wolverine his mask and reminds Logan, "You can't be a hero without your mask." Wolverine thanks Sean and enters the building in pursuit of his mysterious guide. Wolverine rushes through the burning building and finds the old man leading him up to the roof. However, the moment he gets up there, he's attacked ferociously. Despite facing a barrage of blows from the old man's stick, Wolverine is determined to save him from the fire, even if it means dragging him out of there unconscious. The two battle on the roof of the flaming building, and the older man turns out to be an expert combatant. He knocks Wolverine again and again with his simple stick. Finally, Wolverine realizes who he's facing. "You're a stick," the mutant murmurs. This only leads to further confusion as Wolverine knows that Elektra and Daredevil's former master is dead. The old man retorts, "I don't let a little thing like death keep me down." As the battle progresses, Wolverine adapts to Stick's moves and begins evading the old mentor's attacks. Moreover, he realizes that Stick is neither dead nor alive. Instead, he seems to be existing on another plane entirely. Wolverine realizes that the great teacher is the only one who can make him a man again. He asks the revered mentor to teach him the values that were so ingrained in Elektra. The sensei reluctantly agrees and tells Wolverine that he himself has the power to get back to being a man. In the midst of the raging flames, the old master lectures Logan, "When Magneto took the metal out of you, you were the one who gave up on keeping yourself together. You ain't no animal, Logan, as long as you follows hard." Stick points his stick into the smoke and tells Wolverine that as long as he jumps where the master points, the mutant will survive. With a great leap, Logan crosses over to safety and is greeted by the Human Torch. It turns out that the heroes have been trying to find Wolverine all this time, as his strength is required for the attack against Onslaught. An unlikely ally. Somewhere in the Balkans, the Fantastic Four's greatest enemy, Dr. Doom, is surveying the situation in New York City. On a screen in front of him, the last image is transferred by his satellites before Onslaught's EMP cut off all communication. Doom's minion continues to show him other visuals from the attack, and we stop on an image of the psionic entity itself. The brilliant scientist is fascinated by the monster's power and states that it even surpasses that of Magneto. Doom's interest in Onslaught is piqued even further when he discovers that Bede and Sue's son are also in the clutches of the monster. This would undoubtedly call for the Doctor's undivided attention. Back at the Four Freedoms Plaza, Sue Richards is trying to keep the war efforts going despite her personal grief. The complex is filled with heroes of all kinds trying to recover from their last battle with Onslaught. The Beast is working tirelessly to treat all the heroes, but the sheer numbers overwhelm him. She turns to find that Scott Lang has come back to his senses. The Invisible Woman comforts her friend and assures a desperate Scott that his daughter Cassie is safe. While Sue tends to the wounded, her husband Reed is working hard on the development of a neuromantic disruptor, a device that could render the monster's psionic powers useless. However, Reed's father, Nathaniel, warns them against confronting Onslaught. As a time traveler, Nathaniel is well familiar with the future and tells the family that many of them and their allies would be obliterated in the war with Onslaught. While the Fantastic Four discuss the future of their family, Franklin Richards, the youngest member, is locked away in Onslaught's citadel. All alone in the heart of Onslaught, Franklin thinks about a trick he'd recently seen the villain perform. During the capture of the X-Man, Onslaught had used his psionic abilities to project images. Franklin begins meditating in an attempt to use a similar technique to contact his family. However, this desperate measure doesn't go unnoticed. High atop his citadel, Onslaught decides that he'll allow the images to reach the child's family, but not in the manner they intended. In the midst of constant battle, our heroes have finally found a quiet moment. Hawkeye and Iceman stand guard on the roof while others rest up. After days of struggle, Sue and Reed use this time to lament their child in a quiet embrace. Meanwhile, the Human Torch and the Thing have also returned to their respective partners. In another corner of the HQ, Scott Lang's daughter is growing more impatient by the second. Cassie is accompanied by Christophe Bernard, a man who's been artificially implanted with Dr. Doom's memory and knowledge. Suddenly, Cassie and Christoph are attacked by Kang the Conqueror. Christoph leaps at the villain while Cassie takes cover. The moment Christoph reaches his target, Kang vanishes. For the moment, it seems to have been just a mirage. The Thing and his lover, Alicia Masters, are spending a quiet moment when they're abruptly interrupted by the Psycho Man and his creation, a gigantic golem. Similarly, the Human Torch and his ex-wife, Lyja, are ambushed by the Super Skrull and Pybuck. A fierce battle ensues between the two parties. Lyja finds herself on the receiving end of a freezing attack from Pybuck, but at the very last moment, she's rescued by the Inhumans, Karnak, and Gorgon. At the same moment, the Human Torch is fighting against the Super Skrull. The villainous alien can take any hero's form and seems to be giving Johnny a hard time. However, the leader of the Immortals, Black Bolt, appears before him. It seems like the cavalry has finally arrived. The entirety of the Fantastic Four's HQ seems to be filled with villains. Reed uses his elastic powers to take down the wingless wizard, while Sue uses her powers to defeat the Thinker. However, the moment our heroes hit their foes, the villain disappears. Reed deduces that Onslaught is using Franklin's reality warping power to give substance to frightening images in their son's mind. Even before he can finish the sentence, the couple is ambushed by Devos, the Devastator. However, a single blow from Namor quickly finishes the villain. Despite their past differences, Reed and Namor are forced to reconcile in this hour of need. Meanwhile, Black Panther and the Fantastic Four have also arrived in the building to take on the various villains. Even Angela Harkness has joined forces with the Fantastic Four as the world faces this unprecedented level of threat. Outside the HQ, an even greater enemy approaches the Fantastic Four. In the midst of battle, Johnny finds himself caught between Annihilus and the Dragon Man. He's saved by the team's mortal enemy, Dr. Doom. The Dictator demands an urgent audience with Reed. Inside Reed Richards' lab, the Thing and She-Hulk are fighting off villains while the greatest scientist in the world works his magic. Using the skills at his disposal, Mr. Fantastic frantically rushes to complete the neuromantic disruptor. However, he lacks an energy source powerful enough to sustain the device. In an act of tremendous selflessness, the Thing offers Reed the only machine capable of transforming the hero back into his human form. Lifting the alien gizmo over his head, the Thing grunts at Reed. In case you forgot, Franklin's still my godchild, and there ain't nothing I wouldn't give up for him. Together, the team manages to get the machine working, and this vanquishes all the images invading the HQ. Angela Harkness states that her powers have allowed her to sense Franklin's presence through the images. The child is still alive. Relief rushes over Franklin's family and the other heroes. But this is no time to rest. Immediately, the heroes are faced with another choice. With Doom's arrival, the heroes stand unconvinced on whether to accept his assistance. However, Sue persuades the others to let the villain stay and join their cause. As all the heroes gather around Reed, he tells them to listen up. If we fail, humanity dies. He declares with a burning conviction in his eyes. Twilight of the Gods. Joseph is locked in battle with a sentinel among the ruins of New York City. The former villain is disturbed by his own identity and is burdened by the crimes he once committed under the garb of Magneto. One of his giant foes is about to blast Joseph away when Rogue uses her incredible strength to blast through the robot. Even then, the duo is overpowered by the mutant killers and is facing certain defeat when a jarring explosion saves them from the fate. The voice emanating from inside the explosion is familiar and authoritative. Rogue identifies the man standing before them as Dr. Doom. The leader of the Avengers, X-Men, explains that in a crisis so tremendous, it'd be stupid to refuse Doom's help. The captain also tries to comfort Joseph and assures him that he wasn't the same man as before. Inside his citadel, Onslaught revels in his triumph. The last component to his devious master plan, Nate Gray, lies squirming at the monster's feet. Onslaught towers over X-Men and tells him that after today, the Homo superior race will achieve rightful sovereignty. Moreover, young Franklin will be the avatars of humanity's annihilation. The Battle of New York rages on. The de-aged Magneto turns to find his old foe, Professor X, behind him. The revered founder of X-Men confesses to his old friend that it was his own pride that led them there. He regrets the actions performed during the Battle of Avalon. The professor states that he'd made the mistake of controlling and manipulating Magneto's power. However, it was Magneto's power that had ended up controlling the professor. In return, Magneto asked the professor what kind of monster he really was. You were a man of great strength and great weakness. You wished to protect mutants from those who would prey upon them. It was a noble dream, but you succumbed to your anger, Professor Xavier answers. Together, the two old comrades decide that it's time for them to play their own part in the conflict. While the Professor and Magneto plan their move, the other heroes also discuss their battle strategy. The team huddles in front of a screen, trying to figure out the best way to confront their foe, when Jean realizes that the Professor has left the team. Professor X has started making his way toward the dark citadel of their nemesis, Onslaught. The Professor's departure worries the X-Men, but Jean and Cyclops decide to keep the information from the other heroes. Jean sends out a telepathic signal to the other X-Men. Back at the citadel, Onslaught has just finished absorbing Nate's power. The X-Men tumbles into the monster's core to join Franklin Richards. However, the monster suddenly senses something. It's Professor X making his way toward the citadel. The monster descends upon the mutant leader, and despite the Professor's attempts to reason with the psionic entity, Onslaught blasts Xavier with a massive blast. He towers over Xavier's helpless body and declares, human or mutant, no one will survive the Onslaught. The Watcher looks upon the grand battle
Oh, I
unfolding on
see.
the
So
surface
they
of the
break
Earth.
in
He's there to
and
chronicle
kill me.
humanity's grand ascension and to record the glory of its greatest heroes. We turn to the Big Apple and find the city completely
Does
devastated
suck.
in the aftermath of Onslaught's attacks. The Watcher tells us that
I
this
suppose
is
the
the
best I
story
could
of
do
how
is try to
age of
keep them in
heroes
a
came
single
to an end.
room.
Onslaught, the psionic monster, is now in possession of more power than he ever had before.
Really
Deep in
ideal,
his
though.
core, he's holding the X-Man and Franklin Richards hostage, just like he once did to the Professor. Xavier and Onslaught confront each other, but we know that the Professor lost his powers during his split with Onslaught. Just when it seemed like the end of the road for the Professor, a massive blast hits Onslaught squarely in the chest. The villain turns to find that the X-Men have descended upon him. Wolverine, Cyclops, Magneto, Cable, Gambit, Bishop,
Most of
Storm,
them
Jean,
can
and Rogue all
control
assemble in their
themselves.
teacher's defense. Onslaught tears through the earth under our heroes' feet, and a terrible war begins.
There we go.
Despite their combined efforts, the X-Men find themselves underpowered in the
It'll
battle
help the
with the Psy
Boomerang,
Beast.
but-
The X-Men's spirits are strong, but their flesh is made weak by Onslaught's previous attacks. With a blinding bolt of psychic energy,
Seem
Onslaught
okay.
dispatches the heroes, and they fall to the ground. Silence fills the air, but Xavier knows this might be the end for the children of the atom. Yet, at that very moment, the dust settles and help arrives. All of Marvel's
don't
heroes band together and
be
stand
sleeping
beside the X-Men.
outside.
The battlefield is filled with Avengers,
not what
Fantastic
I need
Four,
from
and
them
other
right
superhero
now.
teams of all kinds, definitely obstructing Onslaught's path. They
Have
help the
to
mutants to regain their footing, and soon the heroes have formed their last line of defense.
this
Anchored by
one.
this camaraderie, Onslaught fires off another attack. Fortunately, the heroes are able to evade and find cover. Xavier himself sheltered against Rock in the company of Joseph, and the two begin to hatch a plan that can stop Onslaught. Inside the monster's core, Nate and Franklin are
And, like,
growing more desperate by the
literally the
second.
only
as the battle
outside
unfolds.
area.
Nate compliments Frank's bravery. The young child reminds X-Man
Oh,
that together,
boy.
the two of them can do anything. As potentially the most powerful mutants ever born, the duo should be able to escape their capture's confines. Out on the battlefield, Cable uses his telepathic abilities to find the kids being held inside the monster. However, the technovirus has weakened him greatly
area
and
for
is
them to
unable to
sleep
generate
on.
enough psionic output to pull the hostages out by himself. This prompts Xavier to regret the loss of his psionic abilities. Cable seems to have a plan. He says that he can probe into Joseph's brain and then use the magnetic force to break down the electrochemical barriers in the Professor's brain. Xavier is forced to agree, despite the great risk, as he sees this as the only way to atone for his past sins. The tide changes. Nearby, Dr. Doom assesses Onslaught's powers and realizes that the monster is using most of his energy to hold up the barrier
There's no
protecting him from the
helping the
heroes.
rhino.
The evil genius uses his great intellect to find a clever loophole in the enemy's defenses and deduces that the barrier could be destroyed when Onslaught is distracted. He instructs Vision to use his density-changing ability and merge with Rogue. This maneuver greatly increases the mutant's strength, and she begins charging at Onslaught. Meanwhile, Wolverine and Namor use their powers to open a small rift in Onslaught's barrier, and this allows Rogue and Vision to strike a definitive blow. The strike is unable to even scratch the mutant's armor, but the heroes know that Doom's plan has worked. The psionic barrier around the monster has come down. However, as a consequence of their attack, both Rogue and Vision are grievously injured. Now that the monster's defenses are down, Hulk knows that he can take the villain down. But this will require a huge risk on his part. Hulk urges Jean Grey to enter his mind and shut off Banner. This would enable Hulk to unleash his true might, as he won't be burdened by Banner's control of humanity. Jean agrees and establishes a telepathic link with the rage monster. The Hulk screams out in excruciating pain as Bruce Banner is erased from his consciousness. Enraged, he screams, "Hulk is the strongest there is." The Hulk begins to pound away at the Psy monster, each blow sounding like a massive explosion. While the giants engage in their fistfight, both Sue and Reed Richards have realized that this might as well be their final battle. For the first time in his life, the genius Mr. Fantastic doesn't really know what's about to unfold. Onslaught, buried under the weight of Hulk's blows, releases a psionic whirlwind powerful enough to blow the heroes back. However, the heroes combine their abilities and manage to stand their ground. The Hulk's blows ring out all across the Big Apple. Onslaught counters with his own attacks, but this only serves to further enrage the Hulk. Firing on all cylinders, the green rage monster screams, "The murder the Hulk gets, the stronger the Hulk gets." The rage monster hits Onslaught with a blow that finally manages to break the tyrant's armor. An unholy sound, akin to a nuclear blast, fills the air, and the citizens of New York begin to panic. When the dust settles, we find that Banner and Hulk have been separated from each other and now lie unconscious on the battlefield. For a moment, the heroes start believing that the battle is won. However, a vast cyclone of pure energy begins to gather above our heroes, and from it emanates the villain's familiar voice. Onslaught claimed that he's finally attained his final form, and that physical attacks can no longer harm him. I am thought itself. I am perception. Perception is reality, and reality rejects you. Onslaught sneers. Down on the ground, Reed Richards realizes that the superheroes have been played for fools, and that Onslaught now has the upper hand, as he can no longer be touched. Thor suggests that if the heroes require a physical vessel to defeat Onslaught, he'd gladly sacrifice himself. The Prince of Asgard flies into the energy field, and his agonized screams fill the air. Reed says that Thor alone would be unable to contain Onslaught's power, and thus Thing and the Human Torch follow the god of the thunder into the energy field. Despite Sue's protests, the heroes offer themselves to the monster and march into the unknown. Onslaught feels himself weakening. What are you miserable parasites doing? You're draining me. More heroes like Giant Man, Wasp, Captain America, Black Panther, Falcon, Vision, Namor, and Scarlet Witch also walk into the mysterious energy cloud. Just then, Iron Man and Reed realize that Dr. Doom is nowhere to be found. Inside Onslaught's core, Nathan Franklin sense a familiar presence. After having his powers reignited by Cable, Professor X is able to sneak himself and Magneto into the monster's psyche. They urge Nate and Franklin to take their hands, but X-Man is unconvinced. You became everything the people feared. A mutant out of control, he screams at Xavier. However, the kind professor is able to convince the scared young man that there's indeed a place that will accept him as he is, the Xavier's Institute for Gifted Youngsters. But to get to it, Nate would have to trust the professor. Outside, more heroes continue to sacrifice themselves to the energy field in order to stop Onslaught. Reed stops mutants from going in, as he expects that mutant genetic patterns would help the monster grow stronger. This causes a separation between the mutant Quicksilver and his wife Crystal, as Crystal, an Inhuman, dive straight into the field. A little distance away, Doom believes that his plan has come to fruition. With the help of the absorption module, Dr. Doom would be able to take in all of Onslaught's energy with ease. But before he can proceed any further, the absorption module is destroyed by an arrow fired by Hawkeye. Doom turns to find the other Avengers attacking him. Iron carries the villain into the energy rift. They're followed by Sue and Reed, hand in hand, walking straight into the beyond. Reed tells the X-Men to attack the cloud with all their might. In the end, only the X-Men are left behind, and they hit Onslaught with the cumulative might of all their powers. A devastating explosion engulfs New York, and the cloud begins to recede. Space and time stand frozen, and reality itself is warped. From the other side, Nate, Franklin, Magneto, and Professor X fall out. However, before the field closes, Bruce Banner manages to drag his emaciated body to the other side. In the wake of the disaster, Franklin Richards finds that he's not alone. His entire family has sacrificed themselves for humanity's sake. Professor X comforts the child and reminds him that his parents will always be in his heart. Nate watches in awe and confesses that if they had heroes like the Fantastic Four and Avengers in his timeline, the world would have been a better place. With this, the Watcher ends his story, and while Apocalypse reminds Uatu that with the heroes gone, the Age of Apocalypse would soon be upon them. Cable's gift. In the aftermath of the battle with Onslaught,
saved a few
we find
animals.
Cable in a terrible state. The mutant is losing his ability to contain the technovirus. It started to take over his body.
What the hell happened?
Like Cannonball, Caliban, and Domino surround him. Nathaniel Richards is standing beside him with his grandson. Perplexed by the futuristic virus infecting Cable. Suddenly, Cable lashes out under the influence of the virus and knocks Caliban out of the window. The more lucky saved by Cannonball.
Literally just gonna burn to death.
Losing himself. In his agony, Cable utters the name of his adopted son.
What a mess.
Lost in an alternate realm, Cable finds himself lost within his memories and arrives at the hillside beside the Guthrie farm in Kentucky. There, he encounters the deceased Tyler. The two proceed to have a heartfelt conversation, during which Tyler convinces Cable that his death wasn't Cable's fault. Overlooking the lush green landscape, the two seem to find some semblance of peace. Cable moves on to his next destination. Outside, Nathaniel's efforts to save Cable aren't going so well. Metal pierces through Cable's body as the virus reaches his cerebral cortex. The entire lab is pushed by a sudden telekinetic jolt as the mutant begins to lose control of his mind. Cable's dying. A desperate Storm screams out to her teammates. Franklin tears up as his grandfather announces that Cable just has minutes left. In the realm of memories, Cable is now inside the forest of Devonshire. This place is from Cable's own far-flung future, and Nathan finds Alia among his trees. This is his
far so good. This is where it gets hairy.
He calls out to our weary traveler. The apparition convinces Cable that he must go back to the long path that's still ahead of him. He reminds him that as the Scarlet's son, it was Cable's
Still
destiny to be
manageable.
fighting the good fight.
Still manageable.
Alia bid Cable farewell and march off into the light while reigniting Nathan's purpose. Out in the real world,
As long as I don't get anyone that gets too bad of a break.
Control with his telekinesis, the virus recedes back into his body. Having recovered completely, Nathan believes that his newfound
Well, that's not
himself and
good.
his heart being opened up again. The X-Men regroup. A steady downpour covers the ruins of the X-Men's fallen mansion. Professor X and Wolverine are sitting quietly, getting drenched in the rain together. Xavier isn't really in the best of moods.
How did they even get inside?
That's unable to overcome the guilt. Wolverine reminds the broody professor that he
it's
wouldn't have
been
lashed out
open
if
from
Magneto hadn't
before.
ripped the adamantium from Logan's
That's
skeleton.
probably
Charles
the
asks
thing
Logan
that's,
not to compare his experience with that of Xavier's. Having a beast inside oneself seems mundane
Cruel.
compared to the
It's a
ability
cruel
to
world we
manipulate
live in.
people's minds. However, Wolverine doesn't take the bait and reiterates that Charles shouldn't be defining his entire life based on one mistake. In Central Park, the mysterious government agent Bastion surveys the battleground. He considers himself to be humanity's last line of defense against mutants.
Alright.
He vows that through his initiative,
That should tie up any
Operation
loose
Zero Tolerance,
ends.
the mutants will finally pay for their sins. Meanwhile, Raven Creed is campaigning for his election in the ruins of New York.
Assuming there's no other
It's the
opening.
mutants' fault. They've taken our heroes. How much more can we give? All I need is one vote.
I don't know how
Your
Doyle
vote.
died
Amongst the journalists at the
anyways.
scene is
Good
Peter
luck.
Parker. The Spider finds
Good
himself
luck.
disgusted by the politician's opportunistic behavior. In Westchester, Scott Summers pulverizes his
Be a
alarm
bad
clock with
time
small
for someone to
optic
come
glass.
visit me right
Cyclops is just
now.
putting on his ruby quartz
Or a good
glasses
time
when
for
a
an
bang
enemy to
beast
come
catches
visit
him
me.
off guard. In a reflex action, Summers shoots the beast down. Hank is pissed.
Be alright with
Believes
that.
a deviant
I
doppelganger
like my
has
easy
lived
one.
amongst them. But it was he who suffered Scott's attack. The two laugh it off and move to join the others around the kitchen table. Soon, they're among their friends. Jean cooks eggs while Pietro whizzes around the table and places all the cutlery. It almost feels like things are returning back to normal. However, Logan is still unable to convince Charles to let his failures go. Charles reminds Logan that 30 people have had to sacrifice themselves for his mistake. The city of New York has been completely crippled. Logan pleads with his mentor. Let us in. Let us help. Logan tells Charles that he was the reason Wolverine had stayed with the
Walking
X-Men.
around like
Logan
an
decides to
animal.
leave the
That's-
professor lost in his thoughts and
I know what they're
walks off
going
into the
for,
cold, damp
but-
morning to join the rest of his friends. Hey, I tried, he tells the others while sitting down at the breakfast table. The Professor's atonement. We find the Professor alone inside Cerebro, and the machine informs Xavier that Professor X no longer exists. Charles then commands the machine to delete all the files pertaining to him. As he leaves the room, he comes upon a fallen picture of the first X-Men team,
Oh, good,
and
it's
this
over.
makes him reminisce.
Well,
Abruptly,
we make sure
the
they're
doorbell
not
rings
crazy.
throughout the mansion. Cyclops
They
answers
look
the door to
normal.
find an unexpected guest. It's Valerie Cooper, chairwoman of the Committee on Mutant Affairs. Cyclops asks her whether the agency has been able to locate his brother, Havoc, but Dr. Cooper denies it. As she marches into the mansion, she tells the mutants around her that she's come to take Charles Xavier away. Enraged at this threat to their mentor, the X-Men stand in Valerie's way and state plainly that the professor will not be taken anywhere against his consent. Cyclops tries to resolve the situation and asks the X-Men to stand down, but he too is adamantly against Xavier's arrest. Cooper, however, is undeterred and tells the mutants that after Onslaught's attack, it had become essential to take Xavier into their protective custody. Suddenly, Storm appears and surprisingly sides with
5
Cooper.
more
She acknowledges that
entities.
despite the great pain, they would have to let Xavier go.
Let's
as they
see,
had no
looks
means
like I
to
got all the
control him in case
markers.
of another mental breakdown. This causes a
I don't
split
care what
between
it
the
says,
X-Men.
those are
who begin
markers.
discussing their predicament.
Get the
At
metal
that very
horn.
instant, Magneto climbs down
That
the
would,
stairs.
I guess that would have been the only
Intrigued
benefit
by
of
the X-Men
suffering the
operating
darkness.
the tensions begin escalating when
Anomalies, I
Wolverine
would have
menacingly
gotten
stands
that.
against Cooper's decision. Suddenly,
There's
voice
2 or
approaches
3.
the team. It's Xavier, and he agrees to go with Cooper.
Sure, I'll get
The
more
Professor believes that his
opportunities.
incarceration is the
It'd
only
be
way to
nice if I
actually
could
ensure
find
the
the
safety
cube.
of the world. In an act of ultimate sacrifice, the Professor entrusts the future to his students and leaves peacefully with Dr. Cooper. Aftermath. This is where the saga of Onslaught ends. The villain's actions have left the Marvel Universe in disarray. It appears that most of the world's heroes have died, while mutant is now hated more than ever before. This anti-mutant sentiment has been a great help to Bastion, who's shown unprecedented support for Operation Zero Tolerance. Moreover, after Xavier's surrender, he was locked away in Bastion's base in New Mexico. This has granted the villain unfettered access to the powerful telepath as well as his secrets. But unknown to the heroes left on Earth, their allies are not really dead. We eventually find out that the heroes were saved by Franklin Richards' reality warping ability. The child had subconsciously used his powers to transport the heroes to a pocket dimension, where they were all reborn into new lives. But that is a story for another time. The sheer scale of the Onslaught conflict was entirely unprecedented in the Marvel Universe at the time. However, the appeal of this saga lies not in its magnitude, but instead in the tiny nuances between its characters. This story dives deep into the profound questions from the very first page and continues to raise exciting ideas on diverse topics throughout its course. Needless to say, it provides us with some much-needed insight into our favorite characters and even offers lasting upgrades for others. Onslaught is a timeless epic that showcases everything we love about Marvel's heroes and prepares the audiences for more complex iterations of the characters that would arrive in the next decade. However, as we all know, nothing truly dies in the comics, and Onslaught
Let's get rid of
has
this
made numerous
duplication
cameo
one. I
appearances
do
in
not like
different
the
storylines
duplicate,
over the years. Well, that's all for this video.
obelisk.
But do tell us what stories you'd want us to cover in the future by leaving a comment below.
I can just kind of keep it around like a decoration then.
With Cyclops telling him he's heard rumors of a full-scale
alright
war
with
with the
that.
humans in Europe, which would be bad
Kinda
for
cool
business.
looking.
While this is happening, Alex has a post-coital drink with Scarlet at Club Heaven in Manhattan. They discuss his plan of taking Scott out of the way so Apocalypse can pay more attention to him. It's also revealed that Scarlet is secretly
I guess I
working
just
for
have
the
that
Human
one for
High
now,
Council,
don't I?
even as she finds herself falling in love with Alex. At the pens, Cyclops angrily halts Beast's experimentation on Polaris, telling him he's jeopardizing the efforts at peace with the Human High Council. That night, a mysterious hooded figure
These
comes
trees
for
gonna
Polaris,
do anything,
sneaks her out of
or-
the pens. She still believes it to be Magneto, even though we're given a slight inkling as to who it might be. On their way out, they encounter Northstar and Aurora, who were reassigned to be in their way by Alex. However, Polaris' mysterious rescuer fights them off without much hassle. However, unbeknownst to them, Alex is following. Toward the end of the issue, when Polaris is safely delivered to a member of the Underground called Lorna, Alex
the
still
hell
watches
back
as the hooded
outside.
figure reveals
Stop
himself
sticking
as
up the
Cyclops.
place.
Alex is delighted as everything seems to be falling in place for him. Part 13, Fire in the Sky, Weapon X, number 2. This issue begins with an impressive splash panel showing the Sentinel successfully landing on the west coast of England with evacuated humans from North America. Amidst this event, dubbed the Great Sentinel Airlift, Logan is shouting and scrambling in search of Jean, who's helping with the evacuation efforts. During the immigration and clearance process, 3 people raise suspicion. These are the same 3 who blended into the human crowd toward the end of Amazing X-Men number 2. One of them, Pierce, recognizes Weapon X. The other 2, Copycat and Box, jump into action to attack the refugees. The attack triggers memories of Jean's time in the pens, which in turn triggers a berserker rage in Weapon X, allowing him to easily overpower the evil mutants. This attack further galvanizes Logan's support for the upcoming nuclear strike on North America, but Jean remains opposed. Later, Logan goes to the High Council's aerial hideout to talk to Lady Mariko.
I completely forgot about these guys.
She sees no other way, but does raise concerns about Braddock's trustworthiness. Interrupting this, Pierce and his pretty boys then launch an attack on one of the Council's airships, aiming for the nuclear missile guidance systems. Logan leaps into the resulting fireball to halt them. Pierce manages to destroy the system with a kamikaze attack. Logan, now having defeated Pierce, considers letting himself burn, but he comes out of the flames after hearing a siren call from Jean via Psylink, where she's saying goodbye. He follows her link to a small airfield, just as she's about to take off. Logan tells her he can't let her warn anyone about the planned nuclear attack, but when she tells him he'll have to kill her to stop her, he hesitates, instead leaping off the plane and watching as she flies away. Part 14, where no external has gone before Gambit and the Externals. Number 2. This issue picks up right where the last one left off, as we see the team of Externals arriving on the Shi'ar homeworld. The Shi'ar Imperial Guard confronts them instantly. Guido grabs Lila as she descends from the heavens, dropping Jubilee in the process. Richter immediately surrenders, but Gambit and his team flee, prompting the Imperial Guard to follow them. After a brief battle, they flee to the forest. However, as soon as they enter the forest, the trees begin to attack and suck them into the ground. Moments later, the guard arrives with Richter in tow, only to discover that they've disappeared completely. Underground, the Externals converse with the shadowy creature that abducted the sentient plants, and Lila claims she felt the entire world summon her via the portal. Richter informs the Imperials that he has a tracker on one of the other mutants. While Oracle attempts to read his mind, she receives input stating that for a brief moment, nothing existed. She claims that the psychic spies were correct, and Emperor Decan's interference with the Imkran crystal will destroy all. Richter offers to assist if he may get the Externals when they're completed. Everyone in the Deep Cavern feels the Nexus's expanding effect. The commander, Jonah, tells the account of how Decan ascended to power by slaying his father and Lalandra, and the seizure of the kingdom from Deathbird. After ascending to the throne, Decan discovered the Imkran crystal, which was now emitting energies endangering the entire cosmos. He informs them that the blink they felt indicates that the space entity is the next to be negated. Even when Jonah assures them that they will be spared to see the end of all that is, so they can prevent it from occurring again, Jubilee panics claiming that they were just supposed to steal a rock, which Sunspot agrees with. Just as Jonah is rallying them, Rick Imperial Guard bursts through the ceiling. As the parties combat, another blink occurs and everything crystallizes around them. The externals are whisked away by the Star Jumpers right before the crystallization wave approaches to hit them. Their captain, Deathbird, reiterates that the Imprime crystal is more than just a jewel, and he wants them to see the plank's annihilation. As the issue comes to a close, we see Gambit proclaim that if they have to save the universe, they will. X-Men, The Complete Age of Apocalypse Epic TPB, number 3, part 15, Burn, Excalibur, number 2. This issue picks up right where the first one ended, as Destiny collapses from the shock of her vision. Switchback, Kane and Destiny's adopted son, Doug Ramsey, all rush to her side as she's screaming about Avalon on fire. We then move to Manhattan, where Apocalypse's Infinities attack Proudstar's Ghost Dance by the East River, but are quickly Meanwhile, in the submarine bound for Avalon,
Oh yeah, I forgot I had him set for hunting.
Nightcrawler and the other passengers choking on their own exhalations. The captain emerges rather than letting everyone perish, but cautions that the instrumentation is faulty and they may not be beyond American detection range. When they break the surface, the crew finds that the cargo bay doors are electronically sealed. Everyone may have already died from suffocation. They signal a nearby ship with a torch to cut through the doors and rescue at least some of the people inside.
You know what? We're gonna start making lavish meals.
To help the submarine complete its journey to Avalon.
It's time we start eating like the kings we are, alright?
Early when the ship was there. The Mask is watching these events unfold from the Pale Rider ship as Moonstar repeatedly cuts Wade and watches his healing factor function. The Mask receives a signal from Apocalypse warning her that he's sending a secondary expedition and that when they arrive in Avalon, she must kill Avalon. In a fit of rage, she murders Moonstar and tells Wade, "And I loved it." Back aboard the ship, Callisto has grabbed hold of the refugees to Avalon and they're on their way. She and her crew collect all of the evacuees' possessions, and when they reach deeper water, she orders the cargo doors to be lowered, dropping every passenger into the very cold ocean and killing them. The victims pile up as the boat wanders through what is known as an atrocity zone, a series of little islands in the Atlantic where Apocalypse dropped all of the corpses he was generating. Callisto shoots the crewman who allowed them to drift into it and instructs the rest of the crew to wait for her signal. Unbeknownst to Callisto, however, Nightcrawler has been teleporting throughout the ship, eliminating her crew one by one, before appearing on the deck and eliminating the rest of the crew. Callisto is ready to shoot Nightcrawler when Mystique appears, and as this issue comes to an exciting close, shoots a gun at her head. Part 16, No Exit, Astonishing X-Men number 2. This issue starts in Chicago, where notably Rogue is standing in the middle of a mob of frightened humans. The people are panicking due to the probes that Holocaust has sent. Sunfire grows enraged. Powers up. The recollection of all the atrocities he watched overwhelming him, terrifying the crowd.
How do you not have a gun?
He flies
I
up to
feel like we go through this every
Rogue
time.
pursues him. She makes touch
There
with
we
him
go.
and takes part of his powers and memories to help him relax, leaving Morph wondering what this would do to her psyche. We see a flashback of Sunfire being tortured by Nemesis and Apocalypse. They both fall, but Morph catches them before they reach the ground. The X-Men return to their mission to evacuate the humans. Meanwhile, Magneto is enjoying some alone time with his son Charles at the Xavier house. While he's holding his sleeping son, Bishop their lives, but he stops when he notices Magneto is with Charles. He apologizes, but Magneto responds that he should be the one apologizing to his son. If Bishop is correct about their universe, Charles will cease to exist. Bishop tries to convince him that their universe was created by a cosmic accident. Magneto insists that love is never an accident. He warns Bishop that the world could end tomorrow, so allow him tonight to say farewell to his son. Meanwhile, Apocalypse is furious that Abyss failed to halt the X-Men in Maine, as we learn in Amazing X-Men. Rex informs him that they've discovered the site of the X-Men's secret base, the former home of Charles Xavier. Apocalypse gloats, telling Rex that he'll handle this personally. Back in Chicago, Blink reluctantly prepares to send Sabretooth and Wildchild to fight Holocaust. We learn that Sabretooth rescued Blink from the Abyss many years ago, and so she has a connection with him. Understandably, due to this, she's scared that he won't return. Rogue flies in and interrupts, asking them to return and aid with the evacuation. Blink, however, defies Rogue's order and briefly displaces her before sending Sabretooth to Indianapolis. Sabretooth stirs up Wildchild and they face Holocaust. Sabretooth and Holocaust argue about their shared past when Sabretooth worked for Holocaust. Then, quite simply, Holocaust does one of the stupidest things a villain can do. Because Sabretooth is going to die anyway, he reveals the location of his hidden infinite processing plant. Sabretooth then sends Wildchild to inform Rogue of the same, he and Holocaust fight. During the battle, Holocaust expresses his enjoyment over killing Magneto's daughter. Creed successfully removes Holocaust's containment helmet before collapsing. However, it doesn't seem to kill him. Instead, the issue concludes with Holocaust
this
handing over
already
Sabretooth's
broken?
body.
Such shit.
17. Hither comes the Sugar Man. Generation Next. Number 2. This issue begins with a child called Ileana and her friend Ace, who are underground at a location called the Core, trying to avoid someone called the Sugar Man. Outside, 2 human guards are having a conversation when they encounter a van. It contains Skin and Chamber of the Generation Next team, who capture the pair of human guards in order to steal their uniforms. Meanwhile, Colossus and Shadowcat prepare to sneak into the Core through a back door. Shadowcat goes in first and almost gets caught, but Colossus drops in at the last minute and takes out the guards, saving her in the process. The story then moves to a location called the Spa, downtown, where Quietus is being cared for by Husk. After being invited back to Quietus's place, Husk prepares them both a drink. Quietus begins to hit on her. However, Quietus has a device that can detect mutants and discovers that Husk is not who she appears to be. But it's too late, as Vincente, having turned into liquid and been drunk by Quietus, returns to solid form and Quietus explodes. Husk and Vincente search through his files for intel on Ileana. Their goal then becomes to impersonate Quietus, who is one of the Plant 4 men at the Core, which they do by having Husk transform into his massive head and Vincente fill out the rest of his bulky form. As dawn comes, the pair enter the Core, flanked by a camouflaged Mondo, clearing their way. They find the disguised Skin and Chamber who have entered the plant as workers, and demand them to be assigned to Quietus's detail. As their plan slowly falls into place inside the Core, Ileana is forced to wake up for another day of back-breaking labor as this chapter comes to a close.
Should give us enough room.
18. Choosing sides. X-Man number 2. X-Man number 2 starts by taking readers right into the middle of the action. Domino, Grizzly, and Caliban have a one-sided battle with Rossovich, who's beaten into submission and then interrogated for information about the telepath that Apocalypse had tasked Domino with finding and recruiting, or killing. They've been out in the field for a week now, and their frustrations are starting to show. Meanwhile, Forge trains Nate in hand-to-hand combat, intending to teach him the value of not relying on his abilities, but Forge is concerned that all he's doing is pushing Nate into Essex's arms. Nate is still young and desperate to prove himself, but is also looking for a father figure. To make matters more complicated, Essex, who's more amenable to Nate exploring his powers, helps the young mutant turn his power on himself in order to fly. After the training session, Essex tries to persuade the group to make the neighboring bioengineering plant their next target, and Forge reluctantly agrees to survey the location. However, when Nate discovers the atrocities being committed there, he leaps into action, attracting the attention of the Marjorie and overexerting his talents, forcing the group to flee. Later that evening, Nate astral projects himself and Teresa back to the mysterious mansion he previously visited, where he briefly meets Magneto and discovers it's the home of the X-Men. Returning to their bodies, Nate questions why Forge was so adamant about keeping him away from the Resistance's most powerful weapon. Meanwhile, Brute approaches Essex, having discovered his true identity. However, Essex says he's not yet ready to reveal himself to the others, so he murders Brute in cold blood. Shortly after, Forge also confronts Essex, but they're interrupted by the arrival of Domino and her bounty hunters, which creates further complications as the issue comes to an end. Part 19. In Excess. Astonishing X-Men number 3. Since the last issue ended with a fallen Sabretooth, this issue of Astonishing X-Men understandably begins with Wildchild fleeing the Infinities. However, his fleeing is futile, as he only ends up encountering Holocaust. Holocaust scoops up Wildchild and then, fortunately, reveals himself to be Morph.
Didn't know she was going to be this mean.
Flies the Infinites chasing them. Rogue and Blink arrive through a portal, and Wildchild, who can't talk, licks Rogue to give her his memories of what happened, as well as some of his powers. Meanwhile, the actual Holocaust is dragging a battered Sabretooth off a cliff, overlooking a new Infinities processing complex. He brags about Apocalypse's new army before knocking Sabretooth out again. While unconscious, Sabretooth dreams about the night and Logan, Weapon X, are on a mission and spared a young Blink from death. As Sunfire flies the rest of the crew to Creed's location, Morph continues to crack jokes and sing over Sunfire's protests. Back at the mansion, Bishop and Magneto have a tense conversation when Nanny comes in with Charles. The robot caregiver then detects a severe threat and wraps itself around the baby before disappearing into the floor. Magneto explains that this is her programming at work to protect Charles, and she's gone into the tunnels beneath the school. He also explains that this can mean only one thing: Apocalypse is coming. We move back to the Infinities plant, where Holocaust is watching as thousands of infinite troops are pushed out of the factory. However, he also notices a big humpback whale marooned on the plant floor. The whale eventually reveals itself to be Morph, and the entire team hides within his jaws. They vanquish the Infinities and search for Sabretooth. Blink yells out and teleports to him when she notices him tied to a pole and bleeding. The issue ends with a tag saying, "To be concluded." Part 20, Open Wounds, Factor X, number 3. This issue begins with the introduction of the kennel, a subsection of the larger breeding pens for mutants with animalistic mutations. Here, the Infinities are having a hard time keeping a large grizzly bear-looking mutant under control. Alex Summers comes to the scene and tries to subdue the threat, although his internal monologue is still plotting against his brother Scott. This makes him distracted enough that the bear mutant is able to get the jump on Alex and injure him. Luckily, Scott is there to intervene and ends up killing the mutant. Alex, again being overshadowed by Scott, is angry at him and walks away. Later, we see Jean Grey sneak inside the pens by herself, hoping to find Sinister. However, she finds a lot of suffering creatures and then sees Sinister's lab destroyed, after which she gets caught and knocked out by a gleeful Havoc. Meanwhile, at Angel's Heaven nightclub, the Bedlam brothers arrest Scarlet for espionage, warning Angel that between her arrest and Karma's, his much-professed neutrality may soon come under scrutiny. Back at the pens, Havoc shows Scott the captured Jean Grey. He admits that he knows Scott let Lorna Dane escape. When Scott claims innocence, Havoc urges him to prove it by executing Jean. When Scott refuses, the Guthries, who were waiting, assault and knock him out. Havoc declares himself commander of the EMF and hands over Scott to Beast, along with Jean. Now stuck in Beast's lab, both Scott and Jean are restrained, waiting to be experimented on. However, Jean is able to utilize her telekinetic abilities to remove Scott's visor, allowing him to blast Beast and liberate. Scott offers to assist Jean in liberating the pens before the Human High Council's nuclear strike completely destroys the city. Unbeknownst to them, however, Apocalypse also declares that the pens will be closed, but only so that the captives may be culled, ensuring that the strong will live while the weak will perish. Part 21, Parents of the Atom, Amazing X-Men, number 3. The issue starts with Magneto visiting Xavier's grave, talking about the start of the end game. Pete and Bishop are on the X-Mansion grounds, anticipating the arrival of Apocalypse's army. Suddenly, Vanisher teleports a squad of Infinites onto the grounds before teleporting away to find Nanny and Charles. Magneto calls him a coward, and in his anger, quickly demolishes the Infinites. Just as they think this is too easy, Apocalypse drops in and gets the jump on them. Magneto says he's ready to blow them all up if it means ending this conflict. But Apocalypse tells him that Vanisher is currently on his way to bringing Charles back here, which means the explosion would kill him too. Naturally, Magneto relents. Vanisher finds Nanny in the mansion's tunnels, but she's prepared. Later, Quicksilver's X-Men squad returns to discover Magneto and Bishop gone.
Quicksilver's
Vanisher
X-Men
in
squad.
the tunnels. Quicksilver assigns Exodus and Dazzler to find Nanny and Charles. Iceman alerts Rogue to Magneto's capture before rushing off to find out where his father and Bishop are being held.
They
He then
truly
goes to
peaked
Manhattan
in
and
first
confronts a joyless
class.
Angel, who informs him that Magneto is being kept at Apocalypse's citadel, while Bishop is with the Madri in Quebec, forcing him to choose between his father and his father's goal. In Quebec, the Shadow King
Was it
interrogates
first
Bishop
class?
and
Maybe it was
discovers
the
Magneto's
second
plot
one.
to recreate
Days of
reality.
Future Past?
Quicksilver returns to the mansion with a stone in his heart. He
remember which
informs
one.
Storm and
I wanna
Banshee
say
that
Days
he
of
intends
Future
to
Past
rescue
is where
Bishop. As
Quicksilver
the
came
chapter comes
from.
to an end, they set out to save a man they hardly know and salvage a plot they barely understand. Part
Salvage a
22,
plot they
Body
barely
Heat,
understand.
Excalibur
Yeah,
number 3.
welcome to my
This
world.
issue starts on a serious note, as Callisto has died. Mystique and Nightcrawler, mother and son, are holding a family reunion. They climb the ladder to Mystique's helicopter. When Nightcrawler asks how she discovered him, she explains that she was looking for the pirates after they killed the previous 2 groups of visitors. Wade is still distraught by Moonstar's death on the Pale Rider's ship, and Damask informs him Moonstar never liked him in the first place. Nightcrawler and Mystique arrive to Mystique's Antarctic headquarters, and Kurt questions his mother's refusal to visit Avalon. When she avoids the subject, he hits her and accuses her of all he'd learned about her during the ghost dance. Later, while rowing down the underground river to Avalon, they meet Kane. Mystique inquires as to Destiny's whereabouts. When he's informed that she's too elderly to meet visitors, he obliges. The 3 of them go to Avalon, with Kane carrying all of the containers they packed. When they arrive at the edge of the paradise, Mystique, who's never seen the end of the voyage, is overcome with emotion by the beauty of Avalon and the news that Destiny has a son. As they approach Destiny, Irene is overjoyed to see Raven, and hopes that this means she'll stay with them. When Mystique says she came to take her back, Destiny turns silently and brings them to Avalon Village. She introduces them to Switchback and tells of her vision that they'll all die. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Avalon, Wade is ready to destroy everything as
Blowing
ordered.
through
while
these
Damask is
research,
taken away by the beauty she sees and is second-guessing her orders. In Avalon Village, Mystique and Nightcrawler inform Destiny about Bishop, Xavier, and the alternate history.
Research
Destiny is
blogs?
hesitant to leave, arguing
Doesn't
that
sound
her
right
departure
either.
could destroy Avalon, stating that she has a lot to lose, including her son. Suddenly, a rocket rips up their tent, and everyone scrambles to find out what happened. Nightcrawler tries to encourage Kane to fight to protect them, but he experiences a major crisis of consciousness as his aggressive nature fights his passionate pacifist nature. The crisis is so extreme that it causes an aneurysm, killing him. Mystique and her companions then draw their weapons, while Wade continues to fire at them from atop a hill. He asks Damask why she isn't killing anyone, and she switches sides, stabbing Wade. This gives Nightcrawler just enough time to teleport his head away from his body. As the issue comes to its penultimate close, Damask assures him that if he wants her support, she's willing, and she, Mystique, and Switchback are ready for Apocalypse's arriving assault. Part 23, The Common Right of Toads and Men, Weapon X, number 3. This issue starts at a snowy mountain location where some people spot and recognize Weapon X. Turns out he's on an expedition to Wundagore Mountain, former Magneto Sanctuary. On the way, the people he runs into are two techno-organic Reavers, Deadeye and Mangle. Naturally, a fight ensues and Logan is able to defeat them before continuing on his journey. He visits Wanda's grave, where he meets up with Carol Danvers, an old friend. She asks where Jean is, and Logan implies that he needs to find her. He asks after G-Dub, and she agrees to take him to the mutant referred to as Gateway, a hermit mutant with teleportation powers. Meanwhile, in London, the Human High Council debates their next move to thwart Apocalypse, which has been on a killing spree as of late. They discuss that Logan needs to be successful on his current mission, otherwise they'll be left with no option other than a preemptive nuclear strike on North America. Back at Wundagore, Carol brings Weapon X to Gateway, and he urges the Aboriginal mutant to help lead the High Council's armada against Apocalypse. Because the control system for the Human High Council's armada was damaged, as shown in the last issue, Logan needs Gateway to serve as the navigator for the fleet. So Gateway refuses because he doesn't want to be part of the human or mutant world or their politics anymore. Instead, he's determined to record as much of human history as he can before the world ends. However, they're soon ambushed by Reavers, including Pierce and Vultura, as they attack from the sky. Gateway teleports himself, Weapon X and Carol onto Pierce's airplane. Carol sacrifices herself to push Pierce out of the plane, then detonate a cluster of grenades as the pair fall through the air. As Logan mourns his friend in the final page of the issue, Gateway agrees to at least go to Paris and allow the Human High Council to attempt to persuade him to help. Part 24, To the Limits of Infinity, Gambit and the Externals, number 3. The issue begins with Starjammer's ship exiting hyperspace, just outside the energy absorption device that surrounds the M-Prime planet. When Gambit reconsiders his idea, Deathbird reminds him that he'd come across the cosmos for it. The Starjammers want to keep the Armada busy while the Externals teleport planetside. When they reach the surface, they're immediately ambushed by Shi'ar guards, and Bobby tells them that they don't need to defeat the army. They just need to stall them while Gambit and Lila retrieve the jewel. As Lila, Gambit, and Deathbird get closer to the crystal, which Gambit didn't realize was 3 stories high, Deathbird informs them that a fragment of the crystal has just as much power as the entire thing. As more troops approach, Lila is grabbed by a weird hand and dragged into the crystal. Gambit and Deathbird follow her until they find Jaff, the M-Kran's protector. Outside, Guido, Sunspot, and Jubilee continue to fight, and after a blink, Sunspot's hands turn white with energy. Suddenly, Gladiator flies in with Richter. With soldiers still surrounding them, the situation appears increasingly desperate. Meanwhile, Gambit, Deathbird, and Jaff approach the crystal's center, where Lila and Dicken are fascinated by a bright energy ball. When Deathbird tries to attack Jaff, she becomes mesmerized as well. Jaff explains to Gambit how the crystal connects all realms, including referencing the X-Men who passed through there in the 1970s. He informs Remy that Bishop is telling the truth about the world being wrong and how it affects all realities. Jaff instructs him to grab a shard of the crystal and use it to transport Bishop to the past and repair everything. Back outside, while Gladiator and Sunspot fight, another blink occurs. This time, Sunspot's entire body shines bright white, and everyone except Richter and the Externals is transformed into crystal. Everyone jumps into the crystal as Gambit prepares to destroy the energy matrix. As he strikes the blazing ball, everything erupts, and Sunspot absorbs more energy than ever before. As a result, the issue closes with him being left behind as Lila teleports the team home. Part 25, Last Stand, X-Universe, number 1. A little departure from the storyline we've been following so far, but set in the same universe. This issue begins with the familiar face of Gwen Stacy, who's dead in the 616 Marvel timeline, but clearly alive in the altered reality of Earth 295, the Age of Apocalypse. Engaged in this reality as a humanitarian worker in Wakanda, she strives to help people in need, but recognizes that she cannot save everyone. Imagine if you took everything cool and revolutionary about Black Panther, but reversed it. We learn that in Wakanda, since the death of T'Challa, the warrior king, the once great nation has been struck by famine and has become truly vulnerable to attack by outside forces. The city is attacked by marauders, and they kill a handful of its residents. Gwen immediately kills one of them while defending the Wakandans. Tony Stark arrives just in time with relief help from Europe to destroy the remaining 3 terrorists. He's traveling on a large metal spider ship piloted by Clint Barton. The ship docks. Tony goes out in search of the only other aid worker in Wakanda except for Gwen, Donald Blake, whom he discovers barely seconds after getting off. Tony and Donald exchange pleasantries. Tony informs Donald that the Human High Council has requested his assistance. Therefore, he must accompany him back to London. Back in London, Ben Grimm and Susan Storm fly their plane through the mutant fleet that's hovering above the city. The Armada has departed from America. Its commander, Mikhail Rasputin, the Fourth Horseman, has arrived and will initiate Apocalypse's peace talks with Eurasian leaders. Matthew Murdoch, the Keeper, gives Mikhail a report on the Eurasian army's increasing nuclear might while they're on board. Ben and Susan start to arrive at the command center Hangar Bay in London as Mikhail prepares for his address. They hear a radio request to abandon their landing, which they do, fortunately sparing them from the base explosion that kills everyone else in the vicinity. It doesn't take long for Ben and Susan to locate the saboteur, as the monster locates them when they land. The monster responds to Ben's description of him as a thing made of mutants by saying that he's a man who's grown stronger than any mutant could ever hope to be. Ben defends himself from the thing's onslaught by shooting a full magazine's worth of bullets at the monster's chest, only infuriating him further. Fortunately for Susan, the thing tosses her against the closest wall and turns away as Susan leaps in to save him by blowing off his right ear. Susan is fortunate enough to live, allowing her and Ben to carry on their hunt for survivors. They eventually locate one in Dr. Bruce Banner. Although the doctor is bleeding profusely from the right side of his skull, he tells them he only wants to be taken to the meeting with Mikhail and doesn't want any medical assistance. The chief of Eurasian Security, Victor Von Doom, welcomes Mikhail to the meeting and expresses regret that the other council members were unable to make it. As he makes his way to the front of the ship to speak with the numerous Eurasian civilians below them, Mikhail encourages Doom not to apologize. When the whole group gathers behind him to join Doom, he informs him that he's come to provide peace. After completing his speech, Mikhail assures the populace of his genuine intentions by giving Donald Blake and his friends a tour of his spacecraft. They agree. As Mikhail shows them around his newest mutant experiment, Empath, they discover they're not welcome. We find out as the issue comes to an end that Empath is being imprisoned here, forced to use his powers in a way that allows Mikhail to influence the humans. Part 26. It Only Hurts When I Sing. Generation Next. Number 3. This issue starts with Skin and Chamber preparing to fight against the mutant guards in the core who were enslaving humans in their workyard. They plan to kill the guards, but they're unsure of how to win the fight. A patrolman arrives to investigate the disturbance, but Skin tells Chamber that they'll not be able to win the fight and they must choose the right time to fight. The guards kill an old man and a young girl fraternizing in the workyard. The girl erupts in rage, throwing a rock at the guard and blasting him off a cliff. Chamber watches from the window in disbelief. Skin hurries to release Chamber. The patrolman asks if there's anything wrong. Skin replies that they're just checking the perimeter for stray humans. In Quietus's office, Husk and Vincente are trying to find information on Liliana, but a little old woman peeks her head through the door. She leaves to check as Vincente drifts out of disguise. The secretary comes over to her as a visitor. Dragged into the room by the Sugar Man. He hears a sound in the next room and goes to investigate, tearing down the curtain that separates the rooms. Sugar Man sees that Quietus is in the shower and tells him to hurry up. Outside the core, 2 figures float down out of the sky and shadow the bright morning sun. They land on a ledge above the entrance, and Shadowcat asks her husband what's going to happen next. Colossus and Shadowcat decide to wait for the signal. Go inside, come out with Ileana. Meanwhile, Ileana talks to an elderly woman named May, who tells her to hush and work. Ace falls over the edge of a cliff and is caught by Mondo. Mondo expresses his sympathies towards Ace, shocked to see Mondo's face as a mutant. A non-suspecting guard falls to a blast of psionic energy from Chamber, and the guys discuss their victory. Quietus comes up behind them and tells them to be less conspicuous, as they're going to expose the team. Back outside, Know-It-All's face materializes on the wall. She reports to her teachers that the team is not doing well on the inside. Shadowcat suggests that the teachers go in to lend their students a hand, but Colossus firmly says no, as the only priority is securing Ileana. Quietus holds up the unconscious bodies of Chamber and Skin to Sugar Man, who compliments him on his thoroughness and tells him to use his mutation instead. Back inside the core, Mondo places Ace on a cliff, promising her safety. Ace pleads with him to take her with him, as she'll never be safe in the core. Mondo notices Ileana and promises to return for her. Mondo absorbs Ileana into his stomach, sinking into the ground. Colossus and Shadowcat alert them that Ileana faces danger, as the longer in his stomach, the greater the risk of being fully absorbed. Colossus reminds his wife of their marriage while down into the core. Chamber awakens in Sugarman's clutches and spits in his face, courtesy of Generation Next. Sugarman orders Quietus to execute Chamber. The a single shot is fired, ending the issue. Part 27, Turning Point, X-Man number 3. The issue picks up right where the last one ended.
Yeah, I was
Domino,
gonna do
the
something
assassin of
with
Apocalypse, orders Forge to hand over the telepath, or else. Forge assures her that there's no need for violence and that they can accommodate her in some way. Domino points out that someone's already lopped off a good chunk of him, so she would be asking herself how much longer she wants to keep that tongue. Essex, who recognizes Domino as Apocalypse's most dangerous assassin, slips away, recognizing him as the most dangerous one. He warns Nate telepathically to keep away and swears he won't let Apocalypse take away the boy. Forge finds Toad and Mastermind and asks Jason for help, then presents him to Domino. Domino, suspicious of Jason, creates a nightmare image of Apocalypse that belittles and attacks Domino. However, the assassin realizes that Jason is an illusionist and shoots him, intending to make Forge her next kill. At that moment, they're intercepted by Nate, who telekinetically propels himself toward Domino and flies away with her from Forge. Unfazed, Domino strikes Nate, causing him to crash while she somersaults safely to the ground. Nate freezes her telekinetically, realizing that Domino gets off on others' suffering and decides to give her a taste of her own medicine by making her relive the deaths of all her victims from their side. Domino screams and sinks down, catatonic. Forge is relieved and proud that Nate is starting to act like a responsible adult. He heads toward the stable, where he finds Bree dead. Essex turns up, claiming Domino murdered him. Forge is aware that Essex is the true killer and tells him to stay away from the boy or fight him to his last breath. Nate experiences Forge's life.
Do they mean like Mr.
Essex reveals himself as
Sinister?
Sinister. He explains that had he known Forge meant that much to Nate, he would have killed him sooner. As the issue comes to a close, Nate is shown hungry for answers and promises to have them. 28 Holocaust, Astonishing X-Men. After learning of Sabretooth's chained corpse at the conclusion of the last issue, Blink confronts Holocaust at the start of this one, telling Blink that she's a mutant with unrealized potential.
I don't understand how this one gets out.
After attacking and successfully removing some of his life support gear, he grabs her and tosses her into a wall. She's able to subdue Holocaust by teleporting behind him. She blinks him into a vat of liquid because he taunts her. The other X-Men are engaged in combat with an army of Infinites not too far away. Sunfire is instructed by Rogue to take Wildchild and set the human survivors free. Rogue and Morph are still battling with the Infinites. Apocalypse is tormenting Magneto, his captive, in his fortress in Manhattan by showing him pictures of Rogue. Apocalypse is informed by Magneto that he and the X-Men would never give up the fight. He's informed by Apocalypse that he's been waiting for 2,000 years to prevail. They're going to perish, every single one of them. Sunfire releases the humans from the Infinite prison by killing its guards back in Indianapolis. One of the prisoners informs Sunfire that they'll never be free as long as the Holocaust continues. She's informed by Sunfire that the matter is being handled. Morph bursts into the room where Blink is and inquires about Holocaust. She threw herself into a pot of genetic stew. Blink informs him. Holocaust then snatches Blink, causing Morph to fall to the ground. Holocaust's brain's electromagnetic flow is reversed by Morph. When Blink questions how he accomplished it, Morph transforms and reveals it's Rogue. She'd taken in Morph's power to change. The actual Morph makes an appearance and with the shape of a brick, he falls squarely on Holocaust. Holocaust is then told by Rogue that it's over, but he knocks her flying with a vicious uppercut. While the other X-Men fight Holocaust, Morph rushes to check on Rogue. She's unresponsive, so Morph transforms into the only thing that will draw attention, her son, Char. Rogue returns to Holocaust and attacks him again. He taunts her by saying he'll keep an eye on his son. Furious, Rogue continues to charge him, calling him a monster. Finally, Holocaust is knocked into the teller platform and escapes. Rogue tries to follow him but is halted by an Iceless O. Iceman informs her that Pietro didn't send him all the way to Indianapolis to watch her commit herself. Sabretooth stands behind the Iceman. Blink is ecstatic that Mr. Creed is alive. Rogue promises that the Age of Apocalypse will come to an end tonight. The story continues in X-Men Omega. X-Men, The Complete Age of Apocalypse Epic TPB, number 4, part 29, by Generation Next, number 4. At the start of this issue, Mondo has Ileana trapped in his chest, but she's being consumed. Time is running out. Husk and Vincente, dressed as Quietus, are about to execute their teammates under Sugarman's orders. Mondo is carrying Ileana Rasputin out of the mines in the form of a guard. Mondo has concealed Ileana inside his body and is digesting her by the minute. Sugarman has caught 4 Generation Next members and ordered Quietus, Husk and Vincente in disguise to assassinate Chamber. They had no choice but to blast him in the head, but it doesn't please Sugarman. Their secret has been broken. Sugarman uses his lethal tongue to sever Husk's artificial body of Quietus. The game is over. They all unveil themselves. Sugarman tells his underlings to assault, and just as they dive for the young mutants, Chamber explodes his chest, revealing that he utilized his psionic power to trick everyone into believing Husk killed him. Vincente is knocked unconscious during the ensuing skirmish. When Colossus arrives, He tells them all to find Ileana, take her from the court right away. Sugarman hears this and begins to delve below to see why the young X-Men chose to go on this suicidal mission. Down below, Mondo fights many guards after blowing his cover and rediscovers the little girl, Ace. Ace begs him to take her with him, and he sympathetically agrees. Sugarman's tongue pierces Mondo's tummy, causing Ileana to emerge from his chest. Sugarman has Ileana, but not for long, as Colossus falls directly on Sugarman's head. He then stamps and punches Sugarman into a pulp. The war has intensified. All human slaves are now fighting with their oppressors. The Generation Next team's escape appears all the more difficult. The crew is assaulted from behind, but Shadowcat, who's been hidden inside Colossus's body, rushes out and deflects the enemy's strike. The crew is hit and separate. Colossus makes the executive decision that Ileana comes first. He instructs Shadowcat to take him and Ileana to the surface, leaving the squad defenseless underground. The young members of Generation Next are all but doomed. But Colossus, certain that his wife and sister are now safe, chooses to return and attempt once more to save them. He's unsuccessful, leaving the team to fend for themselves as the issue comes to an end. The plot continues in X-Men Omega. Part 30, On Fire, Excalibur #4. The story continues in this issue with Switchback still standing over Wade's dead body, abruptly changing positions and saying that it's her mutant power to move herself back down her timeline for a maximum of 10 seconds, in this case to relieve the headache she was experiencing. Mystique and Switchback return to the Hammond while Nightcrawler interrogates Damask about Apocalypse's next wave. She tells him she doesn't know as she leans in and massages his facial fur, adding that it feels like velvet. Back in the village, everything is on fire, and everyone is suffering. They discover Destiny and Doug assisting others. Doug and Mystique argue about Doug's mutant condition and how his mother could be friends with someone like Mystique. Switchback interrupts and adds that all they want is for her to come to America, confirm or disprove Bishop's claims. Suddenly, one of the villagers with bioelectric abilities goes berserk, murdering numerous others. Before Mystique can kill her, Doug intervenes and informs her that he can read background noise in thoughts, that she has too. At this moment, Shadow King confesses that he's possessing the girl, saying that he came in with Wade and leaped to Switchback after his death. Mystique pushes Doug aside and blasts the possessed girl. The mask informs him that all they did was kill his host, and he'll now have a new one by now. Nightcrawler questions how his power works. She explains that he travels from mind to mind via an opposite dimension. Destiny stumbles amid the carnage, and Shadow King approaches her in the form of a pyrotic mutant named Marcus, mocking her life's labor and wasting time. The mask unleashes her own power, wielding burning mental knives that drive Shadow King further from the boy. The boy is released as Doug accuses Nightcrawler and Mystique of orchestrating all of the chaos, which he responds that it was unavoidable, that all they did was bump it up the timetable. Shadow King possesses Mystique and causes her to cycle through forms until she reaches Sabretooth, which is the darkest memory he can locate in her mind. Nightcrawler teleports. Switchback uses her power to lengthen their time between realms, where they discover the Shadow King, and Damask kills his psyche with her psychic knives. With his blast on Destiny, but Doug steps in and saves her, dying in the process. As the issue comes to a close, Destiny offers to follow Nightcrawler back to Magneto and help defeat Apocalypse. Part 31, The Art of War, X-Men #4. This issue begins as Shadow King informs Apocalypse that Domino's mission to eliminate the rogue telepath has failed. This naturally displeases Apocalypse, and he pledges to complete the task himself before returning to torture the captive Magneto. Meanwhile, Nate viciously confronts Sinister, who shakes him off before explaining Nate's origin as a genetic creation of Sinister's, generated using the DNA of Cyclops and Jean Grey, because they're such powerful mutants, then artificially aged to serve as a potential weapon against Apocalypse. He was then rescued by Cyclops and smuggled out of the pens as part of Cyclops' overall effort to balance the scales of justice and handed over to the After saying all this, he then urges Nate to fulfill his destiny and kill Apocalypse. Nate instead unleashes his full power on Sinister, warning him to go after Apocalypse because it's only a matter of time until Apocalypse will choose Nate himself for being the supposed weapon. Sinister succumbs to his injuries and dies. Nate says goodbyes to his buddies from the acting troupe, small band of rebels, heads east towards where Apocalypse is. He creates a silent Magneto, and sees the mutant leader being tortured by Apocalypse and tracks him down to his city. There, Cyclops and Jean is now trapped prisoners from the pens. Spike feels a connection to find the mark of his revenge. Nate marches on to the Citadel, declaring that he's coming for Apocalypse. Part 32, Reckonings, Factor X, #4. With Scott revealed as a traitor, this issue begins with Alex assuming the control and power that he's craved so much for so long. Almost immediately, His first act of business is that he gives the order to kill everyone in the pens, a directive that doesn't sit right with both Beast, who considers their deaths a waste of good genetic material, and the Bedlam brothers, who feel that the slaughter of the prisoners in cold blood is beneath their status as alpha mutants. In any case, he soon receives word that Scott is still alive, which angers him, and he sends the elite mutant force to track him down instead of culling the pens. Meanwhile, at the kennel, Scott and Jean Grey are preparing to take out the brain trust so as to remove its stifling effect on the prisoners. They run into the Bedlam brothers. Not feeling very good about cold-blooded murder and irritated by the Guthries, agree to help them hold off the Guthries, then cut the power. As an aside, Apocalypse's forces arrive at Angel's nightclub Heaven and charge Angel with treason, therefore seeking his arrest. Angel obviously doesn't take this sitting down, and instead attacks the Infinites before giving them the slip. Back at the pens, Jean destroys the brain trust, and Havoc learns that Scarlet, who's being held at the pens for being in cahoots with the human resistance, is pregnant. However, when the room suddenly turns dark, he recognizes it as his brother's doing. As Scott and Jean escort the recently released captives out of their cells, the kennel's animalistic mutants assault Beast, forcing him to flee. Alex tracks down Scott eventually and assaults him, but it's again made clear that he's no match for his brother. Scott then addresses the former prisoners, telling them that they must leave the island and promising them that a better future awaits them elsewhere. When Alex finally wakes up at the end of the issue, he vows to find and kill his brother once and for all. The story concludes in X-Men Omega. Part 33, The Maze, Gambit and the Externals, number 4. This issue begins in the Morlock tunnels, where lovers Dazzler and Exodus discover the remains of Nanny, the mobile mechanical construct in charge of Magneto's kid, Charles. They realize that the boy is missing. Meanwhile, Apocalypse questions Richter about recent happenings in the Morlock tunnels while a young child naps in the background. Those events include Gambit and Lila running through the tunnels in an attempt to escape Richter. They're unaware that Richter has devised a strategy to track Guido and Jubilee, the remaining members of the Externals, as Sunspot died in the previous issue. He's determined to bring Gambit to Apocalypse's feet. Apocalypse wonders if Richter ever considered that he was being set up, given that Jubilee had the shard from the Imcran crystal. Richter realizes that his desire to bring in Gambit could have ruined everything Apocalypse had worked for. Apocalypse begins to tell a little more of the story. Jubilee is on the run from Guido. She doesn't know what's going on, except that he no longer looks to be an external. Surprisingly, she had both the shard of the Imcran crystal and Charles Lenchier, Magneto's son. Earlier, we see Jubilee reflect, which was that she and Guido delivered the shard to Magneto at his mansion in Westchester. On their route, they met the nanny, young Charles's protector. For some reason, Guido destroyed the nanny and switched on Jubilee. She'd been fleeing since, and because Guido was the only one who knew where Magneto was, she was running blind with a wailing boy. Guido triggered a flood, forcing Jubilee to stop and wait it out. By then, Guido had caught up. He took the shard and admitted that he had no choice but to betray the crew. He'd been apprehended 2 months before, and the chip was implanted in his body to assist the Infinite Guards follow his movements. Ultimately, Gambit was the one they wanted. The Infinites believed that Gambit would lead them to Rogue, who would then lead them to Magneto. Guido went with it because he figured if Gambit was gone, he'd have Lila all to himself. When he and Jubilee ran into the nanny, Guido knew it would lead them right to Magneto, so he broke it. He then took the shard and the child, leaving Jubilee. Meanwhile, Gambit doubles back after hearing Richter's remark that Guido could be traced, hoping to get to the X-Men first. Instead, Gambit and Lila encounter Guido. They realize that he has Charles. Richter then catches up, informing everyone that Guido has been on the wrong side the entire time. He then decides to do more than just imprison Gambit. He attempts to kill all 3 of them. Guido hooks a support beam, giving Gambit enough time to retrieve Lila and escape. Guido then lets the support beam collapse. Gambit hopes Guido doesn't pull the ultimate sellout and deliver the shard to Apocalypse. Back in the present, Richter informs Apocalypse that the Externals were all killed in the earthquake he caused. He knows that things didn't go exactly as planned, but the aim was still met. Apocalypse then informs Richter that he's mistaken. He hefts the infant. Richter realizes it's the same boy Guido had been carrying. Apocalypse tells Richter that the youngster is Magneto's offspring. Guido, the man who brought the youngster, understood just what Apocalypse wanted. Richter gets reprimanded for his folly. Apocalypse then reveals that he also has a shard of the crystal. Richter's service pales in comparison to Guido's. As a result, he's slain. Dazzler and Exodus discover Gambit and Lila in the Morlock tunnel's rubble. They take them to Magneto. The issue ends with them sharing the bad news. However, the story is not concluded, and it will be in X-Men Omega, Part 34, on consecrated ground. Amazing X-Men 34. This issue starts in Quebec, where the Marjorie priests hold a ceremony to Bishop, tainted by the Shadow King. The priests chant a song of cleansing, telling Bishop that his words of another reality where Apocalypse does not rule are poison. He must die so that his poisonous words do not affect anyone else. Storm, who's able to free Bishop, pulls lockpicks from her side and and asks him if the Storm from his timeline ever forgot the training she was given in Cairo as an orphan. After that, she's able to pick the lock on his chains and frees Bishop. In the Sanctum in Quebec, two hooded figures, Quicksilver and Banshee, arrive to guard a door with Apocalypse's picture on it. They're surprised to find that the person behind the door begs them to kill Jamie Madrox. The true Jamie Madrox is relieved that help has finally arrived to save him from Apocalypse. Banshee, shocked and sad for Jamie, tells Quicksilver of how he'd heard that Sinister and the Beast had mutated Jamie's body to exceed his normal duping abilities, but had never thought they would leave Jamie helpless and crippled like this. Back at the remains of the Xavier estate in Westchester County, Blink teleports her team back to the grounds of the estate. Rogue orders Sabretooth to stick around and find out what has happened to her son and husband. Sabretooth smells the air, notices the scent of both Magneto and Apocalypse, to find the presence of Shadowcat.
You had to go all the way over there?
Rogue blames herself for not being with the younger students. As Sabretooth opens the hatch to the sewers, Rogue informs her that someone is heading toward them. They find Gambit, Lila Cheney, and Jubilee with them, but Exodus informs Rogue that they cannot find Charles. Rogue punches Gambit through the sewer walls and asks him where her son Charles is. Gambit lies on the ground, not moving. Back in Quebec, Storm and Bishop fight off the Marjorie but get cornered. Jamie begs the two X-Men to kill him quickly. Quicksilver wonders how they can justify killing Madrox when he's just as much a victim in all this as they are. Banshee tries to reason with Quicksilver by telling him that one life being sacrificed to kill all of Madrox's dupes might be worth it. Abyss appears and warns the two X-Men about their moral dilemma. Quicksilver, who has defeated the Madman once, tells Abyss that they're about to die. Abyss also reveals that he knows everything in the deepest, darkest part of everyone's minds, including Banshee's fear of dying and living and all else. Quicksilver begs Banshee not to sacrifice himself, as the X-Men and Quicksilver need him. Banshee orders Quicksilver to take Madrox and leave. Quicksilver is unable to save himself. He asks Jamie to not sacrifice himself like Banshee, as he can't lose another good man. As Bishop and Storm fight the dupes, the Marjorie stop, and their eyes seem lifeless. Quicksilver screams for Jamie not to die, but it's too late. Storm and Bishop appear from the building. Quicksilver hugs her, explaining how Banshee sacrificed himself to save them all. Quicksilver and the other two walk toward the Ark to go to where the other X-Men are. They discuss how they'll make the Earth a better place and how they'll sacrifice all to ensure that Apocalypse falls. At the Xavier estate, Rogue questions why Guido took Charles away from him, while Exodus and Dazzler hold Rogue back. Nightcrawler and Destiny teleport in with Destiny, telling them to follow Magneto's plans. When the Ark reaches the land, the three mutants walk out of the ship, and as the issue comes to a close, Quicksilver tells them to retrieve the piece of the Infran crystal and save his father and brother. Part 35, Into the Maelstrom, Weapon X, number 4. This issue starts in Eurasia, where Emma and Logan are discussing the Cullings in America and Gateway's decision to lead the Armada against Apocalypse. Logan reveals that it's always been human nature to genocide, and cites examples of how other humans killed others just because of where they lived. In the virtual reality video, Logan shows Gateway an Infinite killing a child named Jodie Craig, who begs for mercy. Logan pulls a diary from the ground and tells Gateway to read it before deciding whether or not he wants to help in the attack against Apocalypse. Apocalypse, who's now in New York City, talks about how, if he does not talk, he'll allow his associates to handle him from here on out. He also shows Rex that the human Armada is no longer in London and that they could be heading to attack them as they speak. Apocalypse believes Pierce is more adaptable than they'd expected and may yet win against the Council for them. In the cockpit of the lead Armada ship, Logan tells the helmsman to steer the ship to the storm front that they've picked up to use it as cover. He turns to Emma, who follows him. They wind up in the room that houses the hundreds of nuclear bombs waiting to be dropped on Apocalypse's stronghold in New York. Logan tells Emma that he knows Jean and that she has a soft heart, so he must harden his and drop the bombs on her to save the rest of the world from genocide. Pierce, carried by another enhanced human with wings, flies into the lead ship and radios the Infinite to which ship he's in. When the two enhanced humans land, Pierce orders the flyer to take out Gateway and Logan while he takes care of everyone else. Emma tries to radio Gateway, warn him, and ask for Logan's assistance on the ship. Logan and Gateway face off against a flyer, who they both recognize as Carol Danvers. Emma, who was once a friend of Logan, tells Braddock that she can't believe he sold out the human race. Braddock fires a blast at Pierce, knocking him out of the cockpit. However, Pierce stabs a hole in Braddock's chest, fatally wounding him. Emma chops Pierce's hand off and grabs Braddock in his final moments. Carol begs Logan to kill her, as she's infected with something loathsome and is making her kill Gateway. Logan, who's still shut up from Carol's shot, tells her that he can't reach her in time. Pierce's cyborg fingers reach out to kill Carol, but Logan can't reach her in time. Pierce reaches for Gateway and tells Logan that they've lost and will snap Gateway's neck first. Logan's claws pop out of his handles and he stabs Pierce through with them. Logan asks Pierce if he has any more jokes. He picks him off the ground, finally killing him. Around Logan and Gateway, the Interceptors catch up with them. Logan thinks they may have won the battle. Gateway tells Logan to not give up, and he creates a portal for the entire Armada to enter. As the issue ends, Logan grits his teeth and says that if it's in his cards to take the bombs to Apocalypse, then let the war end, as Doomsday is coming. Part 36. Dying Breath, X-Universe number 2. The issue begins in London with Rafe and his wife, Marta, heading toward the transport ships with their child to turn the Eurasian people into metahumans to survive in the new world of Apocalypse. Meanwhile, Tony Stark is strapped to a table on Mikhail's capital ship, unaware of the Resistance's plan to test him. They rewired his mechanical heart to cause feedback in all the systems on Mikhail's ships, causing Stark to go into massive cardiac arrest. But there's another prisoner on board, Donald Blake, who uses his medical expertise to save Stark's life. Mikhail interrupts a meeting of the Human High Council to offer them one last chance to surrender. The team prepares for battle and decides to split up as Doom and Blake inform the Council of their success. The rest of the battle team takes control of the command of the ship and takes control of the turret and tower of the track. Tony and Gwen fight their way into the control room, but Asia reappears and tells them to stop or be destroyed. Blake arrives at the bell tower, but the council members interrupt Mikhail's speech about his demands. Mikhail is angered by the revelation that his ship was hijacked and his mission failed. He has part of his Strikeforce army kill the council members. Doom, waiting outside in Mikhail's personal flagship, kills the Strikeforce members before they can complete their mission. The council fights many Strikeforce members, and the council is finally able to win. Doom kills the last of Mikhail's fighting forces. Blake attacks the mutant bag, knocking them to their deaths underground from the clock tower. Doom seizes the opportunity to get the council members to the lead airship and safety. Susan yells at her partner to get on the ship, and Ben arrives at the last second as the ship is about to take off. Susan turns to see her partner as the ship flies away, only to find Ben dead from an earlier gunshot wound, still holding the little boy. As Susan cries, they're all engulfed in a white light as reality ceases to exist.
As conversion goes.
37. Endings. X-Men. Omega number 1. The finale showdown issue at the Age of Apocalypse begins with Holocaust and Apocalypse enjoying the torment
start
of their
recruiting
prisoner
her.
Magneto.
Halfway's good enough.
The Eurasian Human High Council has dropped bombs on Apocalypse's strongholds in Midwestern America, killing millions. Apocalypse commands the expansion of the seawall defensive system across the Atlantic, fully aware that this will kill all Eurasian residents. The Angel approaches the fortress, looking for his lost mate, Karma. After discovering she's been transformed into one of the Infinites, he chooses to take a stand and sacrifices his own life to destroy the shielding generator at Apocalypse's base, thinking that other heroes resisting Apocalypse may profit from it. The X-Men and their allies use Blinks' teleportation abilities to sneak inside the base. They head to the chamber where Apocalypse
have a mental break
crystal,
now.
preparing to send a squad inside to correct the timeline. Destiny states that only she, Ileana, and Bishop can enter because they don't have a living equivalent in the Prime timeline. Meanwhile, Nate Gray has infiltrated the palace, seeking vengeance for the death of his mentor, Forge. He joins forces with Magneto to confront Apocalypse and Holocaust, and the combatants quickly break through a wall to find the other X-Men standing in front of the crystal. While the X-Men defend the crystal from oncoming troops, the trio reach the shard's heart. Ileana, guided by the elderly woman, activates her mutant power and creates a portal for Bishop, transporting him to Israel 20 years ago, where it all began. However, in the crystal room, Colossus goes insane since he doesn't want to lose his sister. He tries to follow her inside, risking the operation. Even his wife cannot stop him. When she gets in his way, he runs her over, killing Shadowcat, who didn't face and she believed he would never harm her. In rage, Gambit severely wounds Colossus just as Ileana emerges from the crystal, only to see her brother die. The X-Men don't notice the Sugar Man entering the crystal, but they do notice the Dark Beast following. However, they fail to stop both from teleporting. Outside, in the streets, Jean Grey and Cyclops are bringing the people they've rescued from the pens to New Jersey. They're unaware that they're being trailed by Havoc. When Jean notices the deaths of many people in the Midwestern explosion, she believes they're soon to suffer the same fate. As the bombs approach, she raises a telekinetic shield over New York. Havoc, the torturer's brother, fires a lethal plasma blast in her back before killing Cyclops. However, he only has a few seconds to celebrate his success as Weapon X stabs him from behind with his claws. Despite the bombing, he's back to be with Jean, who dies in his arms. In the past, Bishop successfully prevents Legion from accidentally killing Xavier. Instead, he slams the psi knife intended for Eric into his own chest, causing Legion to witness nightmare scenes from the Age of Apocalypse. Legion dies from the energy feedback, and the old Bishop fades away as reality reboots. Without Legion, region to anchor them before X-Men who followed him into the past are sucked back into the present. Charles Xavier, Eric Magnus Lenscher, and Gabrielle Huller are left to wonder what occurred. Back inside, Nate Gray is fighting Holocaust in the remains of the castle, and in order to weaken his armor, he slams a crystal shard into his chest, but the repercussions are unexpected. Both vanish without a trace. Magneto appears to lose his final battle with Apocalypse, although he was simply acting and taking time to concentrate. In the end, he charges enough magnetic energy to cut Apocalypse in two. As the saga concludes, Magneto pulls his wife and son close to him as the bombs fall a few minutes later, thanking Charles Xavier for such an amazing dream. Epilogue Part 1, Racing the Night, X-Men Prime, number 1.
Jeez.
Dark and
So we got
stormy
freaking
night,
nuked.
Jean Grey meets Wolverine in the woods outside
Tough
the
life.
X-Mansion. She pushes him to come inside, but he refuses as long as Sabretooth is present. Inside, Bishop discusses his recent nightmares about another realm with Xavier. Elsewhere, Dennis, a young mutant on his way to Xavier's school to find the X-Men, pauses at a diner. In Wyoming, X-Factor prevents Mystique from bombing a dam. Cyclops and Beast are taking food to Storm, who's looking over a comatose Gambit at the X-Mansion when they're ambushed by Bishop, who mistakenly assumes they're Apocalypse's slaves. In the Morlock Caverns, a woman named Marrow performs a ritual to summon the first Morlock. In Florida, Rogue and Iceman are dancing at a pub when Trish Tilby's special news story begins. In her report, she notifies the public about the existence of the legacy virus. Dennis slips away when his fellow diners begin speaking out against mutants in the aftermath of the story, but his absence is observed. At the X-Mansion, the X-Men's dismay at Trish's report is interrupted as Xavier senses Nate Gray's approach. In England, Emplate pays a visit to Gail Edgerton. In New York, the restaurant guests catch up with Dennis and begin brutally assaulting him, attracting Xavier's psychic attention. Arcade remotely detonates the Murder World facility used by X-Force. In Wyoming, Havoc unexpectedly loses control of his power, damaging the dam that Mystique intended to blast. Excalibur is getting closer to discovering Sugarman's role in the country's progress in Genosha, which makes him unhappy. In orbit, Colossus takes a group of acolytes to inspect a nearby chunk of ice, which exposes a human trapped therein. In the Morlock tunnels, Marrow encounters the first Morlock. Back in New York, Xavier and Storm rush to Dennis' side. When the rest of the X-Men arrive as Xavier cradles Dennis Hogan's body, warning them they must fight for a better world, or God help them if this is their fate. Epilogue Part 2, In Cold Blood, X-Men number 53. Nate Gray is on vacation with Cyclops and Jean Grey in Alaska. He awakens from a nightmare in which he's back in the Age of Apocalypse, under attack by the Infinites. He shares his nightmare with Cyclops and Jean before continuing their journey up a mountain as snow falls around them. Nate is concerned about his dreams and how they've recently become a reality when a disfigured Infinite falls from above, endangering.
Alright. Be back in 5.
Cyclops. Nate is able to assist Cyclops. As they approach the next ridge, they discover infinites, humans, and hybrids.
And I am
Nate
back.
tells Cyclops and Jean about the infinites from his world.
Just blipping into existence.
Which have blended with humans, were
No
created to
problem.
attack the human rebels' mutant nullification grids. Then they find protective sea walls from the Age of Apocalypse embedded in another area of the mountain. The three formidable mutants are then ambushed by the remaining infinites, resulting in a struggle. Cyclops and Nate work well together. Jean can hold her own against the monstrosities. Jean was able to pick up one of the dead humans' thoughts and learn about the reproducing infinites, and how more of them are going to be born soon. Cyclops, Jean, and Nate make their way towards the sea wall, unaware that they're being followed by Hatchet 9, a massive and strong infinite. The trio enter the sea wall, and Nate shows Cyclops and Jean his old house. However, they're now powerless due to the nullification grid. They break off, with Jean going to discover and turn off the nullification grid, and Cyclops and Nate going to the lowest levels to find the infinite
Nullification
replicator.
grid.
But as they divide, the deadly Hatchet 9 enters the sea wall, preparing to attack. Epilogue Part 3, A Little Piece of Home, X-Men number 54. Cyclops and Nate
these
Gray are
guys
on the
again.
Age of Apocalypse sea wall that's emerged in a mountain in Alaska, looking for the water basin where more infinites
Oh, hey, Lily James. Thanks for the follow, man.
Navigating the seawall fortifications. At the same time,
Oh,
Jean Grey searches
hello?
the seawall for the nullification grid that's rendered
I
their
got my cat yelling at me over here.
formidable infinite follows her. She discovers the nullification grid. Then it stands.
Oh,
It's broken.
okay.
Cyclops and Nate arrive at the water basin to discover more infinites being created, and Nate is concerned.
Making these
that
yellies at
Cyclops will
me.
also pollute
Why
this
are you
world.
yelling at
Nate
me?
wishes to eliminate the infinites before they're fully grown. Cyclops recognizes Jean's predicament because of their unique relationship. They need to go help her, but Nate refuses
She
to leave
goes.
the infinites. Instead, he wants to destroy them. Cyclops informs Nate that unless Jean destroys the nullification grid, they'll not be able to regain their powers and stop the infinites. At the nullification grid, Jean does her best to avoid Hatchet 9 strikes while simultaneously arming
Hungry or
herself with
something?
makeshift weapons. Cyclops and Nate arrive just in time to save her. While Cyclops rescues Jean, Nate
So
faces Hatchet 9 in a fight. Cyclops and Jean are trapped between the dangerous nullification grid and Hatchet 9, so Nate cuts
Alright,
the door
looks
out
like I
from
captured
beneath
these
them,
fools
causing Hatchet 9
again.
to fire his weapons at the nullification grid, blowing it up just in time for Nate to regain his
I guess if
telekinesis
nothing
before
else,
the
I'm
death. Hatchet 9 appears to
getting
be
Ronin's
destroyed.
melee
The Infinites
skill
finish their
up.
birthing and swarm around Cyclops, Jean, and Nate, who engage them in battle now that their powers have returned. They move the battle outside the sea wall, despite the Infinites' persistent attack. However,
Hey, I'm doing well.
work
Stream's
together
going well so
successfully,
far.
causing the mountain to cave in.
Staying
All the sea
alive.
wall and the Infinites inside. Nate blacks out during
This
the process and ends up
DLC is
with
pretty new to me,
alongside
so
Forge and Sonic. He speaks to them before waking. Cyclops and Jean
I'm
are
still
with him as they
still getting the hang of it.
through the mountain as a group, concluding thoughts.
I've
The
lost
Age of
about
Apocalypse
probably
is a bold effort
like half my
creating an
colony
antithesis
since I
to the X-Men
started, but
storyline that existed at the time.
I've made some
However,
gains too.
30 years later, one can't help but feel the whole thing to be a little dated. There are still exciting moments, to be sure, such as some of the world
Might be
building
time to
and
chop
also
up
the
some of
life
this
paths
meat
certain
over here.
characters. However, in other ways, it does leave you
And
confused.
cook.
In any case, I hope you learned something from this massive saga and enjoyed the way it went. The rise, fall, and
You ever get into RimWorld? Oh, it's got to be up there. Helldivers 2 is probably the other game I'm playing the most right now. I tried to get back into Ark Survival Ascended, but I just couldn't. It's too hard. Rat. Always a mad rat. Squashed. Oop. A little late on this guy. Oopsie. Yeah, but it definitely it probably goes this in Helldivers 2 right now. is my my top game. You into any good games right now? Lily James? Binging on ambrosia. Final straw was darkness. Really? It was the dark? That's what got to you? Oh man, I love this game. These guys will lose their mind over anything. The unnatural corpse is rising. It tends to attack strapping. The corpse will follow strapping forever no matter how far he goes. You must destroy it now. Alright. Where's this corpse? Huh. So it's a copy. Must have been messing with some clone obelisk. Jeez, what the hell is this thing? What the what the hell just happened? It psychically incinerated her brain. Well, shit. Then there was two. Oh man. At least the king is still alive. With his shattered nose. Oh man, I'm getting my butt kicked. I gotta start recruiting some more people soon. It's gonna be a lonely game otherwise. God, what are you losing your mind about now? Final straw was witnessed ally's death. Didn't that happen a good minute ago, dude? Entity Slayer. Well, whatever. We probably got too many. Go ahead. Which one are you gonna kill? Oh, maybe he already did it. Yeah. Must have killed this guy. Well, away she goes. And of course, I'm still having insane ramblings as I'm gonna get attacked by these freaking things. Well, it's all up to you, buddy. You and your animals. Best of luck. What is that sound? Oh, I guess I have a... Oh, I do have a turret over here. That's lucky. Let's finish these fools off. this guy left? Well, you can replace the one he killed. This one, it will bleed to death if I leave it alone. Or it'll just die. Whatever. Hardly matters. Wow, that's a lot of bodies. Oh, that rhino got messed up. Oh my god, you lost your mind again over what? Tattered apparel? Because he had a shitty shirt on? Why don't you just change your shirt? Look how many shirts there are. Oh my god. This is what I get for choosing very neurotic. It's one of my traits. I'm gonna be paying the price for it this whole playthrough. This is almost done. The escape. This there. As soon as he wakes up. Put you there. All this guy out of here. This little guy's just been pretty chill. Good for you. We're gonna move. To go put it all the way down here and get you. There we go. Just move you up. So cool. Over here for now. This is gonna help right now. But you, on the other hand, I do stream daily. I usually Monday through Friday from, let's see, Probably started about 4 or 5 hours ago. Lately I've been into RimWorld, but usually I include this game, Helldivers 2, Ark. I just got a game called Content Warning, which looks kind of fun. Might be fun to stream. What else? That's pretty much all I got on the docket for now. I might get into Dragon's Dogma 2 at some point. That right there. Alright, that'll do for now. Look at this door. Why? Why the door? It's just rude. You any closer to being my friend here? Yeah, we're getting there. Almost there. You do any streaming, Lily James? Going on? Oh, he's killing entities. Whatever. Pretty much almost all caught up on my research anyways. And I believe I still have, I got this obelisk I can, actually I don't think I can study that one. This one I can still study. Oh, I guess that's it. I had like 4 going at once, one point. Let's see. Guess I'll let this build up since I get more study points out of it. Oh yeah, that's the person I've been trying to recruit. Ah, you get to live like a person. Let's see. Yeah, we're getting you to the mines. You let us focus on the wardening. Warden? Wardening? It's totally a word, I swear. Alright. She'll be our dedicated miner. And I don't say that just because she's a mole person. That would be rude. I say that because she's a geologist. Yeah, totally. Now we're cooking. Should get that stuff inside though. I've been thinking about getting back into Noita too, since they did the epilogue, the second epilogue update. It's another game that hurts to play, but, you know, gives you a lot of freedom to do what you like. I like it. I don't know, it seems like I like really punishing games. Exotic goods trader. Oh, huh. He has surprisingly good social stats. Looks like he's good for... Oh no, of course he leaves before I can talk to him. Of course. Crap. Oh, there must have been a metal there. Otherwise I would have spared that little block there as a pillar. That's okay. We'll just make our fake little pillar right there. I really need to get some more bodies in on the scene. I believe Jennifer almost immediately got malaria. It's cutting it close too. be a photo finish. Why must everybody be disappointing? She's got the flu now? Are you kidding me? God, she's gonna fucking die, isn't she? After all that effort I went through. Oh, this game is so evil sometimes. Yep, just stay in your mental break, Ronan. Right? Who cares? Just keep being insane. How did Ronan die? What the fuck happened to him? Why the hell did he attack me? Oh god, there's just so many stupid things happening all at once. Pisses me off. He's already fully mutated. Crumbled mind? Oh, no wonder he's so useless. He's basically a vegetable. He's just like stuck. I don't know what's going on here. Whatever, good luck, buddy. Oh. Well. Oh, there it is. Good job, Sergey. Sergey? Sergey. I'm calling you Sergey. I guess he's just stuck. I don't... Just suppressing area in general. I don't... Whatever. Guess he'll just have to sit there and wait to die. What else is new? What's this flu doing here? I'm staying ahead of it. So he's basically alone right now. You know what? I think I'm gonna give another game a go for a minute. I think I'm gonna get into some Noita. Let me switch some of my... Alright. Let's get into some Noita. Alright, let's just jump into the daily run. Going for it. I don't really know what's involved with the update that they just released. Of course, I get my least favorite one for my starter. Crystal's okay. At least it gives you double gold. At least it used to. I could use this to get in there, maybe. Of course, it somehow goes all the way over here. How could it possibly go that far? I don't believe it for a second. Hell of a kick, I tell you. That's a... Let's see. Not bad. It's better than what I'm using. Let's get something going on the little TV here. I might get into some more comic book stuff. I care about Nightfall. I know plenty about Nightfall. Let's see what else. I like this guy, Marvelous Long Reads. Pretty good. Maximum Carnage Saga. Let's do that. I love me some good
Carnage
symbiote action.
I am Carnage. Fans of the Venom arc in the Marvel Comics had been waiting for quite a while to witness Carnage to be brought to the screens. One of the reasons behind this hype has to be Maximum Carnage.
Alright.
The game adaptation of the arc only helps it further, with the rock soundtrack fitting perfectly with the narrative. The story starts with Spider-Man Unlimited Volume 1, Number 1, as we see Cletus Cassidy in prison being transferred for some experiments to be conducted upon him. This is quite similar to how we saw the character before his escape in the 2021 film Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Sticking to his persona, Cassidy promises one of the officers escorting him that he'll be slaughtered quickly and with minimal agony. He enters singing the bridal chorus with his own gruesome edits to the lyrics of the song. Cassidy was actually being taken for some experiments to be conducted on him in order to cure him, but we know very well that whatever he has can't. Of
course, I got a fire potion.
He breaks out of the chains and manages to slay. Since this was
no!
He'd been waiting for all this time.
I didn't mean to have it selected.
Comes over and makes sure every living soul around him in the facility is dead. In particular, the guards and the reinforcements. But before he could head out of this facility, he'd have an interesting interaction and tag someone along with himself. Shriek was also being kept in a rather high security.
Oh, man.
That's one of the things that impresses
Waited too
Carnage
long.
as he breaks through the reinforcements to get her out. This is the first time that fans get to witness Shriek, whose powers actually prove to be something that might make Carnage reconsider putting her on his team. Even though the character carries herself very nicely in the narrative, she might be considered to be somewhat
Shrieking Carnage. It's like the most.
Get to see a rather toxic relationship unfold.
It's like the leftover of the 80s.
Meanwhile, our hero, Peter Parker, is at a funeral for Harry Osborn.
Making one last stand.
To the Goblin formula, according to the arc from Spectacular Spider-Man, Volume 1, number 200. Since the last thing Harry did before he died was try to save him, Peter has a heavy heart and doesn't want to talk about it. This loss has a strong impact on both Peter and Mary Jane and their families. Peter does plant a seed of thought, wondering whether it makes sense that the concepts of family and foe often get mixed together in his field of work. We do get to see him coming back with this thought again, going ahead. As Carnage and Shriek head towards the city,
just die.
Revenge on the heroes who got them captured, they tell each other their stories. One might say this is the beginning of an interesting relationship, but give that thought a little bit more time. They come across Spider-Man's duplicate, Doppelganger, and instead of attacking him, they put the crazy rendition of the friendly neighborhood hero on their team. Doppelganger was brought back to life by none other than Emo Goblin. He might have been using a vicious copy as bait. He won't be the only new addition to the villain's team, as we can expect from characters to come in and play their part. Carnage heads out a separate way for his personal plans.
Killing me.
Others are discovered by Spidey. Our primary villain is planning none other than to go back to his original plan when he was free, roaming around town.
So close to water. There's my burning corpse.
Who was supposed to be the next person on his list of
Tragic.
people to be killed when he was going around doing this deed last time. It's interesting to see how Jameson always plans to deface Spider-Man, while the latter continues to save him. It's almost like that whatever happens,
Well, it was shorter
shorter
daily run.
Any universe. Doppelganger turns out to be a puppy that Carnage is almost about to kill, but Shriek decides to keep him alive and make him a part of the team. This is where we see an interesting difference in the brutality the two major villains will be adhering to in this entire narrative. Harry was my best friend. This narrative will see the rendition of Spider-Man who's in a crisis as he tries to figure out where he should dedicate more time between family and being a superhero. When, on the one side, one of his biggest enemies is out in the open, Peter Parker is still recovering from his past and the recent events in his life. As they return from the funeral, Peter and Mary Jane have a chat regarding how to move on from this and decide to slow things down for a while. But would that be the case? Considering a certain someone is out there butchering people hither and thither.
Spider-Man's never going to be fucking happy, is he? The character is just made to suffer.
Wonder about how they constant worrying regarding Peter Parker. Peter Parker's arc during this period of the run is very similar to the pulpy 90s action films with heroes played by actors like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Bruce Willis, or Sylvester Stallone. And while it might be seen to be quite weird nowadays, it was quite the hit back then. This only makes it a lot more special for Marvel fans. This arc has a goofy charm to it. This can be seen to develop a lot more as the narrative unfolds. Another aspect.
His hair is always a trap. You gotta love every artist's attempt at Norman's hair.
Spider-Man seems to be wondering how most of his enemies return after a while, and he has to face them again and again. But that won't be the case with Harry. With Carnage returning, Spider-Man is reminded of the absolute mayhem that he had struck the last time he was in action. It might push Spidey to change his ways of dealing with his enemies. Not only that, but Carnage being lost also means that our web crawler might have to seek help from another one of his foes who had helped him out last time. Venom. Are you wondering why the movie didn't explore these aspects of the Spider-Man arc? I mean, it would have been pretty cool, considering we do get to witness a lot of interesting characters jump in, some that Sony doesn't even have the rights to.
Man, we were robbed of a good Spider-Man Venom anything.
It reminds him of an old foe who,
as far as the movies go.
Security present. The massacre only confirms his suspicion. As usual, our hero puts on the mask and heads to his role, only to discover his spider doppelganger, Shriek, waiting for him. Since we don't know the full strength of Shriek's sonic powers, it seems like it might be smooth sailing for Spider-Man, considering what he's faced before, but one might reconsider. While Spidey faces somewhat of an equal opponent, this time around he's being coached by Shriek along with their own attacks on him. So he decides to put down Shriek first and then go for Doppelganger, and he almost wins. But Doppelganger gets the drop on him and puts him down. Seeing Shriek down, Doppelganger takes her away, leaving Spider-Man in an alleyway. Considering Spider-Man was already somewhat weak from his previous battles, we can understand that it would be really difficult for Spider-Man to fight off this trio of villains this way. But there's hope, since Spider-Man ain't alone. Chapter 2, Dark Light. I've always wanted to thank you. With Spider-Man left in the alleyway, a gang of passers-by discover this treasure and jump to attack the web crawler. Spidey is still coming to his senses, and there's no chance he could fight back. By then, we see the epic duo of Cloak and Dagger appear out of nowhere for Spider-Man's defense. This is the exciting part of comic books, since the movies can't easily bring in any character outright, as that would have a a lot of legalities
You're not gonna
involved.
die on your own,
Comics over the years, there have been a lot of
This
such moments of ex machina
painfully
where
slow
heroes
for
or
me.
groups of heroes have appeared in order to help our protagonist out. This only makes sense considering these characters are also living in New York, though they're aware of the events surrounding them. It only makes sense for them to join along with our hero to save the day. The duo discovers that Spidey is injured, so they take him back to their lair in order to help him out with his injuries. There, they realize that Spidey needs a lot more help than some mere bandages. He should get some rest, but that won't be easy since the enemy duo of Shriek and her newfound pet Doppelganger is looking for him. Doppelganger tracks Spidey, breaks into Cloak and Dagger's place, and unleashes an attack on all of them. Following that, there's a sonic boom that hits them all from Shriek, as she's close behind Doppelganger, waiting for her chance to attack the heroes.
Pissed off looking ghost.
History with Cloak, but that this one is personal. According to Shriek, she was a drug dealer at one point, and Cloak had put her on in his black abyss, which might have triggered some part of the madness that she exhibits. Following that, she once had an altercation with Cloak after receiving her powers. Not only that, but Shriek had actually managed to find Cloak's weakness, since her sonic blasts, when aimed at his echo chamber, only magnified them and impacted him. Dagger stops Shriek and tries to hurt back as Cloak comes, and Spidey tries to fight off his
Let's see. Hopefully we get some good modifiers here. Alright. That's what I was hoping for. This is an obvious good one.
With Carnage alone, it might prove to be more powerful than the other enemy duo. Cloak makes an attempt at pulling Shriek into the confines of his cloak, but since Shriek has experienced it before, she finds a way to pull herself out of it. She continues her attack.
Check those
As
down.
Carnage and Spider-Man battle it out, Shriek decides to go for a final move and take her revenge on Cloak by killing him. But Dagger comes in the way. A
can't
energy burst
reroll.
takes place, throwing
Not
off
really.
Spider-Man, who tried to move Cloak away from the attack. This is when we get to witness
without
one of the most problematic
sacrificing
moments in the relationship
good
between
stuff.
Carnage and Shriek, as the former goes to beat her up because her attack could have killed Spidey. According to Spidey, only Carnage has the privilege to do that. But before he can continue to hit her,
Alright.
Doppelganger comes to her rescue by attacking Carnage as she sneaks away. Carnage follows her, stating that he needs to
It's not even a
establish his
choice.
leadership. This
You
is
gotta
why
go
the team
for
of the
that-
enemies
for
needs a
that.
stable person to take the decisions, as they mostly consist of absolute
Guess I'll go
lunacy.
for the blood
This
one.
turns out to be lucky
Seems
for
kind of
Spider-Man and
harmless.
Cloak, who realized that Dagger disappeared after the energy burst. As the enemies were heading out, someone was observing them, probably trying to find the perfect timing to make their presence felt. But this isn't the only character that teases her, as we see somewhere in San Francisco a couple of goons getting beaten up by the much-awaited anti-hero Venom. Venom gets to hear about the events unfolding in New York with Carnage's mayhem. Venom realizes that he has to go there and stop Carnage before things turn really awry. Things have turned really dark as fans of Cloak and Dagger are well aware that Cloak will not let the loss of Dagger go easy. He might take matters in a different way now that his significant other has succumbed to the blows of Shriek. But fans of Let There Be Carnage might find it interesting. The movie picks up the trope of the toxicity that exists between Carnage and Shriek. Though initially the duo seemed like they could prove to be really dangerous for the heroes, it turns out that there are internal issues that they haven't talked about, and this leads to them fighting it out with each other. In the movie, we even got to witness Carnage attacking Shriek, but the sonic bursts that she was throwing at Venom were also affecting Carnage, since it's one of their major weaknesses. But there is a chance that they could talk it out going ahead, or would they get the time to do so, finding time away from wreaking havoc everywhere they went. Chapter 3, Demons on Broadway. Upon realizing that his and Spider-Man's common enemy is back in town, Venom heads back to New York, taking an oath that this time he'll make sure that Carnage never gets to make a comeback again. But this time, Venom's return to New York will be somewhat
Bad
different,
lava.
since he's no longer in a
Bad
fight with
lava.
Spider-Man. The last time he crossed paths with him, so he can now only focus on Carnage. Meanwhile, Spider-Man's trying to console Cloak following the latter's loss as Dagger bursts along with the energy burst that Shriek hit her with. Promises that he'll avenge the death of Dagger. But when Spider-Man is about to talk to him, he teleports somewhere else. This is an important
Still don't get
development
what the
for
deal
Spidey,
is with
since he
Cloak
also
and
lost family
Dagger,
recently with
like
the
what
death
their
of Harry.
power is
Getting to
exactly.
witness the impact
I'm sure
of
somebody's
similar
explained
to
it.
protecting a friend of his. He needs to get back to a stable point in order to figure out how to deal with the enemy, or he might start losing more friends with the way Carnage and his team are going around killing people. Meanwhile, Carnage confronts Shriek
Let's
with the
see, I
decision
like
to attack
that.
Spidey and lashes out at her,
Like
explaining
the
that
orb
he's the only one who
clearing.
gets to attack the hero. As this pair goes through an argument,
about
we see
it.
Peter returning to Mary Jane, where she tells him that she knew
See,
when
we got
somebody
revenge
disappeared after
bullets,
saying that he was going to bring her
gas
food. But she
fire,
isn't calm about it. She mentions that Peter had promised that
Arts.
he'd
I guess I'll go with
Spider-Man to rest
arts.
for a while, but he didn't keep that promise. It's an interesting thing to see two different couples having completely different dynamics and
Guess I could
problems.
get both
While one of
if I
them is trying to
really
establish
want.
who's superior to them, the other is showing concern for one another. Mary Jane references the death of Harry and the loss as something that Peter should keep in mind before going out again. but Peter tells her
This is
he
going
has
to be
to go.
more useful.
Otherwise, there's no one on the path to
save my money.
Carnage's mayhem. On the other hand, Carnage and Shriek are having a battle of words regarding who's the leader, with Doppelganger acting like the child who's
Don't
very
make
protective
this-
of Shriek and defending her by fighting Carnage. The trio of villains go to unleash their attack in Central Park
Think
now.
I clear
Peter
one.
heads out again to catch them. But on the way towards the trio, he comes across Demogoblin, who's been observing the events transpiring in New York so far. Spider-Man thinks he's not caught the eyes of Demogoblin yet and follows him. But the goblin fools him and attacks him with
That'll
a
be my
pumpkin
shovel.
bomb. But this time, it isn't an exploding bomb. Instead, it's some sort of gooey living dark stuff that completely takes over Spidey, like the Venom. Venom gets the news that there are forces being dispatched around Central Park. Carnage's attack and decides to head over there to face his foe. Just when Spidey thinks he's done with the goblin launching another attack on him, the hero is saved by the citizens as a preacher goes against him. Before
Sticky
Demogoblin can
bitch.
attack the preacher, Spidey takes him out of the way of another one of his bombs while the villain goes away. This was a close shave for Spidey, considering his ribs had only gotten worse
begging
after
for
the
these
previous
things,
attack.
I swear.
Back in Central Park, Venom approaches Carnage, to the latter's surprise, but gets jumped on himself when Doppelganger and Shriek go at him from behind. Back at his home, as Peter recovers from his wounds, he checks the news about the massacre unleashed by Carnage. Mary Jane reminds him that he had been one of the victims. They hear a knock on the door, and it's none other than
Dirty,
Brock
dirty
beaten to a
bitch.
pulp. Now it seems that both Eddie and Peter have to sit down and discuss a proper way to deal with the
That
enemy,
looks
or it's only going to get much
pretty
worse
nifty.
with the way things are. While the fans of the movie might be wondering how Venom managed to get beaten up by Carnage the very moment he entered the narrative, it might be interesting to know that Carnage had been waiting for this opportunity for a while now. But things are only getting worse for our heroes, with each of them getting in a bad condition after their first interaction with Carnage. They need to figure out a way to stop the enemy so that it doesn't continue to hurt them more than they've already been hurt. Chapter 4, Team Venom. Carnage's team heads over to a place that Shriek used to come to, somewhere they store props for rock concerts. It perfectly fits their entire vibe, considering Shriek's attire and appearance are very much similar to a fan attending a concert by the rock band Kiss. The game does justice to this art by playing it on heavy metal music, and that's one of the reasons why the game became a fan favorite. As this new family of villains plans their future, they're visited upon by another interesting villain, Demogoblin. Mary Jane reminds Peter of Venom's primary goal,
To go.
killing Spider-Man. But Peter tries to convince her that things have changed quite considerably.
Oh,
But
you
it becomes very clear that she's had enough for the time being.
No,
Can't put
no,
up with
no,
this
no.
situation where
Time
one
to
of
go.
Venom's most dangerous enemies is sleeping in
Time
their
to
house.
go.
Venom tells
Oh.
them they only need some rest. And they didn't come to Spider-Man to
Shot
make
right in the
because they had
face.
no choice. Peter is in desperate need of advice and starts regretting the fact that Mary Jane has left. He decides to seek advice from someone else before he goes insane with the absolute madness that's happening all around him. It's interesting to see that for one moment
there we
Peter
go.
thinks he should web Venom up as the latter is resting, but then he realizes that he would only create
Alright.
a difference of opinions between them, as he needs Venom to go against Carnage. Peter goes to Felicia Hardy to get advice regarding his present dilemma with both Venom and Carnage being in New York. She suggests that they need to help Venom go against Carnage, but Peter tries to stop her from coming along. Meanwhile, we see Mary Jane has gone to Aunt May's house, which might be a safer option considering the number of Peter's enemies who have gotten together in the past few hours. Meanwhile, Demogoblin meets up with the team
Got
of
the worst
villains, telling them
secondary
about his plans for the next few
one.
attacks that they can go for. Shriek tries to attack him, but they
Like
prove
it.
to be worthless. And at the same time, Doppelganger doesn't come to her rescue
care
either
how
now.
many they
He's
give me.
confused with whom to favor, as Demogoblin was the one who brought him back to life. Demogoblin gives a long and vicious speech regarding his plans to kill people. Carnage only focuses on the kill people aspect and asks him to join them. Things aren't so easy on the other hand, with Spider-Man still wondering if he should join hands with Venom, who's a ruthless killer, in order to fight Carnage. But Black Cat tries to convince him it's only for the greater good of the wild being. As Demogoblin agrees to join hands with the team of villains, Shriek expresses her concern about letting him in on the team. Carnage tells her he knows that the Goblin might cross them, but until then, they might get a chance to slaughter a lot more together. As Eddie Brock comes back to his senses and Venom takes over, they discover Black Cat in the apartment. He thinks twice about joining hands with Venom. She was once beaten up by the anti-hero. She decides that she'll stick to her plan and team up with him to defeat the enemy. But before they can head out, Spider-Man arrives and sets a condition that they won't be killing anyone and focus on defeating the enemy. Instead, while saying all this, he's worried about Black Cat's involvement in this, and she's the weakest one amongst them, and he'll have to protect her no matter what, prevent something like what happened with Dagger. As the team of villains is about to head out for their next attack, Cloak shows up, and he's not going to go easy on the team of villains. But Shriek hits him right away and puts him down. This actually turns out to be good, as the sonic burst gives away the location to our heroes. As they rush in to attack their enemies, Spidey once again reminds them that they won't be killing anyone today. As the heroes battle with the villains, we see that Shriek has been able to get hold of attacking Black Cat with the help of Doppelganger, and This leads to Spider-Man stopping her as Cloak is about to unleash his full wrath upon Carnage, but the latter manages to escape. Demogoblin burns down the roof of the building while Shriek decides to bring it down. The villains head out, saying that they have
I've yet to find a use for
Cloak also
that.
manages to teleport, leaving
Personally.
Spidey along with Venom and Black Cat. The fire weakens Venom, who gives away after a while of following the enemy. But Spider-Man realizes he has to save Black Cat, who was left behind in the burning building. This puts Spidey in a dilemma over what he should do, since the group of villains is getting away while his friends seem to be in danger. We all know what Spider-Man would do, but then it leaves us wondering if that's the better move to make at a time like this, or not. Chapter 5, Over the Line. You'll get no mercy from Spider-Man. Spider-Man makes the noble decision to not go for the enemies and stay back and help out his friends, and it seems that this will have some consequences for him. He discovers Venom weakened due to the fire, and Black Cat under the rubble of the fallen roof. As he goes to lend them a hand, Venom conveys his anger regarding Spidey's decision to not follow Carnage and head back to help them out. Here we get to witness Venom's perspective, as he doesn't care about the sacrifice he might have to make in order to get rid of his enemy, as Spider-Man prioritizes his friends and family first. While Venom does kind of make sense, we know that it's fairly obvious that Spidey couldn't have left behind Black Cat to die while being struck down in the rubble. But then we get to see how far Venom will go as he stops to fight Spidey instead of deciding to go and follow Carnage. Spidey's move only backfires a bit more when Black Cat lashes out.
Some of the ways they draw Venom, it's just plain goofy.
Team up and leave Spider-Man behind because Spidey realizes he can't be allied with the bloodthirsty rules that Venom was laying out for them. But this won't be the only team we'll get to see the break as the team of villains comes to a certain disagreement around the same time. As Carnage and Shriek continue their love affair, Demogoblin tries to drop some sense into them regarding a possible plan for their mayhem. But Carnage attacks him and states that there's no plan, and they'll continue to do whatever they want to do because, well, to him, the only plan is no plan. Just when they're about to attack each other, Shriek comes between them and decides to stop things from getting any worse and talk some sense into Carnage. Demogoblin decides that he'll stick with Carnage for the time being just because some of their interests do seem to be common. Seems Shriek is the smart one, as she softens Carnage by conveying the fact that both Demogoblin and Doppelganger could be their kids, while they could be the parents. And it does seem to be working on Carnage. It might seem to be all lovey-dovey, but we can be pretty sure that Carnage can beat up Shriek if she does go against him again. With this massive conflict in his mind, Peter decides to go to Aunt May, but doesn't share anything but the letter, knowing Peter understands something is wrong. He tells her about the conflict and comes to terms with why he considers he'll do things the way he does without being absolutely brutal with his enemies. Uncle Ben and Aunt May raised him in a particular way in order to make sure he was a good human being first. And Peter realizes that, more than ever, he's not changing his ways based on the present circumstances. As he's about to head out, he's stopped by his father, who was listening to the entire conversation. This is an interesting development because ever since his return, we haven't really seen them having a conversation like this in order to get an idea of what sort of influence
we'll leave it at that.
He mentions that Ben might be looking at things in a different way, but based on his experience in the confines of the Soviet prison, fire needs to be hit with fire. After having faced the devil face to face, he's learned his lesson. He thinks that Peter should not sit back, actually focus on making a much stronger move. Luckily, Peter doesn't accept this belief and sticks to his own rules. On the other side, Venom and Black Cat track the absolute chaos and the murder rampage the group of villains laid down across the town. They see that things have gotten really worse, and Cloak also appears and states that he's not in the most stable condition to fight these villains. They start planning and realize that they'll have to get some more people on their side in order to fight the enemy. The evil couple thinks about what they'll do next, along with their kids, aka Demogoblin and Doppelganger, considering they could
crazy.
As they head out, Carrion emerges from the sewers and starts following them. As Spider-Man heads back to follow his enemies, he keeps pondering upon the things that his father said. He really wonders if his father sticks to those beliefs. But upon coming down to the streets, he discovers things have got absolutely crazy, as people are seen rioting all across town, fighting each other, only increasing the chaos that Carnage had started. Spidey realizes that this is definitely because of the influence of Carnage, and he decides to talk to the people and calm them down. But he seems to fail, as the people continue to attack him and beat him up. After a certain point, Spidey gives up and states that he'll do whatever he can in order to stop the city from going down into flames. This is interesting, considering the madness amongst the people is very much similar to the things Richard Parker was talking about. It seems that it's had an influence on Peter too, as he might be doing things differently this time around. This issue is actually rather important, considering the narrative sees Spider-Man going through a complete transition from the opening to this ending. Chapter 6, Sinking Fast. Happy hour is over. Now that things have gotten very serious, we'll slowly get to see new characters start appearing in the scene. The very first character to appear would be Morbius, the vampire, who will be approached by Venom. keeping the latter's promise of bringing together the most vicious and best fighters in order to battle the enemy. But even when they're bringing this new member in, Black Cat sets out the one condition she had even when Spider-Man was with them. Nobody has to die. Meanwhile, Peter Parker bandages his injury without giving himself the slightest amount of rest while following his turn as being ruthless. He thinks about it for a while and realizes that only Mary Jane could have talked him out of this new way of dealing with things. Mary Jane's at the newly opened club, The Deep, dancing around, and she mistakes some random stranger for Peter Parker for a second there. It seems she feels weird about the way that she left things with Peter, but at the same time thinks that he should have had more time for her than his enemies. Suddenly, the gang of villains jumps into the club and starts attacking the people in there, killing anyone who they come across. Mary Jane tries to find a place to hide. The broken band of heroes, now with Morbius, follows the bodies of the victims in order to trace the path followed by the enemy and reach the club. But the heroes realize that while they have a new member of more people on Carnage's side,
survive my own screw-up.
a fair fight, Carnage picks up Mary Jane and decides to make her his next victim. But Venom manages to save her and reminds her that now he's even with Spider-Man for saving his ex-wife back in Amazing Spider-Man number 375. Morbius tries to face Demogoblin's bombs, while Black Cat attacks Shriek, Cloak tries to contain Doppelganger, and Venom faces off against his enemy, Carnage. Right then, Spider-Man joins the underdogs, and Venom questions whether he's going to change his ways, which Spider-Man states it's just for this time that he has to sink to this low, but he isn't really into it as a
Still
plan.
gonna need
Things
something to
take an
get
interesting
through.
turn as Shriek realizes that the heroes have become as ruthless as them. And before it gets much worse, Carnage realizes that they have to get away and take Shriek along with him, while Demogoblin sets the place ablaze. Spidey discovers Mary Jane is one of the people in the club, and he goes to save her while his team is about to head out to follow Carnage and his entourage. But Spidey stops them by stating they need to save the people in the club owing him for joining the heroes at the last minute. As they save the people, Spidey tells Venom that he's going to ally with the ways Venom wants to go for Carnage, and Venom agrees to let him join the team. But as he goes for them, Mary Jane understands that there's been a change of morale in the web crawler. This is an interesting turn of events since there could have been a moment where Spider-Man could have stopped and had a chat with Mary Jane, but as the latter observes, he couldn't even look her in the eyes. But at the same time, Cloak, who was taking the more cold turn with planning to slay Shriek for his loss, realizes that the way the heroes are helping out is a much better way to won a dagger than what he was doing. Things might not remain this way for long with the way the heroes carry out their work changing. Still, it's important to know that the heroes are thinking of their actions. While for a second the villains might think that they've impacted the heroes too with their ruthlessness, it won't be a permanent thing. While Morbius and Venom have been long-time enemies of Spidey, it's interesting to see the latter join them to fight their common enemy. Our hero managed to get some people saved by them. It's important to note that while Spider-Man might have changed his way for the while being, it's not going to be something he'll stick to permanently, as the savior complex will always be a part of his superhero persona. But with the ever-growing number of people joining both teams, we're left to wonder who else might be taking sides now, as the more the merrier would be the case since the menace of Carnage has to be stopped as soon as possible. Carrion hasn't even started attacking people yet, but we can be sure he'll join the action.
Get away from me!
Need to be prepared for the increase in the number of people in Carnage's band. Chapter 7, The Gathering Storm. Carnage rules. Now that the heroes have decided to come together and lay a common way of thinking, it seems that it might be a lot more efficient, considering Spider-Man knows the enemy better than anyone. Spidey takes the heroes to the St. Estes home for boys where Cletus Cassidy was raised, and he thinks this place might give him some idea regarding
I've made an absolute nightmare for myself with this.
To realize what paved the way for the bloodshed mindset that Cassidy
No,
has
get
now
away!
gotten into ever
Get
since
away!
his return as Carnage. They realize that Carnage has had a massive impact on the common people too, and they should figure out a way to get rid of this root of evil before it spreads further. As they list out the possible ways to attack Carnage, they realize that he's still a spawn of Venom, and the latter's weakness for Reed Richards' sonic gun could be a good start. As they think of getting the gun from the Fantastic Four headquarters, they wonder if getting a Human Torch in their team could be essential, since fire is also one of the weaknesses. But sadly, Spider-Man states that the Fantastic Four is out of town, and they might have to seek someone else for that purpose, Firestar. But when they realize it might take some effort to find her and get her help, Cloak reminds them that he could find her with his teleporting abilities. Fans might feel sad that we won't get to witness the Avengers or the Fantastic Four in this narrative, but there might be some other interesting names popping up going ahead in the story. As Spider-Man heads out with Black Cat and Venom to get the sonic gun,
at least I'm finding alternatives. Not unless I die, though.
Each other at the club. He wonders whether he should have stopped and talked to her since that time. She might have seen him in a completely different light, but then he comes to terms with the fact that he has an enemy with Carnage out and about, and he has to do something about it before it gets too late. Spider-Man
was
isn't
terrible.
the only one who's
I made a terrible build.
Morbius is also a part of the team and has been made to forget about his bloodthirst for a while now. He heads to
It's
Ravencroft
Morbin
in order to
time.
find some more details on their fresh enemy, Shriek. But before he can head back, he realizes that it's about to dawn, and he has to head back to his chambers. Meanwhile, the team of villains continues with their spree as they attack the Metropolitan Museum and discover that they've just gotten another member when Carrion comes to their help. But Shriek remembers that Carrion had died a while back due to an explosion, but Carnage doesn't give a hoot and asks her to continue with their ways. This will be an interesting plot point since Carrion and Shriek will have an interaction in their arcs where the latter will be bringing the ghastly villain back to life. On the other hand, we see that Mary Jane is feeling conflicted now that Peter has completely given up on his promise to make sure that he puts the Spider-Man cape
so
down,
difficult
and
for
has
me.
instead paired up with a team
All
of
I want to
villains.
do is kick
Somewhere in the
stuff.
city, Deathlock discovers the news of the absolute mayhem that spread over New York. He
Oh,
decides
I
to
didn't
find
s-
the root of all this
no
and
wonder.
eliminate it. As the trio of heroes heads towards the Fantastic Four HQ, Spidey takes a detour when he sees that there's some citizens in trouble. Again, Black Cat and Venom remind him that he's gone warm again with the amount of time he wasted that could instead have been utilized in getting hold of Carnage. As the chaos continues to spread to the streets, someone goes to attack Richard and Aunt May as they're strolling around the streets. But Richard doesn't hold back as he hits this man with a plank of wood and conveys to May that the good in the people has gone for now. It seems that even the good has been consumed by the evil that's causing the chaos, and the band of villains is succeeding in their plans. As Deathlock goes to attack Carnage, he discovers that he made a mistake, since he isn't alone and gets taken out by the group of villains. But there's a solution, and it seems the heroes are much closer to it than ever, as Spider-Man has managed to get hold of the sonic gun, and at the same time, Firestar has also joined their team, thanks to Cloak. It's amazing to see how well organized the heroes managed to make a plan and get it going, and now they have a better chance at the enemy. Chapter 8, Hate is in the air. Carnage never dies. Now that the team of heroes has a plan in their hands, they'll decide that they'll have to use every means
my
possible to
butt.
play it safe
Whoop.
to get the villain and his team to fall
Oh,
into their
well, that was
trap.
lucky.
They head towards the offices of the
That's a
Daily Bugle
preview.
and seek the help of J. Jonah Jameson. It's funny how, throughout this narrative, we can see Spider-Man seeking help from all of his enemies, and now he's going to demand help from the only human being who hates Spidey's guts. But this time around, they need him to get Carnage to get back to the place of his origin, the St. Estes home for boys. While JJ does ridicule Spider-Man for hanging out with this team of villains, we see that it also helps out since when he denies doing what Spidey demands, he realizes he has no place to put them away. The rest of the team might have gotten used to this way of things, but the same is not the case for Firestar, as she's just joined them, and she does wonder if sinking to the same low as their enemy would be an ideal move, but it seems to have worked out. While we're left to wonder if Spider-Man has completely
the little
changed his
shield.
ways, his family might be going through the same thing on the other side of the city. As Richard Parker takes Aunt May along with him to safety, a gang of goons called the Bedrocks faces them. But things seem to have not gotten that worse since Flash Thompson, Molten Man, comes up and beats up the goons in order to save Peter Parker's family. This is a very important moment in the comics, since we can slowly see a lot of people giving up their hope in the entire idea of good. But Flash Thompson, who's been seen quite often battling it out with Spider-Man, comes to the rescue as the face of the good. As Carnage receives the message
Give it
in
a
the
shot.
newspapers, he heads back to the place where it all began, along with his entourage of villains. Here, he goes ahead and starts giving the other villains a tour about him and what brought the madness that's taken over him completely. He tells them about the number of bullies and the number of ruthless beatings he had to face growing up, but now he feels stronger and also accepted by the group of villains that seem to be surrounding him at present. But this couldn't go on for long, as Spidey and his team were waiting for the right moment to jump in and attack. Meanwhile, some kid tries to help Deathlock escape from the bounds that have been put on him by the enemy team, but nothing seems to work until a fist breaks through the wall and Iron Fist reveals himself to come to save Deathlock. We can be sure that the numbers of the heroes are only increasing, and soon Morbius also joins them, except now he's sleeping at his lair till the night comes over. The heroes seem to be gaining over Carnage as they manage to get on strike from Firestar, but right then, Venom takes his chance and shoots the Sonic Disruptor right at him. But somehow, Carnage is able to bear that, so Firestar decides to hit him too. Now there seems to be some effect as we get to see Carnage getting off of Cassidy. Right then, Carnage's entourage enters back and attacks, but Venom decides that he'll go through and slay Cassidy before anyone gets a chance to do anything else. But he's stopped by Spider-Man, and at the same time, Shriek runs in to wake Cassidy, who had been begging for his life, and bring back Carnage. She hits him right in the face. Blood seems to be the symbiote itself. It brings back Carnage, which made him more powerful than ever. Just moments back, we saw that the symbiote, though it had gotten mutated quite a bit, didn't stand
that
a
was
chance against
foolish.
the attacks it faced. But now it seems that things have played out completely differently, as Carnage is now more powerful than before. This is just like the time the Avengers held Thanos, and we're getting the gauntlet out of his hand. But due to Star-Lord's weakness, Thanos got away. But it does make us question whether Spider-Man stopped, as now that they were almost going to get away with things, he pulled Venom back from murdering Cassidy. Maybe it's that morale that all these villains that he'd paired up with hated that's preventing them from going through with his enemy once and for all. The heroes were so close to getting rid of him, but now it seems that things have taken a completely different course. Chapter 9, The Turning Point. How about a hand, son? Things have taken a really dark turn now that Spider-Man managed to let morale get in his way in getting rid of the enemy. It seems that none of the others are gonna let that pass easily. It seems as if things are working really against Spidey all this time, as somehow even the good that he is doing around actually ends up being really helpful to the enemy. Now that Carnage is more powerful than ever, after establishing a strong link between himself and the symbiote, it'd be even more difficult to defeat him. As Spider-Man asks to get a plan together, Venom disregards it and goes straight for the kill and wants to rip out Carnage's heart. But our hero again starts to lay the moral compass, which Black Cat states is now or never, and that he and Firestar should join in before the body count reaches a whole new level. Before giving it another thought, both of them join in on the fight, but Spider-Man could feel that things have gone wrong, and that evil is soon going to take over him too, and poison him the way it's poisoned everyone around him. This has become one of the primary conflicts of this narrative, since it makes us wonder if one has to be evil just like their enemy in order to defeat them. To be as ruthless and brutal as the enemy in order to defeat them, Spider-Man in this scenario is absolutely helpless, as every time he tries to be good, it turns out to be a scenario where the enemy gets away with their ruthlessness. And considering the fact that his teammates are all comparatively a lot more ruthless, we're left wondering if he'll be able to stick to his rules anymore. Meanwhile, Mary Jane is wondering if she was too harsh on Peter for going through with donning the Spider-Man costume and battling it out with the enemy. She wonders if Peter is doing okay. If only she could have a chat with Peter at this moment of conflict for him and resolve some of it, so that he can find a way that doesn't involve slaying someone. Back at the battleground, Cloak fights it out with Shriek with his rage over the death of Dagger, continuously getting in the way of properly getting to fight her. She managed to get away from his cloak, and she conveyed to him that whatever he had caused to her was the reason that Dagger wasn't here anymore. Shriek unleashes the madness and causes an oncoming wave of people to turn to their side and go and attack the heroes. It's interesting to see that this is all because of the impact that Carnage has had on her, due to which he's completely changed the level to which he can utilize her powers. As the oncoming wave of people come to attack Morbius, he goes about using his own method of killing them, but he's stopped by Black Cat, who comes in and knocks them out, making it meaningless to kill them. But she doesn't get to do this for long, as someone comes in and knocks her out before she can go through with her own way of dealing with things. As Carnage is battling the heroes, Firestar hits him once more and discovers that the powers are still working quite well on him, and she informs that to Spider-Man and Venom. But she states that the burst only affects him for a moment or two before the symbiote takes over again, and Venom suggests that the only way to end this once and for all is to hit him till he dies. In a turn of events, Venom is able to convince Spider-Man, and the latter asks Firestar to go through with it. Firestar wouldn't even have taken that thought into consideration until Spider-Man agreed to that solution. Firestar positions herself and hits Carnage, and it seems to be working. Venom's plan seems to be effective. Spider-Man soon comes to his senses and asks her to pull back. It seems that he's realized it's not the right way, and he begs Firestar to stop. She stops, and we see Carnage on the ground as he's close to his death. This infuriates Venom, who goes straight for Firestar and starts attacking her before Spider-Man comes and stops him. Venom lays a punch right on his face. But before he can get back to Firestar, Carnage and Shriek team up against him and weaken him till all we see is Eddie Brock lying on the ground. Shriek is angry enough to go through with killing him before Carnage stops her to make the anti-hero suffer without getting killed directly. They take him along with the sonic gun and get away. Spider-Man lies there on the ground with all the other heroes around him, weakened by the attacks they faced. As Spider-Man is about to give up all hope, a ray of hope shines on him as an old friend reaches out to give him a hand. It's none other than the
Alright, here we go.
Chapter 10, Sin City. Let's go tame
Get that
Wild
wand
City.
over there.
Spider-Man was put into a real dilemma the last time,
Just
with almost going into
random
killing Carnage, but it seems to be a spur of the moment to
wardrobe
stop
over
Firestar
here,
from going
you
through
know.
with it. But does that mean he's back to square
Normal
one,
stuff.
considering his team is now weaker than ever, and his decisions must have caused some of the members to walk away? But it seems that all hope is not lost yet, as we see the first Avenger, Captain America, joining hands with him to put down the enemy. The villains continue sticking to their work as they continue to destroy Manhattan and slay everyone that comes their way. Spider-Man has a newfound confidence in him now that he's managed to stick to his way of dealing with the enemy, while also being able to gather another teammate, with the Cap coming along. As they discuss a possible way to lay out a plan to attack the enemy, they discover a bug in the Avengers network, and they find Deathlock reaching out to them along with Iron Fist. While Captain America, who's always one step above most of the other superheroes, disagrees with the ways of Iron Fist and Deathlock, he takes into consideration that their ways could be useful to them in the fight against Carnage. It seems that things are finally taking another possible turn towards good, as Spider-Man's injuries are all healed due to the Avengers' equipment. But it seems Peter Parker needs to get a check before Spidey goes through with their next plan of attack on the enemy. The rest of the team of heroes or anti-heroes heroes, consisting of Cloak and Morbius, head towards Carnage and complete their mission. They're attacked by Demogoblin and Carrion. At the same time, Venom is being tortured by the vicious couple as the duo uses both fire and sonic bursts on him. Meanwhile, Felicia's family is worried about her whereabouts as the entire family gets together at a safe place with the absolute chaos going around everywhere. Mary Jane is alone at her place, worrying about Spider-Man.
That's how you get
right when
paid.
Peter visits her. As he's talking to her, they hear the news regarding a breakout of the terrorists being held at the local police precinct. Meanwhile, our team of anti-heroes is seriously attacked by the villains. They fail to keep up as we see Black Cat and Morbius getting mobbed by the villains. Right then, Nightwatch appears and takes away Black Cat from the equation after discovering that she was being brutally beaten up by the enemy. Spider-Man reaches the local police precinct to resolve the hostage situation held by the prisoners and manages to get through with it. As the villains try to flee, Nightwatch and Morbius follow them while Black Cat and Cloak decide to head back to their lairs since the former is heavily injured and the latter thinks he needs some more illumination. Spider-Man, Captain America, Firestar, Deathlock, and Iron Fist get together and decide to go through with their next plan of action. Fans might notice that now we have two different groups of characters that are going to try to put an end to Carnage's mayhem. These two groups are polar opposites in the way that they're going to handle things, as it becomes quite clear that one can't really imagine Captain America teaming up with the villains who, for now, have decided to go against Carnage, but it would only be helpful for them to do so, since that would allow for a larger strength to go against the enemy. Plus, it'd be fun to see the best of the best teaming up with the occasional good to save the world. It also changes the way that Spider-Man's conflicted, since now he knows that he isn't alone in the way he's trying to deal with the enemy. And his new team will also take the righteous path, or the path with the higher morale. But is that going to be the solution to this entire crisis, is what we're left to wonder. Chapter 11. Soldiers of Hope. Trying is what counts. Now it's the turn of the heroes to take things into their own hands, fight Carnage and his team, and stop this mayhem once and for all. As Carnage continues to torture Venom at the Statue of Liberty, we see his sidekicks, Demogoblin and Doppelganger, come crashing in with injuries. Following them is none other than the duo of Nightwatch and Morbius, who continue to stick to their plan of finishing Carnage. Meanwhile, we see the fresh group of heroes head to the city, where they discover that Shriek has taken over the sanity of people and is manipulating them to cause a riot. Spider-Man and Firestar head straight for the source of all this and attack Shriek. They try to gain her attention while Deathlock and Iron Fist jump at her from behind. But the plan fails, as she's able to put all of them out together at once. Captain America was waiting for this moment as he threw his shield at her and put her down. Meanwhile, the other team of characters continue their battle against Carnage's people, but Morbius soon realizes that the sun is coming up and he has to get away. Nightwatch takes him away to safety so that they can come back later and continue their battle. Our heroes go to the streets and try to talk to the people so that they can be brought to their senses and stop the riot. Each of them talks to the people, and it seems to have some effect as they realize their mistakes and get back to their senses. This proves that Spider-Man's way was effective. The last time he was in this scenario, he decided to fight the people who were coming at him to attack him and beat him up. As they're busy with communicating with the people, Demogoblin and Doppelganger come to Shriek's rescue and free her from her bounds. But not for long, as the heroes come back and attack them, and they fight it out with each other. On the other side of the city, Felicia wonders if she should go back and help the heroes while coming to terms with the will of Spider-Man, who continued to fight for what he felt was right. And on the other hand, Cloak realizes that there's a solution to this entire battle, and that lies right there at the church where Dagger was killed by Shriek. In the streets of Manhattan, the people start attacking Shriek and her goons in support of Spider-Man and other heroes.
I don't have anything good to go with that.
Shriek realizes that her effect on the people has gone and that they want to team up against her now. So she decides to crank her powers up and puts out her control on the people again and asks them to kill the heroes. Just when we thought things were getting better, it seems that the heroes are gonna face the people again. Chapter 12. The Light. Venom is free. The riot continues as our band of heroes tries to fight them out, put them down and stop them. Since these are the good people, they won't use means that might have brutal end results, which is why it takes more time for them to stop this riot. Looking at this, the world starts to judge how the heroes have failed. People start getting restless with the entire situation as they're reduced to the confines of their homes while the people have gone absolutely mad on the streets. As Carnage continues to torture Venom, Venom begs him to stop, but it's all a part of his plan. When Carnage goes to use the sonic gun on him, Venom gets back his full power and breaks the chains apart. He'd managed to manipulate the gun using a bit of him, and now he unleashes a full attack on Carnage. After landing a few blows, Venom realizes that he's still a lot weaker and escapes as Carnage is completely confused by the entire ordeal. On the other hand, Cloak feels a strong presence at the church, but he's not sure what he seeks. So he desperately tries to figure out what's wrong, while at the same time trying to make sure that it's not just the massive loss he's experienced that's causing this breakdown. Meanwhile, the heroes try everything as they face the people, but the goodness in them keeps stopping them from fighting back. Shriek feels that her plan has succeeded, and she decides to go back to Carnage. Meanwhile, the heroes seem to be losing their moral compass as Iron Fist gives in to the sickness around him and starts fighting back. But Spider-Man jumps in to take him away before he can land his fist on the people and then fills him in with positivity. But Spider-Man himself has had enough as he's had a breakdown and breaks the brick chimney into pieces with absolute anger. He keeps wondering if his father was right and if he should give in to the circumstances around him. Meanwhile, Cloak seems to have some sort of breakthrough. Shriek decides to go on with their plan of killing some more people before Carnage can return, but Carnage finds out about this and he arrives at the scene and conveys his anger on Shriek for killing people without his permission by beating her up. There we go, another moment that clearly indicates how toxic this relationship is. As Doppelganger comes on his way to attack Shriek, he kills Doppelganger. The others realize how dangerous this is, and it might actually not be worthwhile for them to continue to stick with Carnage. But while all this was happening, the heroes had managed to pacify the people as Shriek had lost her control over them. And as they face the enemy again, the enemy laughs at them for trying again and only failing. But suddenly, they hear a voice that states that the darkness will stop right here. And Shriek lets out a gasp as they see Cloak appear with dagger as a bright light surrounds her. Chapter 13, War of the Heart. I think it's time. The two different groups of heroes and villains are completely shaken by what they're witnessing as they see Dagger standing in front of them and a bright light emanating from her. Shriek couldn't believe this miracle. She had herself killed her with the burst of energy, but it was due to this burst of energy that Dagger received massive feedback and it turned her into literally light. And since this energy became too much for her, she exploded. She would have died, but she'd managed to seek refuge in the darkness of Cloak's cloak. And she kept wandering around inside there. That's how she was actually able to communicate with Cloak and finally managed to escape. Shriek lets out a loud outcry, but Carrion, who now takes her as a mother figure, stops her, on which he's hit by Shriek. But as she continues to go toward Dagger, she's thrown back by a blow from her. Both teams jump in to help, but are held back because Carnage, the toxic lover, wants to see if Shriek can actually deal with this all by herself. And Cloak wants it to go through and through, but he'll be around for Dagger if she needs help. Dagger goes closer to Shriek, and she starts glowing from every pore on her body. Nobody else can see what's happening around them. Meanwhile, Dagger is trying to convert Shriek. Shriek shows a bit of vulnerability and then hits back at her with
that one's
full
pretty
power.
good.
Spider-Man
Wasn't
manages to
good.
get hold of her.
1 second
Dagger feels
long
that she failed,
recharge
but
time.
Spider-Man reassures her that this entire thing only proves that they're almost there, that they might actually get through and defeat the enemy. Spider-Man signals to the others that it's time, and then he goes on to attack the enemy all by himself. Carnage expresses his worry to Shriek, as he was wondering if Dagger had an impact on her, and if she might end up switching sides. But Shriek seems to have no such impact. They fight back against Spidey, while the rest of the villains have run away. Demogoblin also joins in to attack Spider-Man. We see Shriek hit Spider-Man with her dark powers, and this causes him to bring to the front
What the
every
freak
bad
was
thought he ever
that?
had, as it slowly seeps into him.
Oh my god, that little butthole screwed me.
The other
At least I got my perk, I guess.
The Deathlock circuitry, and it's an Alpha Magni illuminated. Its purpose is to
That's never happened to me.
with goodness.
I can't believe that just fucking
Spider-Man's plan
happened.
based on what he witnessed during the various moments when good took over darkness
Unbelievable.
during the battle. Shriek's the first one to go down as the beam fills her with positivity. The same thing happens with Demogoblin. He falls down and gets weakened by it. Meanwhile, Carnage tries to battle the effects of this power and fails terribly as he falls in excessive pain and finally gives in. As the heroes come in to see the outcome, they discover that Shriek has completely given in to goodness, while Demogoblin has forgotten who he was. But Carnage has a completely different reaction to it. The heroes discover that he's died because of the attack, and while it seems like a failure to them, they realize this outcome was purely accidental, as their intention from the very start was to make sure that he survives in the end. After a while, with everyone gone, Spider-Man sits at Central Park and wonders about the events that have transpired in front of him and how much of an impact they've had. He thanks his uncle and aunt that he was brought up in a manner where he remained stuck to his good morale, and it's what ended up saving the day. But Venom sneaks up behind him and blames Spider-Man for getting tortured by Carnage and facing the horrible conditions. While his weakness fails him to attack Spider-Man, someone else has been waiting to make their entry this whole time. From the lake rises Carnage, and he states that he's alive. Well, just when you thought it was over, things took a completely different turn. Chapter 14, the hatred, the horror, and the hero. You need to have a little faith. Carnage comes back and jumps right back at Venom, blaming him for everything he experienced when the beam of energy hit him. It seems that he's back, but he He carries a lot of things on his shoulders as the beam brings back certain thoughts and memories in his head that he'd buried for a long, long time. Venom realizes that this has, at the same time, made him a lot more vulnerable and uses it against him to attack him back. Carnage finds an opportunity and sneaks away. But Spider-Man tells Venom that they need to alert everyone. To this, Venom responds that he'll handle it alone and not let those heroes take on Carnage because they won't have the guts to do what needs to be done. Spider-Man decides he needs to take some rest for a while, get back to his strength, and then join this battle again. He goes back to Mary Jane and decides to go to a hospital. In the hospital, we can see the effects of the positivity that's been spread as people rejoice in the win, and even on the streets, people are enjoying the heroic victory. Somewhere else, Morbius and Nightwatch wonder at the innocence of these people as they didn't witness what they did when Carnage was at the peak of his mayhem. They wonder if they'll be allies again, bid farewell to each other. As Peter comes back, he realizes that he needs to have a much-needed conversation with his father based on the talk they had before Spider-Man went to fight Carnage. Peter tells him that whatever Richard had considered to be the only way wasn't actually the only way, but the way he was treated in his years of confinement that made him believe that, and that there's hope in the form of friends and allies and the good in people, and the good always manages to win. After a while, Peter realizes that it's time that he goes back to finish what he'd left unfinished and put an end to Carnage. Meanwhile, Carnage visits all the vital places that have scarred him for the rest of his life, the very first being Rikers Island, where he was kept with Eddie Brock. Venom follows him closely and manages to stop Carnage from hurting the guards at the prison. While Venom may disagree, he's a lot more different from Carnage, and that becomes evident here in this final battle, where Venom saves a particular guard who thanks him, even though he's been known to murder a lot of people in the past. Then Carnage heads over to the foster home where he was brought up. The ghosts of his past haunt him there. Venom jumps right in to beat him up. Venom manages to beat up the vulnerable Carnage and is about to make a rather brutal move when Spider-Man jumps in and stops him. Again, Carnage manages to get away. Felicia Hardy checks in on Peter Parker by calling Mary Jane and discovering that Carnage is still alive and out on the loose. She realizes that dealing with Venom and Carnage alone will be too much for Spider-Man and wonders if she should go. They reach a cemetery where Carnage is trying to dig out his mother's grave. As Spider-Man and Venom reach there, Venom gives one of the best lines in the comic book. "Way to go, sicko. Is your mind so fried that you're forced to dig up your greatest hits?" Spider-Man realizes that Cassidy is in a really vulnerable condition and is completely different from the way he was before the beam from the good bomber had hit him. Venom continues with his blows at Carnage, but this time Spider-Man comes in between them and tries to explain to Venom that Carnage might be perceiving things differently now. But as he's delivering this speech, Carnage himself attacks Spider-Man. As he's aware that Venom won't let him live, he decides that he'll make Spider-Man his final victim. But just when he goes ahead to make his move, Black Cat jumps in and throws him off. As Spider-Man and Black Cat catch up, Venom takes Carnage and launches him into some generators and causes a huge explosion. As the smoke clears, Spider-Man and Black Cat discover Cassidy's body, but Venom can't be seen anywhere. Black Cat suggests that they should launch a search for Venom, but then realizes it wouldn't be much of a success. Not very far from them, we can see Venom behind a truck, as he thinks to himself that he's much better since now Cassidy is in a half-dead situation. Spider-Man would have a better idea of how to deal with this. Maybe, after all, Venom gave in to the solution Spider-Man wanted for this battle to end with Carnage not dead, but Cassidy surviving somehow. The Avengers arrive on the Quinjet, and Vision brings a stasis container with him for keeping Cassidy's body so that he doesn't regenerate. Surprisingly, they find that the coffin that Carnage was digging up is actually empty. Spider-Man wonders about the number of bizarre reasons there might be for that. As Black Cat states, she still feels that Carnage might turn up again someday, but Spider-Man asks her to keep hope as he walks away from the graves of Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn in the same cemetery. There you go. That's one of the craziest stories to come out of Marvel, and yet it's filled with some of the most interesting plot points and moments that make us realize what makes a hero. While at some points it does feel like the story was being dragged, we can be sure that it still hits the mark, and that might explain why it's a fan.
Give it a 7 out of 10. Not the video, the story. Deadpool versus Old Man Logan. That's something I don't think I've seen.
Deadpool. The merc with a mouth. has ended the Marvel Universe more than once. He's battled the likes of Gambit and Carnage, but of course, his greatest rivalry, or shall I say camaraderie, is with Logan, and everything from the humor to the action gets dialed up to 11 when Deadpool meets Old Man Logan. Well, that's what we'll be exploring in this video here, the 5 issues of the Deadpool vs. Old Man Logan miniseries. Let's get this party started. Part 1. The series begins with a little bit of obligatory backstory on our 2 main characters. On the one hand, we've got Deadpool, who was given a healing factor and has since tried to be a hero, but now is disillusioned with the whole thing and embraces the title The Despicable Deadpool. On the other side of the ring, we got the legendary Old Man Logan, a survivor of a wasteland future who woke up in the present, determined to prevent this dystopia from ever occurring. Now, the story starts with our 2 awesome characters running along a highway. Logan is berating Deadpool for something when a van falls from the sky directly onto them. This is then followed by a tank, and just when Logan thinks it's over, we see a plane on fire, falling right on top of them. This prologue ends with Logan screaming at Wade, "I told you not to double dare them!" The story then flashes back to 2 days earlier, a subway train in New York City, where a group of people barges in and starts harassing the passengers. An old woman moans about kids today to the person next to her reading a fake news newspaper and suggests she would pay good money to see someone knock some sense into them. The man reading the newspaper reveals himself to be Deadpool and seriously asks her if she would pay him. He then proceeds to kick the snot out of the people bothering everyone while making jokes about print journalism because he's holding a newspaper. Get it? And throws them out at the next stop. But before he can collect his payment from the old lady, he's pulled away by Old Man Logan, supposedly being tracked by some government agency team tracking Deadpool from the air. Deadpool chases Logan out onto the street while making Old Man quips all the way. Logan says he has no time for Wade's antics and calls him a kid. Deadpool is pissed at Logan because he cost him $25. They start fighting, trading blows as well as insults, and Logan even throws in an all bark, no bite joke towards the end with an incident involving a tree. They run into a girl who seems to be giving off streaks of gold energy all around her. Wade asks who she is, and Logan says it's none of his business. Wade takes this personally and gets into a competition with Logan about who can help her best. The girl is reluctant to let them near her and runs away. The 2 chase after her but are stopped when a hot dog stand falls on them. Logan says he hears something and asks Deadpool to keep chasing the girl while he deals with whatever it is. Turns out it's the helicopter full of Gen 4 agents looking to acquire the weapon. Logan assumes it's him and starts fighting with the soldier. Eventually, however, he's informed that the weapon in question is the girl that they spotted. The first issue ends here, with Deadpool and the girl out in the wind and Logan pinned down. Part 2. The second issue of this storyline begins with 3 panels that each depict the main characters of this series, i.e. Deadpool, Old Man Logan, and the mysterious girl, all in action committing acts of violence. It's accompanied by narration from the head soldier from the previous issue commenting on the fact that mutant kind
is
resilient, formidable, and violent. This man, whom we learn is named Agent Hart, informs Logan, referring to him as Weapon X, that he's read his file and is surprised to find him in such an aged condition. Logan retorts that it ain't the years, it's the miles, bub, which Hart doesn't find particularly amusing. He goes on to tell Logan to address him by his proper title and asks again where the girl is. Logan stalls him for a bit and tells them as much, trying his best to give her a chance to get further away from them. Hey, if you've had fun until now, please do leave a like and hit that subscribe button. It's a small click for you, but it'd help us in a huge way to keep bringing you this kind of video. Thanks. And, let's continue. So, Logan then proceeds to assault the soldiers again, and while he's able to get a few blows in, the soldiers hit him back with an electric stick and leave him shot. They figure that it's not worth wasting their time on him and decide to fly away again, coordinate to meet up with the B team. Logan, injured and left behind, hopes aloud that maybe Deadpool will look out for the kid. After all, the story then catches up with Deadpool trying to catch up with the kid. He makes a joke about pushing her aside to get ahead. He eventually catches a hold of her and explains that he wants to save her so that he can lord it over Logan forever. He then asks her name, and she tells him it's Maddie. Just then, a group of soldiers arrive, and Deadpool says they're interrupting. Naturally, a fight ensues, and Deadpool takes out each guy with an accompanied quip about the various items in the vegetable market they're in. He's also offended by the fact that they refer to him as a secondary target, and proceeds to shoot them all down. He does say after that he misses the swords that he'd named Hall and Oates, like the musical duo. They start getting shot at soon again, this time from the rooftop. They think they have the girl pinned down and inform Agent Hart of the same. Hart yells at them to bring the weapon back alive, but the team reports that there's an unknown player on the field that already took out the B team, and shortly after, C team stops responding too. Instead, we see Logan surrounded by a pile of bodies and he tells Hart that he should leave with what few men he's got left. Hart says that's not acceptable, and he's not going to leave until he's completed his mission. Despite Logan's warning to not die for this job and leave the kid alone, Hart says that 3 more teams are on the way, and if Logan doesn't back off, they'll bring him in too. Logan says that he was given an out, but since he didn't take it, now it's open season on all the mercenaries in Manhattan. Then we see him jumping off the roof and onto some agents nearby. All the while, Hart blares out a general warning to everyone that Weapon X is on the loose. Meanwhile, Deadpool and Maddie find themselves in an empty alley. Deadpool remarks that they finally lost the agents chasing them, and Maddie should be thankful he's helping her. Maddie says she didn't ask for his help, and asks, "Who the hell are you anyway?" To which Deadpool announces himself in the self-aware fashion he's known for. Madeline looks unimpressed and says, "Hard pass." Deadpool again impresses upon her the importance of him helping her, not only because he's an ex-Avenger, but primarily because Logan would be irritated by that. Madeline wonders aloud if Logan isn't his friend, to which Deadpool says he's more of a co-worker that he hates. She still tells him to go away, and Deadpool asks if it's because she might time travel again. Madeline is surprised to hear that, and Deadpool explains that that's what it looked like to him back at the park. He also makes a Terminator reference, which she doesn't seem to get, only convincing Deadpool of this theory further. Madeline doesn't confirm or deny this, but instead maintains that Deadpool should get lost. Finally, he relents, but not before giving her a little action figure of himself. He explains that should she find herself in trouble without a way out, she should use it. Just then, Logan, who's been watching from the rooftop, is suddenly impaled with a spear and falls down near them. Right after, Deadpool gets hit with a motorcycle. Maddie has a look of recognition and runs away from them, repeatedly yelling about how they should have left her alone. Logan gets up to go chase her again, but Deadpool stops him and says that this isn't working. He suggests they talk to her, but Logan replies that she doesn't know better, and he knows what's best for her. Deadpool disagrees, but they're interrupted again by Hart's team of agents. We see the pair shortly after bursting out of the alley on a motorcycle. While they're riding on her trail, Logan explains that Maddie is a mutant who he was trailing when the Gen 4 started coming after her.
I'm getting through. Not very good at Noida, but I'm trying my best. How you doing, Katarina?
With the right training and support. Deadpool asks what exactly her power is, and he explains that it's teleporting objects. If Genform gets their hands on her, he says, they'll try to turn her into a weapon. Both Logan and Deadpool agree that's bad, and eventually catch up to Maddie. However, they're too late as one of the agents gets the jump on her and captures her. They put her in a helicopter and are leaving. Logan and Deadpool try to stop them, but their plan doesn't really go anywhere since the helicopter has weapons. At the end of the issue, the two of them are left in the dust, and Deadpool jests that this is Logan's fault. Part 3. The third issue of this series again starts with 3 panels showing each of the main characters, with narration from Agent Hart that applies to all 3 of them. It's about being a fighter, being tough, and taking punishment. We see that he's saying all this to Maddie, who's strapped to a table inside a Gen 4 facility. Hart goes on to say that what they're about to do will hurt. It's necessary for his employers to learn just how powerful she is. Maddie asks Hart to come closer and
make sure I don't stand there and let people kill me.
One of the scientists to start the tests. The results apparently are incredible, but she starts to generate too much information and ends up causing an overload that blows all the screens off the lab. Hart is fascinated and asks that the subject be immediately revived for more tests. Meanwhile, we see Wade and Logan walking along a road. As usual, Wade is going on and on about the time he beat up a bunch of nuns because he thought they were ex-special forces. Logan slits his throat with one claw and explains that he needs some quiet time, that he's asked 8 times already and that he should need only ask once. Logan then starts to use his powers of smell to deduce the exact location of where they might have taken Maddie. He comes to the conclusion that it must have been an underground facility, based off the way the soil is and Genform's preference for secrecy. While he's doing this, Wade is still recovering from his slit throat, making gargling noises and continuing to annoy Logan. We also see that they're right above the facility right now and are being monitored by Agent Hart. He puts the facility on alert, activates the border guard,
famous for killing myself.
Prepare for a trial run. Logan smells something, which Wade jokes could be him farting. But Logan tells him to shut up and listen. Wade notices that Logan is still bleeding and asks about it. Logan brushes it off by saying he doesn't heal so good anymore. He also mentions that the sound might be coming from below. Wade says he doesn't want Logan keeling over in the middle of a fight, but Logan is as stubborn as ever and starts arguing with him. As this is happening, the ground starts to bulge, and a line of agents emerges from the newly made hill's crest. Deadpool starts mouthing off and double dares the agents to come out and fight them. Logan tries to caution him, but there's no stopping the merc with the mouth, and soon the pair find themselves dodging a jeep that seems to fall on them from out of nowhere. As the ground here is not just the
finding many enemies for money.
A test site. As they're scrambling to find cover, they figure out that
nice and all, but I like upgrades too.
Maddie using her powers. someone forcing her to use them. They try to find cover while Hart looks at the results of his test and puts together just exactly how Maddie uses her powers. It involves a complex and fairly nonsense explanation of creating a matrix in your head of the surrounding area, selecting an object within it, and then teleporting it. He does, however, see boundless potential in weaponizing this power. Why? Who knows? The scientists conducting the test figure out that there's a delay with the teleportation and fix the problem, which allows them to drop objects on Deadpool and Logan more accurately. This catches us up then to the start of the series where we see the plane falling on the two of them. This is followed by a vision where Deadpool is lying on the ground, beaten up, apologizing to someone named Carmen, mumbling about killing someone and not letting Ellie be here, all while Logan in his classic Wolverine outfit is walking up to him. We find out that this is Wade's vision and he gets awoken from it by Maddie. They're in a prison cell with an unconscious Logan. Wade jokes about having the worst dream and Maddie explains that she's being tortured and experimented on by lunatics. She explains all the things they've done to her and says that he's got no idea what it's like to be treated like some lab rat. Wade says that they're here to rescue her, and he pulls off his mask to reveal to her his disfigured face. Logan wakes up just then and has a less than positive reaction to seeing Wade's face. He does apologize for it, after which the three of them start figuring out a way to get out of there. Wade suggests that Maddie should try teleporting living things, but Maddie says she's tried and it hasn't worked before. Logan isn't doing too well, so Wade asks her to try anyway. And she does. After some hard trying, she teleports a cactus into the cell. Wade is happy for a second, but Logan tells him that it's a fake, made of plastic. As an alternative, Logan tries to put his adamantium claws against the door, but instead gets shot and dragged away, possibly for more experimentation. Wade says he has a plan, but also that Maddie's not gonna like it. In the experimentation lab, Hart is excited to examine the notorious Weapon X, but before they can begin, the machine unexpectedly stabs Logan. Simultaneously, we hear noises coming from the prison cell. The guard goes in to check and we hear more noises. Then the door of the prison cell blows off directly onto one of the lab coat guys and Wade comes through it, sporting adamantium claws, eager to say a badass one-liner, but fibbing it in the usual Deadpool fashion. Part 4. Issue 4 of this series starts with a series of questions that fly across panels of our three main characters. They're all to do with what happens in the aftermath of the fight and who you're actually fighting for in the end. Then we begin with Logan dismayed by Deadpool's use of the word snicked as a catchphrase, a modification of the traditional snicked. Hart is taken aback by this daring attempt at escape, and he immediately orders his men to kill the merc and sedate the girl. Deadpool starts stabbing people and attempting a new catchphrase. It's stabbing time. Play on the Things catchphrase, it's clobbering time. Logan asks Maddie how Wade has his claws, and Maddie explains that they wanted to help, so they teleported them from inside his body. Wade told her it'd be okay because of Logan's healing factor. The plan seems to have worked out well for them, as Deadpool is now cutting into every non-friendly person in the lab, making jokes about cutting a four-eyed scientist into three. Logan, however, asks Maddie to put his claws back inside him before Wade does something crazier. Wade isn't able to kill the scientist as the claws disappear, and he realizes that they're back inside Logan, who goes berserk. Someone calls in a code red, and every soldier starts pouring into the room.
This white
Logan
hole
simply
deal
tells Wade
is...
to take the girl and run. And so they do, leaping over the band of soldiers. Maddie expresses concern for leaving Logan behind, but Wade assures her that he'll be fine. It's everyone else that should be worried. The two make their way to a locked gate and Wade is hurrying to get out. Maddie says she can get them out because while he and Logan were fighting, she managed to steal one of the scientist's tablets. They bicker a little bit more, this time about her powers being used to nearly kill Wade and Logan, as well as whether Wade really knows her or not. They settle on the fact that she at least knows how to get out of here, which is through two ways. A ship hangar that's back the way they came, past berserking Logan, or good old-fashioned climbing out. Meanwhile, Old Man Logan is going all out on the Hart and his men, cutting off legs, stabbing chests, decapitating heads, and so on. He sniffs out a still-alive Hart from a pile of bodies, ready to kill him too. Hart pleads to Logan for his life, saying that he doesn't understand because he hasn't seen Maddie's file. Logan is past listening at this point and says that there's nothing to be done except for him to put Hart out of his misery. Before he dies, however, Hart says something in his ear. Back through the tunnels of the facility, Wade and Maddie are scrambling to find a way out. Wade is still nagging her about teleporting living beings, which only makes Maddie angry at him. They open a door thinking it's an exit, but find it filled with more Genform soldiers. Deadpool wishes he had his swords right about now, Maddie fulfills his wish by teleporting 2 swords right into his hands. Wade is so happy he says he could kiss his swords, which Maddie finds gross. They make their way through the passages, leaving a trail of bodies and blood behind. Deadpool starts narrating a story to Maddie, even though she's not interested, to distract her from the murder and mayhem. He talks about this one time when an old school gangster named Flaps McGee was trying to kill him, so he decided to kill first. He tracked McGee down to his regular card game, but he was spotted, so McGee ran. Deadpool chases after him into a busy Manhattan road, and he notices a truck heading straight for them. He says Flaps pushed him out of the way just in time, and that's when it hit him. Maddie asks if the "it" he's referring to is not making assumptions about people, and Deadpool replies, "No, another truck hit me." The supposed point of the story is that Flaps didn't see the more immediate threat to himself while trying to kill Deadpool. He wonders what happened to Flaps, then remembers that he killed him. While he's wondering, an agent gets the jump on Maddie and puts a gun to her head.
Does nothing.
To shoot her if Deadpool doesn't stand down. Maddie teleports the gun out of his hand and Deadpool kills him. Happy at the teamwork. They finally reach the last door, after which they have to start climbing their way out. However, Logan shows up, beaten and bloodied, and says, "The kid stays here." Deadpool is surprised at this and reminds Logan that they're supposed to be rescuing her and not leading her to impending doom. Logan says he can't let that happen because he saw Maddie's file. He says that she's volatile, unpredictable, and dangerous. He says that she needs to be kept here to protect her from herself. Deadpool asks Logan if he forgot the part where they were experimenting on her to weaponize her abilities, and so he's completely unwilling to leave her behind. This eventually leads to a fight between the two, finally coming around to the actual premise of the series. Deadpool breaks a sword while cutting Logan, then Logan cuts Deadpool's hand in return. Logan says this isn't about the two of them, but it's about the girl. Deadpool makes a joke about Logan disarming him. He asks Logan whether locking her up is really gonna help her and hits him with his cut hand, making a joke about how he's stumped. Logan tells him to back off because he's never been part of this. Deadpool retorts that he's part of this now and he can keep Maddie safe. This goes on for a bit. Deadpool gets stabbed in the head with a piece of his own sword. Finally, the fight is interrupted by Maddie and Deadpool makes a joke about it. Maddie says she can take care of herself and that she never asked to be saved. A white light encompasses them and then suddenly they're outside. Deadpool is overjoyed, saying that he knew Maddie could teleport life forms if she tried enough. Logan points out that he should look around because she didn't transport them. She transported everything else around them. The issue ends with them standing in the middle of a crater looking up at a giant mound hanging up in the sky. Part 5. The last issue of this series begins again with a narration from Hart, who's revealed to be badly injured but still alive, talking about how Logan, Deadpool, and Maddie are all killers without restraint or calculation. However, he'll not let them go to waste, as by his skilled hand, they'll soon serve their proper function. The story then picks up in the moments right before the large teleported mound of what used to be an underground facility is now falling down on our 3 main characters. Deadpool says they need to do something fast. Maddie says it doesn't matter. Logan says she could teleport them out, but Deadpool again reminds him that she absolutely cannot teleport anything living. He asks Maddie again, and she confirms it. Deadpool says they don't have time for this, but Logan explains that he knows a lie when he can smell one. He tells her to teleport them before they get flattened. She says okay, and the 2 of them disappear, leaving Deadpool behind. The whole thing falls on his head seconds after that. Many hours later, a bloodied Deadpool makes his way out of the rubble, iron rods and debris sticking out of him. He goes on and on about being stuck between a rock and a hard place and being severely injured. He then sees Logan approaching and calls him out for leaving him behind. He then tries to engage in friendly banter, but Logan warns him about no more playing around. Deadpool agrees and asks where Maddie is. Logan replies that it's his last chance to drop it and stay away from the girl. Deadpool disagrees. Another fight ensues, and Deadpool reminds Logan that just a few days ago they were fighting over who got to save the girl, and now he's trying to protect her from him, which isn't making a whole lot of sense. Logan says it's not that simple, and the kid is already beyond help. Deadpool fears that Logan did something to her, but Logan, in an effort to be mean, brings up Deadpool's kid and how he abandoned her. Deadpool gets furious at this and screams that he never abandoned Ellie. He didn't know she was alive, all while stabbing Logan with a sword. He also adds insult to injury by insinuating that at least he didn't get his kids killed. Now that things get more personal, they fight a bit more, but Logan explains that the last thing he wants to do is hurt Maddie. He reveals what Hart told him, which was that she intentionally led the 2 of them to Gen form. She watched the 2 heroes kill everyone because that's what she wanted to happen. There must be something wrong with her, and she could become the most dangerous mutant ever known. Logan says he wanted to stop a bad future by saving her, but he failed. The story then flashes back to before, filling us in on what happened while Deadpool was stuck under the dropped rubble. Logan grumbles about Maddie being able to teleport people but leaving Wade behind. Maddie explains that she's seen Wade in action and he'll be fine. She's not so sure about Logan though. Logan is pissed and says she's coming with him to the Xavier school, but Maddie disagrees, revealing that there's a reason she doesn't teleport people. As she says that, Logan starts keeling over in pain, clutching his chest. She says that she's sorry and that she didn't want any of this as we move to another flashback within the flashback, covering Maddie's backstory. She's a kid who got bullied for allegedly stealing things, and maybe her actions led to her dad eventually leaving. We then see a year pass, and Maddie wishes for her dad to come back. He appears out of thin air, and Maddie doesn't understand yet
Please
that
die.
she caused it. As soon as he appears, he also has the same problem as Logan, and we can presume that he dies because of it. Maddie explains that she can
Alright, let's get
teleport
out of
herself,
here.
but if she teleports anyone else, they end up dying. She
No.
left the base whenever she wanted, but she wanted to learn more about who was after her. She also says that Wade's better off dying under the
Get the hell
rubble
out.
because Logan would have left her there to be locked up. He deserves the
Oh,
kind of
boy.
death that she witnessed her
was a
father.
lot.
Before she leaves again, she warns Logan to not be blinded by his own ego and come after her because he'll regret it.
There's a lot
The
going
final
on
words
there.
to him are, "See you, old man," or not, I really don't care which. The flashback ends with Logan struggling to keep himself alive while his body starts to betray him. However, coming back to the present, we see that he's alive at least and trying to heal himself since that happened. He says that she learned the hard way not to
suck.
teleport people, but he made her do it again anyway. Deadpool says that while that may be true, just because she did bad things doesn't mean they can just give up on her. Her dad wasn't able to be there for her, but at least they can. Logan points out that look how that's ended so far, and that it's better to leave this matter alone. Deadpool wonders if they're still responsible for her or not, and Logan says he's not sure. He tries to apologize to Logan for misreading the situation, but in classic Deadpool fashion, isn't always completely sincere. Logan says he can't exactly blame him because he's guilty of doing the same. He's been trying to stop bad shit from happening since he got to this time period, but he should have been focusing on Maddie's present more than her future. Deadpool does the old, "You and I aren't so different after all" line, which Logan says is a hard no-no. He even disagrees with Deadpool's plea that they're bonding or that they're friends now. Deadpool then, as a last effort, asks Logan to do one thing for him, a fist bump. Logan is about to
Best I
say
can
something,
do for
but
now.
instead agrees and
Not a
fist
big
bumps
fan
the
of
back.
it.
The page ends on a visual joke where Logan's claws come out and stab Deadpool's fist as they're bumping. 2 months later, we find Agent Hart in Idaho. He's living in a barn by himself. This time, when he goes in, he finds Maddie there, waiting for him, in a new haircut, nonetheless. She says that she's heard he's been looking for her. However, he was actually easier to find. She asks what he wants from her, and he says that he has a proposition for her. He realizes that he was wrong to try and use her as a simple instrument like Deadpool or Logan because she's a more powerful mutant with many other unique qualities. She's a killing machine in her purest form, and an alliance with him could be beneficial. Maddie stops him there and reveals that she let him experiment on her to learn more about herself and her powers. She ominously then says that all evil scientist types have no hearts and wants to find out if that's true. We see blood starting to soak through Hart's shirt as Maddie tells him that he should never have come looking for her. And hopefully, Logan and Deadpool won't make the same mistake. As he keels over and dies, Maddie says a simple goodbye. The series ends. Marvelous verdict.
Run
Overall,
away.
This versus outing from the Marvel X-Men world is a short and sweet adventure with a little bit of a twist. Although it doesn't reinvent the wheel by any means, the story does have some interesting and unexpected turns, along with a few good laughs from Deadpool and some from Old Man Logan as well. For starters, the idea that Deadpool always has to go up against someone else from the Marvel Universe isn't particularly new. Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe, both the first time and the second time. Deadpool Illustrated, Deadpool versus Deadpool, etc. have all explored the idea of the mouth going up against
And
the
Kamehameha made me out of
Some
existence.
of them have worked really well. Some of them, haven't. A lot of these hero versus hero comics almost always has the same
It's
structure.
been a tough day
The
for
heroes initially
gaming
go up against each
survival.
other because of a misunderstanding, chasing after a MacGuffin or a blackmail mind control sort of thing.
All
And
right,
eventually there's
folks,
big
that about
bad
does it
forces
for
the
me
two to team
today.
up. It's a reliable
Which is good
formula
timing,
most of
because
the times. In Deadpool versus
our
Old Man Logan,
Deadpool
this
Old Man
formula
Logan
is
thing's
slightly
about
twisted on its
done.
head as the two heroes don't really have it out until pretty late in the series, which
Looks
some
like
fans may
they
find a tad bit gimmicky. But it's a welcome change. Because both heroes
don't
are
get
sort of lost
along.
at the start of the series, there's no big motivator or moral compass.
Uh, all right. Well, stay tuned tomorrow. I'm not sure what I got coming up next. Could be RimWorld, could be Arc, maybe some Helldivers. I'm thinking we'll do some Helldivers tomorrow. Helldivers 2, that is, of course. So Thanks for tuning in. I'll check in on your timeline tomorrow, and take it easy.